Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
What?
Consequences.
Come on!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
It's science.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
A what now?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I'm staying in the race! Come on!
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Give me a joke.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
China. I have to have my China.
Gentlemen.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. I don't want reality.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich right now.
So hot right now.
How rude.
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Right now.
I see that you know your judo well.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Winter is coming.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Jesus ain't say that.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
America.
Well, look at us. Once again gathered, while simultaneously floating somewhere between Earth and space. Oh god, it's already been an incredibly long week, and yet there's... Was it Tuesday? I don't know what's going on. Somebody wake me up. There is so much to talk about, and I don't even know how we're gonna get through it all. But, together, perhaps. As always, don't forget, buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, as always. These journeys through the, through the universe and through the abyss can always be incredibly dangerous. I see a gifted membership already. Who is that? Aaron W. with a gifted galactic membership. So beautiful. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Who's here so far? Get those early shout-outs out of the way. Moa Noah, Aaron W., and May Wormy 123 in the YouTube chat. Well done. Atticus among us, a close fourth. I see Mozart, Dirk Gently, Del Sol Verde, Rob Skelts, Charlie Jinmir, Jules T. Who else? Bob Carmody. Look, I'm rhyming unintentionally. Lady Badash, Tracy Eva. Hope I'm saying that right. Christopher DeBlante. Kali A. God gifted membership. Congratulations. The Anti-Corporatist. Teddy Cool. I think, is that everyone? And Nightbot. I see Nightbot. Alright. Well, it's time for us to get to the show. As I mentioned, there's a hell of a lot for us to talk about, and perhaps unshockingly to none, there is a particular place that we are going to start, where we almost always start. That being, of course, let's go back a couple of days ago just to remind us of what's been going on. This image to me said so much. It's like the blood red sky. They picked just red fireworks. And it literally feels like a welcoming of fascism. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my interpretation of it, but my god. It just gave me chills when I saw this. I was like, wow, couldn't even get us another color in there. I see. It's one focus and one focus only. Hell, that's another good comparison. Wow, guy can't even stay on key. Come on, pal. I know it's cold, but Jesus Christ.
Let us all thank Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States!
For what? For what? What are we supposed to thank him for? I'm very confused. Oh shit, my chat's behind over here on my pop-out. There we go, fixed it. Fixed it. Okay, there you go. If you forgot about that. That Donald Trump is president now. Well, there's a little reminder for you of the ushering in of said presidency. Him and Melania looking very awkward on the balcony. Alright, let's keep this going. Recap of what Trump did in his first 24 hours at the White House. Recap it, baby.
President Donald Trump has had a busy first 24 hours back in the White House. He had some of the traditional inaugural events, such as inaugural balls and a luncheon with members of Congress, but he was also quick to start showing the powers of the White House. On his first evening back in the Oval Office, he made a point of signing a series of executive orders and memorandums. He declared an emergency on the U.S.-Mexico border. He withdrew the United States from the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Accords, and he signed pardons for hundreds of people who were involved in the January 6, 2021 attack at the U.S. Capitol. Tuesday.
Yeah, we're going to get into all of that and much, much more, unfortunately. We have 20 likes already. We've been streaming for less than 20 minutes. How is that possible? Physically impossible, and yet you've done it. And yet you've done it. So, really great job. We're starting off with a Bacula. That's old school. That's our first emotional support character of all time. What is that? A 2. Wow, a 1 and a 2. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Alrighty then. Great job. Whoa, that's the wrong screen. And I'm also, god damn it, why am I doing this? I'm getting distracted by your impressive liking abilities. I totally threw me off. 20 likes already. Okay, let's go to this, just because this pissed me off so much. I mean, hopefully you won't be as angry as I am over it. But this was just such, I mean, the fact is, we've been talking about it, like, right around the time Trump got elected, CNN decided to push hard right. I mean, they've been centrist as shit, even though they're constantly being accused of being leftists and stuff by the right wing. But we all know that they're basically just neolib, centrist, fake journalism to a degree. I mean, sometimes they do a little bit of journalism, pepper it in there from time to time, but of course they're owned entirely by Warner Bros. Discovery, an entertainment company, just trying to get clicks and views, you know? But this one just bugged the hell out of me. I don't know why. I'm still trying to grasp for why. But let's just go here first. Before we get into the thick of all of this, let's just try and have a quick laugh.
The question is, what will comedy look like in a second Trump term?
Yeah, is that the question?
The president-elect is notoriously thin-skinned. In fact, just this week, he went off on NBC's...
I fucking love this. And by love this, I mean despise. How is this? CNN, supposed journalists here, to ask about the very, very, very important question of what comedy will look like during... Oh my God, whatever will we... we have to know. Please continue.
Seth Meyers, calling him out and saying that he's a marble mouth. He's a time slot filler.
Oh,
Comcast
how rude.
Price to pay. HBO's Bill Maher sees his role in this era a little differently than his peers in a world now that is basically run by Maga.
He's a kooky guy who says a lot of kooky things.
He's just look at this. Look at this. They're like, comedy. Who could help us with comedy? Oh, let's ask the least funny guy on the internet, Bill Maher.
That is basically run by Maga.
He's a kooky guy who says a lot of kooky things, and
he's kooky and he does kooky stuff. Not gonna pre-hate. Yeah, that's smart.
Hope for the best.
That's, yeah. Oh, so optimistic from Bill. Thanks, Bill.
I'll comment on that.
So
I'm
glad.
not gonna chase every rabbit down the hole.
No, you're not gonna chase him. Oh yeah, like the first term. Oh yeah, yeah.
He's right.
Oh yeah,
I don't know,
right.
Perpetual outrage.
Because Bill was chasing down every single Donald Trump thing in the first term. And in the last 4 years, it's like, I mean, come on. This is what they're doing? Come on! This is what CNN is doing. Get out of here. Is this a joke? Like it feels like a joke. It's like they're asking, I don't know if they're intentionally making this joke that I am interpreting, but it genuinely feels like a joke.
Is both exhausting and also not funny.
I mean, in my special, I don't talk about politics at all, considering my pedigree and hosting a show on this network and daily show. I just, for this special, I've talked about what's going on in the world. I want to talk about how it's affected us. And so that was more interesting to me. I just think that you cannot use outrage as a punchline replacer. And that's what has happened in the last 8 years.
The phone thing that you had there was perfect.
Finish your sentence.
Who is doing that?
You can't use outrage.
I think that for the last 8 years, we have been in a place where if you say the right thing as a performer, it's seen and camouflaged, it creates the illusion of hilarious. and you're going to have to actually say something now. And the idea that everybody is angry, everybody's tired. I don't know if we can still hit that nerve performatively and go, Trump, stupid. Can you believe Trump do?
CNN airs Bill Maher's show now? Like they're licensing his show and rerunning it on their fucking network? Wow. Well, it's complete then. CNN has made their full shift to the right. They're like, you know what? Can we talk about what... Can we get an old man to ask what 21-year-old women think and creep out a bunch of people and say a bunch of right-wing stuff and complain about wokeness? Okay, CNN. I did not know that. Thank you for... Who said that? I lost it. Somebody said it. Soulcraft. Thank you. I literally had not heard that.
You can still hit that nerve performatively and go, Trump, stupid. Can you believe Trump do stupid? Like, you're going to have to figure out another way. And I think for...
And you know what's just strange for them to use Bill Maher as an example of this? Bill Maher started off his career as doing, you know, slightly political comedy, right? He was making fun of religion and stuff, and many people viewed that as being political, and now they're outraged. Oh, and even Bill Maher, we're not even going to, forget politics. It's not funny.
As a performer, I can't speak for what we're going to do on CNN when we come back in February, but for me as a performer, it is more about the people now. Let's talk about people that are affected by the issues. Let's find jokes state and local, because it's going to be a lot of swindling happening at the state and local
But I like
level.
your comedy because you're not doing the politics.
Oh,
the thing
great.
you did about the phones is fantastic. I appreciate it so
No,
true.
but this is not true. Light of what's going on in the world. Artists have always been used to bring light to attention and levity to hard stuff.
The comedy is the low-hanging fruit.
Oh, it's the low-hanging fruit, said a guy who's never said... and I've heard this idiot speak on a multitude of CNN videos. They're constantly bringing in this idiot. I don't even know who he is. Arthur Adela. I've literally never heard this man say one funny thing ever. He's this low-hanging fruit. Say something funny. What right now? Say something. Try and say something funny.
Give me a joke.
To hard stuff.
The comedy is the low-hanging fruit. Is Seth Meyers, if you have a...
I think Roy was actually offended by that comment.
Not get reelected, Seth Meyers has got to be off the air in 6 months. His whole show is beating up on Donald Trump. The whole thing. And if you notice, there's no laugh lines. He makes a remark and beats up on Trump, and all you hear is this. You don't hear people giggling.
But I think Steph are going to be, you know...
They're going to be fine. You figure out ways to adjust to what...
I am so sick of Abby.
And I think that Steph is...
I am so sick of this woman right here.
A couple times. Same with Colbert. Like, they make great jokes, but the reservoir...
Like, there was a little while where I was giving Abby, like, benefit of the doubt. Maybe she'll get into some serious shit. Maybe she'll actually, I don't know, espouse one leftist talking point. But I am convinced that Abby is actually a conservative. I know nothing about her aside from her name. But I'm like, like this whole conversation just gets so stupid.
I've done the program a couple times. Same with Colbert. Like, they make great jokes, but the reservoir from which we pull the premise from. Mike Birbiglia says something I always love. He said, a joke only works if we all agree on the premise. And the way we have splintered the truth and the way we can't even agree on how a wildfire started.
Facts don't matter.
So how do you write material based in that? And that's the difference between now and 2016, when we had the first rise of Trump. And so I just think that if you're living in a place where you're only going to insult the president, you're not going to get the same return on investment, but also...
I honestly don't know of anybody who's doing that, who's just insulting the president. Any, like, actual comedians out there right now. And maybe Roy has got his finger on the pulse more, but I am unfamiliar with a comedian who only makes fun of Donald Trump. Now, Roy, I think, is correct about what he said right before this, in the sense that, you know, it's hard to do comedy when everybody doesn't agree on premises, on facts, things like that. I think that is, in fact, problematic for, you know, trying to make jokes. But I don't know if making jokes is, like, is not... Is it like some sort of heroic act to make a joke? I don't think so. And it's not, you know, if we run out of jokes, I don't think the world's going to end. I don't think we're going to, but I think it's a ridiculous thing to suggest.
I don't think Trump can shut down Seth. I don't think he can use any type
I
of
agree
policies
with that.
because you're biting off your own hand because you're the free speech guy.
I agree with you 100%.
Right-wing comedians get to say and do what they want.
Does anybody think that we will start to see what is happening in the business world and maybe in the entertainment world happening in the comedy world, where we start to see people trying to kind of just
Bill
shift
Maher
a little bit to the center, shift a little bit to the right?
I liken comedy to journalism in that there is an independence, I would hope. And my role as a journalist, your role as a journalist, is to hold people in power accountable. I think the role of a comedian, or partly, is to make fun of people in power and not be afraid of doing that, not be afraid of making fun of the richest man in the world or the most powerful person in the world. And so I would hope that there
Abby looks like she really wants to push back on this.
Between comedy and the targets, whoever that is.
And to that point, here's the real variable in that, is that Trump can try and regulate and bully a network, but YouTube has more viewers than most streamers. Facebook just took the, as they say in NASCAR, took the governor off of decency. So people are going to be able to say what they want, and the virality can happen there. And now if you're Trump, you can't shut down those because those are your boys. That's you and Karate Man and Spaceman.
That's your tech homies.
I wonder if we do need to start seeing comedy doing what Essie is suggesting, which is actually taking the jokes to everybody. Because I think the complaint that conservatives have is that it actually doesn't happen that way. That they don't make jokes at the expense of Democrats.
You're right. Nobody makes fun of Democrats.
Especially always much more.
Oh my God, you're so right. Nobody's willing to make fun of Democrats. No one.
I'm staying in the
No one's ever done it before. Oh my God. The fake outrage is amazing. It's it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. You're telling me there's no comedians out there trying to make fun of Democrats? Huh, weird. Let's dive into that just briefly. Real brief. I'm sorry, people. We went on I wasn't expecting to do this, but CNN just they hit me the wrong way today. What can I say?
Listen up, fucks. It's Cody J with another fucking episode of Loosen Up, Cucks with Cody J. Let's see what's in the news feed today, or should I call it the cuck feed? AOC Word recently condemned her do-nothing Dem cabal for ignoring what she calls a very real threat of fascism in the country. But then the Democrat responded, but if we get rid of fascism, that would make one less Democrat in this room. Gary gets it.
You
She's
got
the
it.
fascist, Gary. And speaking of soy, Senator Ron Paul, look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this. I'm sorry. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, Gary. You can go now. We'll keep in touch. Listen, we had a meeting about the numbers, and then someone, I'm not going to name who, but someone who was very drunk and also has my name, suggested that we try and appeal to conservatives with, like, a conservative version of the show. You know, to prove that we're balanced and fair, TMCR, and didn't just exist in this left liberal commie bubble that a lot of people, I assume, accuse us of. I don't know. I don't read the comments. But then you sort of realize that we didn't know any conservatives to guest host. Sadly, Crowder has yet to accept my friend request. So I figured, how hard could it be? But now I'm realizing that I'm just doing like a very bad parody of conservative comedy, or not even a parody. I think we had a segment planned where I put a bullet in my mouth. No idea why, but then.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mono, for reminding me. I rolled for your support characters, then I kept you from them, and everything about that is wrong. Everything.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
When we tried to research this, we came upon a very concerning revelation. And so, here's some news with a question mark, because it's a question and not really news. Oh yeah, we're doing this, home slices, various slices of homes. Sorry about your homes, but we're taking this on. And ultimately, that title card is a bit of a provocative misrepresentation of what we're really talking about. So if you'd prefer, why aren't there a lot of conservative comedians? Or rather, if you'd prefer, why aren't there a lot of famous conservative comedians today? These are all variations of the same question, depending on your personal views. You know, we welcome all kinds of people to Cody's Shody. We're very inclusive. Well, this episode is very inclusive.
I can't remember this. What was his name? Not Stephen Miller. I want to call him Stephen Miller. I know that's not his name, but when this guy was big and popular, I was really, really young, and back then I didn't find him funny, and maybe it's just I didn't get the jokes, but as a person who now does get the jokes, still don't find him very funny.
Because this question concerns everyone. It's a bit of a conundrum, you know? Something we all kind of accept, and the internet loves to write think pieces about. The stereotype being that, as it stands now, the only joke conservatives seem to have and glom onto is the old I identify as a blank bit. This meme and such.
Haven't heard that one before.
It's the question we are being tasked with tonight. Because honestly, it shouldn't be that way. Humor isn't politically aligned, right? And to be clear, we're not talking about funny entertainers who happen to be Republicans like your Kelsey's Grammer or your David's Zucker, but rather comedy that's specifically right-leaning in themes.
Exactly.
The Jon Stewart of the right, if you...
I mean, that is basically what Abby and those guests on CNN were complaining about. The lack of this. What Cody is talking about right now. Why won't people... why not enough complaining. Not enough people going after the left.
And just to get it out of the way, there are a lot of shitty
Dennis Miller, thank you.
comics out there. You may even think I'm one of them. I don't know. I don't.
Thank you, Chatter. Who was that? Jules, Charlie, whoever said it first. Good job. Aaron. Okay, everybody said Dennis Miller. You all deserve credit. You're all right. I was wrong.
Read the comments, but the late night model alone seems to exclusively function by taking literally any comedian and sucking their funny force like some kind of hot mummy curse.
Okay, hold on. We're going to keep this going. Whoa, what did I just open? Do not do that. Oh, God. That's better. You can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour and a half long. Let's talk Gutfeld.
My two massage therapists for their hard work. He's doing a casual simile, where the twist is that what you're comparing says something absurd about yourself. An actual example of this structure would be saying something like, comedy is about tone and texture, something that, much like my weird smooth balls, Greg Gutfeld lacks. The joke is that I have weird, smooth, pale little boy testicles, you see. And by setting up a comparison between Greg Gutfeld and my balls, I could further elaborate by saying something like, and also like my weird balls, Greg Gutfeld is empty inside, and so on. Look, it's not perfect, but my point is that I'm giving your brain something that's easy to digest. Like my weird balls!
God damn it.
The problem with Gutfeld's joke is that he wanted to land on the phrase, forces always come in pairs. So the natural joke writing instinct would be to take one of the words and give it a double meaning. Something like, much like a Sith and apprentice, forces always come in pairs. Or perhaps, much like a fruit fetishist, forces always come in pairs.
Wow.
See?
He's got pair jokes.
But Greg actually does the opposite of this, creating a simile that makes your brain have to work backwards to understand it. A massage therapist, when doing a massage, presses and rubs on muscles that a fucking alien might perhaps define as a force. He's saying his massage, or his force, comes in pairs, like his nightly massage therapists. So what he's ultimately saying is...
Do you know what's super relatable about that? Everybody gets massages from two people at one time, right? Like, you know, just regular people, you know, your average person is always getting those pairs of massage therapists, you know, just sort of blasting money into the sky. Super relatable, and that's why it's funny. Yeah, I just realized me and Cody have the exact same microphone. Oh my God. How am I just now noticing this? That's very strange. This is a very niche microphone to be using. I always thought I was a weirdo for using this microphone. Wow, that just threw me off.
Go. Sorry you had to see that. But back to the show and whatnot. So this would be the more centrist take, which is that both liberals and conservatives are humorless when it comes to jabs at their own beliefs. There are multiple psychological studies claiming that conservatives don't have a sense of humor. And truth be told, I didn't look into those studies because I just don't think that that's true. Call it faith, I guess. But I think everyone has a sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm sure
Even
Republicans are
ghosts and
capable of
spiders.
laughing.
The more nuanced phrasing of this comes from the Washington Post, referring to Sigmund Freud's wit and its relation to the unconscious, which pointed out that a joke is only as good as a third party's willingness to accept a joke. And like, I don't know, that guy f***ed cigars or whatever, but what he's saying is that even the funniest joke falls flat with the wrong audience. But the truth is, that equation is backward. And what I mean is that it should be that even the funniest joke falls flat when it's told by someone who has bad intentions.
And they've canceled people that are more powerful than me. They canceled J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself.
Poor billionaire J.K. Rowling. Terrible.
She sold so many books, the Bible worries about her. And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said, gender was a fact. I'm Team TERF.
Wow, a lot of clapping there.
I agree.
Everybody thought that was funny.
Gender
This is funny.
a fact.
First of all,
I'm laughing
he's
right now.
conflating
You
gender
just can't
with
see me
sex.
laughing.
Gender is a social construct. We made it up, like money or a round earth. But even if he said sex is a fact, at around 5 weeks, a fetus forms a cluster of cells that can either turn into weird smooth testicles or weird smooth ovaries. And it's a gene called SRY that activates the former of the two. But that gene isn't a binary on and off function, but rather a sliding scale that can and will sometimes cause a person to be born with neither female or male genitalia. Doctors will often choose a gender to go with, but we later learned that this choice could result in the child growing up with a different gender identity than what was given to them at birth.
Wait, I thought it was a fact. No, I'm confused now. Oh no, I'm questioning my whole existence. I can't handle it. The existence of some sort of a middle possibility. Oh god, I don't think I can handle it. This is a genocide on me, personally.
This choice could result in the child growing up with a different gender identity than what was given to them at birth. Meanwhile, other genes like DMRT1 and FOXL2 will maintain gender characteristics later in life but can stop functioning. On top of this, the brain itself has no binary gender. There's no male brain or female brain. The point I'm making here is that no, gender is not a fact. It's actually quite slippery according to real science. And I'm not gonna get into all the details, nor do I want to get into this too much, because Dave Chappelle, for starters, isn't a conservative. But he is an objectively successful and subjectively extremely hilarious comedian with very incorrect opinions on transgender people. He claims in this special that he has no problem with the trans community, and I'm sure he believes that, even though he won't shut the f*** up about them. I bring all of this up because his Netflix special is currently the subject of both protests and counter-protests. The counter-protesters' view very much being, you just can't take a joke.
Aww.
There's a narrative here that Dave Chappelle makes fun of everyone, so why is it that only trans people get offended? Are they just humorless?
Yeah,
See,
what's up with that?
The problem is that framing this about humor actually deflects from the problem. And to put it into perspective, imagine if a comedian was going around making jokes about how being gay is a choice. It wouldn't matter if the jokes they were making were funny because the premise they are selling would be fundamentally harmful and wrong. Chappelle claims he has no problem with trans people, but is saying things that are factually wrong and designed to discredit them. It's propaganda, no different than Gutfeld saying that Democrats want crime to happen.
So you're saying just
the only contrast
attacking people with sort of right-wing propaganda is not funny. I think I'm starting to get it. I think I'm starting to get why perhaps, comedy is as it is. And, CNN maybe just needs to watch a Cody video.
Dave Chappelle is actually funny. So it's not that trans people can't take a joke, and in fact, there are tons of examples of trans comedians in stuff like roast battles clearly taking jokes. It's that these specific jokes are framed as hard truths that are actually based on weird lies used to justify marginalizing an already marginalized and vulnerable group of people. Lies that have been repeated as jokes over and over again by conservatives. To quote this Parker Malloy article, I'm not asking comedians to stop telling trans jokes. I'm asking them to stop telling the same trans jokes over and over. And here's a clip of exactly that.
A lot of people mad at Dave Chappelle right now. It's interesting. Look, and here's my thing. He's been doing comedy for a long time. I feel like you should be able to write a trans joke without offending people. I was high the other day. I wrote this one. Check this out. I'm honestly kind of jealous of trans, man, right? because they're completely men and them niggas get to have cute feet. I don't think that's fair.
See, the appeal of someone like Chappelle is that he tells it like it is. That's
Wow.
a whole genre of comedy where the points being made can almost intersect with philosophical truths.
All right, let's see some more famous Republican comedians try and tell jokes. We're gonna switch from Cody's Shody over here to this place.
Here's Jim Brewer's comedy stylings. He was at Reawaken America. What is Reawaken America? Is that a
So you remember Pastor Greg Locke? That
it's a God Squad.
Yeah, it's like him and Clay Clark. They have like a big tour of like evangelicals and stuff like that. And Jim is doing some comedy there.
Now, you'll notice a similarity between Jim Brewer's comedy and Tucker Carlson's comedy. And basically, it's when he's saying something funny, he's doing it in a funny voice. And now, a lot of times, you'll see like comedians mix, like, I'm going to do a joke, and I'm going to do it in a funny voice. The thing that's great about Brewer is he just does the funny voice. And the joke takes care of itself, particularly when you're in front of an audience that believes that the vaccine magnetized your body and gave you better cell phone reception, and that COVID is fake, and that the flu vaccine is a joke, and there haven't been over 1 million deaths in this country from COVID. Here is Jim Brewer.
I still have my in-laws. My in-laws are like, we gotta get our flu shot, then a booster, then another booster.
Oh my God, just loving it.
Where is this? At the ARP or something? This bingo at the VOA?
Oh my God, just loving it.
So people are starting to die. Where'd you hear that?
I love most about Jim Brewer, aside from nothing, the fact that his voice for his comedy has not changed for decades, okay? Dude tells jokes in the exact same way, and that's consistency, folks. That's when you know it's comedy. It's when you don't change it all for decades, and that's how you know that you're onto something.
What are you, one of those conspiracy theorists?
Pause it.
My God.
Can you imagine that people heard that people are going to die? We have literally had 1.1 million people die over the past 2 years. And all of a sudden they're talking about people are dying?
Yeah, and they think it's because of the vaccine.
Right.
Morons.
Right.
Like, I mean, we could just, like, Pfizer, they do monitor this sort of thing. There was that recent Pfizer notice. It's like, we're going to look at, like, a stroke happening possibly with older patients. And it turned out that actually maybe that signal wasn't as strong as it initially looked. Like, This is all being monitored.
Of course it is. But the idea that now they're concerned about people dying after 1.1 million people died of COVID, it's an interesting sort of like emphasis that they're taking.
Yeah. It's funny, CNN just wants more right-wing comedy, but it seems like the right-wing comedy seems to be just sort of either directly attacking people, like for who they are, not just for funny stuff, but just, for being them, existing as they have since birth, essentially, and or, spreading vaccine misinformation. I guess that's what makes funny stuff happen. What do I know? I'm not a real comedian. I'm just a spacecaster who wears a silly, silly helmet in a space station, talking about news in ways sometimes funny, not always. I know nothing. All right, that's enough talking about comedy. At least in direct discussion of comedy, I think we're going to end it there. Because we have to get on to the actual stuff that's been going on last 24 hours or so. Call it a soft 48. Let's go here. You want some space jokes? Would you like some Republican space jokes? I've got one for you. Ready? Ready? Did you hear about Pluto? I hear it doesn't identify as a planet anymore. Look what I did. I made a joke. And I looped it into the meta trans joke. I'm a genius. Well, there you go. Donald Trump doing a little bit of his very, very well-known sort of pump dance. He had to pump it. He had to pump it at the inauguration there. Did I hear about Uranus? No. Tell me. I must know. Please. I gotta know. Actually, do I put this one here? I should put this in a different spot. You know what? Fuck it. No, actually, yes. I'm putting this in a different spot. This is a bad spot for this. I should... yeah, perfect. Why didn't I put this here? Who was in charge of this? Who is in charge of this goddamn stream? Irresponsible video. Wow. Well, not video, but bad organization here. What just happened? Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. Fix it again. Yeah. So much. There we are. All right, perfect. We've done it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay. Now, one person attended the inauguration, if you didn't hear. One New Yorker, who perhaps no one here will be shocked to find, one New York Democrat, whom I'm pretty sure nobody's going to be shocked to find out, went to the Donald Trump inauguration.
Mayor Adams.
So, Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I wanted to get back to the inauguration. So,
Yes.
How does it look? What kind of look is it?
Great question.
After you just spoke admirably about Martin Luther King Jr., that you cancel your appearance here and accept a last-minute invitation to go to Washington?
Great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the
Dr. King's dream is not in Brooklyn or New York City.
It's not?
He clearly stated we have to put partisan politics to the side, to deal with the issues that are facing the country.
How did attending the inauguration help with attending to the issues facing, and specifically your job is New York, okay, Eric? Remember that. Always remember that. You forget about the rest of the states, okay, pal? Your literal job is New York, the city of New York. So it's really weird that you're talking about the whole country right now. You're not a senator even, you know? You're not in the federal government. You're a mayor. And the fact that this man decided to skip his pre-planned Martin Luther King Day appearances in New York to go glad hand with Donald Trump and his buddies, as if that's somehow going to help New Yorkers? Get the fuck out.
Come on!
Fuck this guy. It's just wild. I didn't hear about it until today. I was like, wait, what? Why was Mayor Adams at the inauguration? He's not really a Democrat either. Well, he got elected as one, so he's certainly parading around as if he is. I mean, certainly we could sit here and unpack his policies and probably all come to the same conclusion which you have, but I mean, technically, this man is parading himself around as a Democrat still. All right. Oh, this one's great. This one's great. Now, if you recall, earlier this week, we looked over the, the nomination hearing, the Senate hearing for one Scott Bessent, who is slated to be the future Secretary of the Treasury under Donald Trump. Formerly a George Soros hedge fund manager, then left after like a decade at that firm, started his own hedge fund called Key Square Group, which is a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, which he now has run, I think, for at least 10 years now. He had got his original seed money and seed money means like initial investment, right? He got $1 billion from George Soros himself. Now, in the Senate earlier today, one Mr. Kennedy came out. He had a bunch of stuff to say regarding, well, you'll see here shortly.
Mr. President, last week, President Biden, I wish him well, gave his farewell address to America. He said a number of things, but one in particular got my attention. He warned America about, quote, his words, not mine, quote, a dangerous concentration of power in the hands of very few ultra-wealthy people.
Okay.
President Biden went on to say, and I quote again, today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence.
All true.
Literally threatening
has
our
been for
entire
quite some time.
democracy. Our basic rights and freedoms and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead, end quote.
Get to the point, John.
Now, I don't know who President Biden was talking about.
Okay.
But I know
Couldn't guess.
one particular
He couldn't possibly guess, huh?
about which I'm going.
I love how I took a big pause there, in which I'm pretty sure I could have named at least 3 different people in a very short time. I don't know, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen. See how easy it is, John?
Speak that fits his warning. Again, I don't know if the circumstance I'm about to describe is what President Biden meant, but if the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. Let me cut to the chase.
Please, for the love of God.
Mr. George Soros.
No. Don't say
one of
it.
the wealthiest people in the world. He's a friend of President Biden's.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Okay, John, sure there isn't. Of course. You have no problems with that.
Biden
You love that.
Gave him, I think, the highest civilian honor that a president can give to a civilian, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Mr. George Soros is buying WWL AM radio in
Not WWL AM radio. Oh my God, I do declare that is unacceptable. John, I am so glad you have brought this to our attention. Now, what I would recommend to you, John, as a senator in the U.S. Congress, I would recommend you just walk over to Donald Trump's office and ask him what the fuck's up with that Scott Besson guy. Maybe he can explain it to you. I do not know. For fuck's sake, dude. It's just hilarious. He's going to complain about George Soros while a Soros-funded and former Soros employee is literally going to be in the head of the Treasury. He doesn't see... I listened to this whole thing, 20 fucking minutes. He doesn't mention Scott Besson's name one time. So it's really weird. He's really picking and choosing here with who he has problems with, apparently. It's all very strange. But maybe he will manage to find his way to the Secretary of the Treasury's office and ask him why George Soros is allowed to buy a radio station. Not a radio station. What? It's not like billionaires aren't buying up media all over the place. Like the Murdochs don't own Fox News, or that CNN is owned by Warner Bros. Discovery, or that CBS is owned by what is it? Paramount, or should I go down the list? They're all owned by billionaires or multi-billion-dollar entertainment conglomerates that have nothing to do with journalism. But he's very upset about radio, something which I don't think anybody even uses anymore. Ones in chat if you have used a radio in the last year, like the AM radio part, okay? Because that's what he's complaining about right now. He's complaining about a billionaire buying an AM radio station. So please, ones in chat if you've been using AM radio on the regular or at any time in the last year. Twos in chat if no, that's not a thing you've done. It's all very strange. Well, let's keep talking about billionaires real quick. Here's son of a... Why have I done this? Why must I knock things over on my table? By the way, did somebody say we have 30... Sorry, before we do this, I just realized we have 30 likes, and you all deserve another support character somehow. You're all crushing it today. Ooh, a 20, we crit. We crit. That means we're getting Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride frag. There we go. It's gorgeous. Buddy Jesus, where are you? There you are.
I guess it wasn't about the price of eggs after all. You know, anyone who's been involved in planning a wedding understands that seating arrangements are important. They are significant. They are embedded with meaning. And where you put people on the inaugural stage is a strict definition of where you think they rank. And so it wasn't a trivial thing that the wealthiest people to ever walk this planet, who control our communications platforms, were seated in front of the cabinet itself, which, by the way, has a few billionaires and 100 millionaires, but not as wealthy as the people in front, with proximity to power. And that's the point we have to underscore today, which is it was never about reducing the price you pay at the pump. It was never about reducing the price you pay for your mortgage or your rent or your insurance or your grocery bills. It was always about cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, Social Security, public education, in order to pay for the largest tax cut in human history.
I'm unfamiliar with this guy, but I thought all of that was on point. And it certainly seems to be what they're planning to do. Look at all the Buddy Jesuses on a raptor emojis. They're so beautiful. I'm so I gotta say, I'm still super glad that we have. Yeah, I know it happened like almost a month ago that we got memberships, but boy, oh boy, is it nice to see all of those emotes in chat. All right. Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh my god. I'm so sorry, chat. I just realized that I have completely screwed up. Wow. Where is it? Oh my god, there it is. Son of a... How did I do this? All right. Yeah, let's go straight down to this now. This was Donald Trump yesterday signing executive orders live on television, on stream. Let's go through some of these.
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further
What's the point of that? Further research.
Nice to see you again.
We need further research on just 6 of the 1,500. Everybody else didn't do any crimes, but maybe 6, I don't know. Who's to say?
So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases you did not commute or pardon of people?
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look, and maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to, full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is an
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern
What does that even mean?
Invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
Mr. President, what makes you confident that those are not going to be
What is
blocked
that?
by the courts?
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Could you get him over here, not on the side angle? Do you mind? Just go right over here.
Wow.
To your friends. Okay.
I love how Donald Trump, while he's ushering in fascism, he's at least thinking about entertainment value, production value. He's like, hey, can we get a different angle on the shot here? I'm not liking it. Can we get a wide?
Sir, this is an executive order realigning
Focus on the important
States
stuff.
refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that and it implicates other executive powers as well.
Okay.
Wow. Gotta do as many executive orders on the border as possible. It's being invaded by no one.
Ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen.
Could happen.
Stranger.
Really? I'm sorry, we gotta hear that again. Stranger things have happened.
Foreign terror organizations, would you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out?
Could happen.
Wow.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened than the United States invading Mexico in the 21st century. I'm trying to think of one.
And that was actually
that Maduro would accept Venezuelans.
Say it.
How will you make sure that Maduro will accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see on Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly. It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's boy, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a
Once great, now not good.
Can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
That's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years.
Wait, what was that one? Designating who as terrorist organization?
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels.
Oh, okay, so that's the one that guy was asking about, and that Donald Trump was saying was a viable reason to invade Mexico.
Mexico probably doesn't want that, but we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people.
Where is he getting these fucking numbers from, dude?
Like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an executive.
Mexico doesn't want that. How are you going to deal with this?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
Mexico should join BRICS. We're going to talk about that, not Mexico joining BRICS, but there is a quote in here. I'm not sure anybody's heard it yet, but I definitely, there is. Oh my God, I can't tell you right now. It's better if he just says it.
Priority on foreign policy.
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security
policy is a big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy, it's going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. That's a very big question.
Who is going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who are you going to call tomorrow on your first day in
I've
office?
already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, who I call Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders. Go ahead.
Sir, this next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, if you didn't hear.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. Gotta get rid of all the babies and all the people who've been here for years. In some case, many decades. Gotta get rid of them. They're not right. Being born doesn't give you anything. I mean, if you didn't hear, Donald Trump got rid of birthright citizenship. So if you were born here, but your parents were not, you may very well have just lost your citizenship. I mean, there's probably going to be challenges in the courts. I think there already is a lawsuit over this. But, I mean, this affects so many people. It's insane.
That's a big one.
What about that one in the courts? That one is likely to be challenged.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Could have been years. I was never going to look in this drawer. I was going to spend most of my time. I already had it planned. I've got tea time set up from now until 2028. I was never going to look in that desk.
What? Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know.
Jesus, fuck, this guy is such a clown.
What's in there? Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we found it. Wow. Thank you.
Can you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Oh my god, it is Peter Ducey. He kept saying Peter, and I could not figure who he was talking about. Thank you. Yes, Bovine. It must be Peter Ducey. Oh god, Peter Ducey.
Can you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it.
Maybe I'll read it. Maybe he says some nasty things about me. I better read it. Better read it first.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Never would have seen it.
With the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What are you talking about?
15 years old? Oh boy, that's hitting up on the top range of that. We might have to reset the Trump age counter again. Yeah, I don't think he's much older than 15.
Unification of our country.
Mentally speaking.
You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir,
on each.
On each, yes.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
Dude, how many executive actions are they going to take on the fucking border? It is out of control. Aw, Scared Crow. Thank you for the super chat. I love you too, Birdman. Why won't you let me heart this chat? Thank you.
Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power, but we got along. I think he'll be happy to see him coming back.
Anybody remember?
I think he has tremendous.
Anybody remember when Donald Trump was campaigning? He's like, Project 25? Never heard of it. No idea. And then he comes in to office and has a literal stack of executive orders. And I honestly have not had the time yet, but I was honestly planning on doing it, but I've just been dealing with so much shit over here. I'm planning on going through these executive orders and comparing them to some of the cutouts. Like, because if you were here for any of the discussion over Project 2025, we talked about how there was basically pre-written with like little blanks in them for Donald Trump to like either sign or to fill in, like sort of like, you know, pages that you can rip out of the book and immediately, you know, turn into executive orders. And I really need to do a comparative analysis between Project 2025 and these orders, because I can almost guarantee you they are like word for word, and they just got ripped out of the book.
Condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are we going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
About immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people. And I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in.
That's all you got to do.
But we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
China!
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
China tariffs.
Oh, China?
Oh my God.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
I have to have my
What's
China.
done with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to meet your NATO allies?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We are, we're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
I mean, the reason for that is, of course, NATO didn't make an agreement with Ukraine for them to get rid of all of their nukes. You know what? I've been thinking recently with all this talk, we should have just let Ukraine keep all their nukes. We should have just let them keep all the nukes. They had a ton of them. They had they had the largest pile of nuclear weaponry on the planet in 1993 or whatever it was, 96? Whatever it was, in the early 90s. And the United States was part of the deal making in which we promised to guarantee their safety as long as they denuclear. And you know what? We should have just left the nuclear weapons lying around. It would have been fine. Everything's fine.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved? This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk?
Wait. Just because a reporter is asking you a question who happens to be from Brazil, you believe that that's why the whole country is involved in the situation? This guy, I can't believe this guy, let alone the head of the country. I can't believe he's the head of anything.
Brazil get involved. This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
Ah,
When are you talking?
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
Don't need them. Get rid of Brazil.
It sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, you pledged in the campaign potentially a 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where
That's
your
only
thoughts
because of
are.
fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional
And
China
a very
tariffs-
big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about?
China.
They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal. And we're not going to allow that.
No, we talked about it earlier, but that's just not true. No matter how much Donald Trump and his friends want to claim that it's true, it just isn't true, right? There are some Chinese companies that happen to be in Brazil. There's also some American companies that happen to be in Brazil. Doesn't mean, or I mean, not in Brazil. Sorry, in God damn it, in Panama. But there's also some American stuff happening down there. It doesn't mean that either of us or any of the foreign companies that happen to be in Panama, the nations where they are incorporated somehow have control over the canal. It's just a pure lie. I think is intended to somehow pressure Panama into giving not fair treatment, but unfair treatment in favor of the United States.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is?
I told you it was coming. I told you Donald Trump was going to say some shit about Brazil. And I mean, about Spain. I keep saying Brazil instead of other countries. Oh my God. But did you hear it? One more time. What was that?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
No.
They're a BRICS nation.
No, they're not.
You know,
The reporters don't know what to do here. You can hear it in the room, like after the just pure silence when he says this.
Below the 5%.
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation? They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is?
You'll find out. You'll figure it out. You're very stupid. You don't know. You don't know things like I do. A guy who couldn't be bothered to look up what nations are in the BRICS coalition. Because if you don't know this, no, Spain is not in BRICS. In fact, I don't think they've ever even floated the idea of becoming part of BRICS. But of course, these journalists don't. They're not interested in, you know, they're in the Oval Office. They don't want to screw this up by correcting the president on his idiocy. But it's, he just said that Spain is in BRICS, which of course they are not. Go look it up if you don't believe me. If you think I'm just attacking Donald Trump unfairly right now. Because this is one of the dumbest things he's said so far. I mean, it's hard to categorize them because of just how dumb they are, but like, and to rank them in terms of idiocy. But this really is way up there. Maybe number one or number two in the last 24 hours. Spain. In BRICS, of course. Makes sense.
And if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
So this is
It's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive order relating to
those countries, like Spain.
As a BRICS nation, yes. They'll have 100%.
He keeps doubling down on it.
So much as even
Oh my
think about
God, he
doing
keeps
what they
doubling
thought.
down.
Can you explain how is
Which, and therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal
He doesn't even know what he's signing. He starts signing before the guy even actually says anything. Watch this.
China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions.
As per the Supreme.
Donald Trump is signing his own firing papers, I think. I mean, in my own estimation. Like, dude doesn't even know what countries are in BRICS, okay? Geopolitics are apparently over Donald Trump's head. Completely. And yeah, here we are, him signing away his own job. Merit-based government. Okay, if you say so. I think this is going to exclude a lot of people who you're adding to your administration right now.
Federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions
As per the Supreme Court.
other matters. Yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it?
Thank God. Get you out of here. Get you right out. Can we use that against him?
Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. We'll see. We want to get it done.
This is
Can we make him take a test?
Implementing the Department of Government.
Can we just make him take a test where he has to list a lot of things like the BRICS nations or, you know, things like that? Like, give him like a blank map, make him like name all the countries or something like that, you know, and their leaders. You know, if he scores lower than a 70, or you know, his merit. So we really should go higher than. I was going to say 70, which is like a C or whatever. I think if he scores below like an 85, I think that he should lose it. Right? Merit. Come on. Come on.
Efficiency, known as Doge.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem.
Wait, you're hiring Elon Musk to make sure that your own executive orders get implemented. Okay, that's a weird vibe. Don't you have the rest of the federal government to do that?
In this country, you sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the 6 hostages to go out. It might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal.
Wow.
Nobody's ever treated people in this country like that.
Never before.
President, are you commuting
Illegal.
messages with anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a
who
pardon.
assaulted
That would be a pardon. The one I'm talking about would be a pardon.
Here you go, sir.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers that day?
Well, I will say this. They've been in jail for a long time already.
There you go. Back the blue. Assaulting a police officer, not so bad, actually. They've been in jail for a really long time. Many people say too long for just beating up a cop. Killing in some cases. And that's just, come on, that's not fair.
That's too much, man!
Murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators, but, what do I know, right? But I think they were.
We're going to pardon everyone but Antifa, which is 1,500 out of 1,506 so far.
I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved.
Oh, the FBI. Really?
Because
All right, we're going to move past some of this idiocy to some of the more of the signings. He's been sitting here with this same one forever.
Almost immediately. And jail.
And jail.
Immediately, if not sooner.
About doing that, you have shown interest in buying it, but is there any other option that would satisfy you?
About what?
Greenland, instead of buying it.
Finland?
Greenland.
Oh, Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security.
We need it.
And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, as you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son had representatives.
They're not what? We listened to some stuff that Greenland was talking about. They want to be their own country, right? So at least some portion of Greenland, Greenlanders want to be a sovereign state, not either a United States or a part of Denmark. And then there's a bunch of other people that are fine with the way things are as well in there, mixed in. I love this. For international security, we have to take a country from another group of another country. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating world we're living in right now, people.
Went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us. It's necessary for international security. You have
It makes even less sense when he says it like that, when he talks about international security, because if that's the case, then we should just work with Greenland, right? And we should work with Denmark, right? Rather than threatening to invade a sovereign state. How does invading another country improve international security?
I don't know. I can't. It's being set up. So the first foreign trip typically has been with UK, but I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved in.
And now, where are you planning to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were going
think
to
I'd
end the
probably go
wars first day. How do you plan to end the Ukraine war?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Oh, they got a concept of a
It
plan
should
of
have
a
never
concept.
started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push them. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump.
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abraham Accords.
This year?
Wow.
Could be, but soon. Not in a very long way. Oh, look at that! It says TikTok. My! What is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for
Oh, it's the
entire
Anwar.
And what about Anwar?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the order.
So we're opening up Anwar.
There you go.
On the same time.
There you go, my Alaskans. If there's any of you in chat right now, there you go. You're gonna have sweet, sweet oil jobs up in your state. I mean, don't worry about the environment, okay? Just think about all the money.
President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal. I may
Depends
do
on the deal.
TikTok
You know, if we can be making money on Americans' data at the same time, well, that could be okay.
is worthless. Worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless. Worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion.
Oh my God, this guy has as a businessman, he has a very strange concept of how business actually works. Because of course, as we've talked about, TikTok is in most other countries, has nearly or more than 1 billion users, if I'm not mistaken. And the United States only represents like 10, maybe 15% of those users, and just losing the United States would be, financially bad for them, but they would still be making a shit ton of money. So I just don't. I mean, it's just another Trump lie, right? I mean, it's either a Trump lie or a Trump stupid. It's one of the two. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because this thing's fucking long.
What are you signing now, sir?
We'll talk more about this later.
Relating to reforms to the federal workforce.
Look, once again.
Senior executive service.
Once again, signing before he has any idea what he's signing. You could put anything in front of this man and he'll start signing it. That is the conclusion I've come to. As long as the right person hands him a document to sign, he's just going to sign it. This dude is a fucking puppet, okay? He might be a billionaire and a complete psychopath, but he's also a massive puppet. He does not... He does not think for himself, okay? He lets everyone else around him. Have you ever heard him talk? He lets everyone else around him, because it's safer to let everybody else around him make decisions, at least in terms of him and his people's agendas, right? But it's just fascinating to watch this man sign documents without knowing what the fuck they are.
The pagers, and others. The attack on air defense was a bad attack for Iran.
What are you signing now, sir?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior executive service.
We're getting rid of
He didn't even get he didn't even get finished saying what it was. It's fucking hilarious. He signed it before he got finished saying what it was. Oh my God.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea.
Oh my God.
Best weather. Everything's good.
It's so great. It's really pretty.
Beautiful things
Have you seen it?
Done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future
does
in
that mean?
governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run vicious.
So he's claiming most Palestinians are dead, so you got to get other people in there. See, we've been talking about this for months, okay? I've been saying it over and over again. Donald Trump is not going to be better for Palestinians. Just full stop, okay? Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, wants to do real estate deals in there, and he's been talking to Trump at Thanksgiving dinner about how him and, you know, and Donald Trump real estate company and whomever else can get in there and start building and move some different people in there. He just basically confirmed that the U.S. is going to allow a, essentially a rebuilding of Gaza that doesn't include Palestinians. He thinks they're all dead. He thinks there's no Palestinians left. And now's the time to move in new people.
And badly. So you can't have that.
Mr. President, on TikTok, sir, do you pause any decision on Chinese tariffs until you know what the resolution on TikTok will be?
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs, and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents.
Hundreds of billions of dollars from you and I and the rest of Americans, not from China. Just not, right? All the tariff money he's talking about was you and I and you American businesses paying more for Chinese steel and whatever else. All right, we're going to move past the signing. We'll probably come back to this maybe another day. Because this, and the fact is it probably won't. Because there's going to be more executive orders, I'm almost positive, coming in over the next week. I'm sure we won't even have time. But we got to keep this moving. We're almost 2 hours in. We haven't even gotten to a sliver of what I want to get through right now. We're just at the first signing ceremony. Fuck me. Who is in charge of this stream? Okay. Whoops, I went to the... Whoa. Unacceptable. That is wrong. Let's just quickly hit this while we were already talking about Trump's executive orders. Hey,
today I'm announcing that New Jersey is leading.
I just noticed one person is in our Twitch chat right now. Good to see you, Looney.
A group of 18 states, the District of Columbia, and the city of San Francisco in filing a suit to block President Trump's executive order eliminating birthright citizenship for many Americans. The executive order renders many children born on American soil without citizenship, creating for the first time a class of American-born children whose health and well-being are threatened by their own government. This is an extreme and unprecedented act, and this executive order is an assault on the rule of law. It attacks a right that is core to our nation's earliest days. Presidents in this country have broad powers.
I wonder how far back they're going to look into the birthright citizenship thing. You know what I mean? Because there's plenty of people who came here without papers and whatever else. Over the last 300 years, when does birthright start and end? Like, if your great-grandparents came here legally and nobody ever, took the test and all of that stuff, does that mean that you and your entire, like ancestry or whatever else in the country all get, are they going to be, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Are they going to go back to 1776 and start really poring over the books? What's the plan on that? Okay. I'm sorry, but we are going to have to keep with the press conferences. Well, for now. Let's go to this fucking... Oh, God. Here you go. The Billionaire press conference. This happened earlier today on apparent investments into AI. Billions and billions of dollars into AI. Thank you for showing us the white piece of paper. Very exciting, you weird, creepy guy. This guy's creeping me out.
Don't be creepy.
Why is he on his tiptoes? You see it? What's up with this? What's going on here? You can't reach the mic? Jesus Christ, a super shart. Welcome. Here we go.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Some very familiar faces. Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here today. We have first full day as president. We're back, and we had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term, and I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at. We're
yeah, we're already a little
starting
shocked.
off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and they're very
arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the
happy with
20th
fact
century.
that I won the race, and that they feel confident in their investments,
Uh-huh.
and it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs, and in the case of Larry Ellison.
By the way, the three people that are about to come here and speak about investments into AI infrastructure here with us are three of some of the worst people, really. Just shitty. And they're all billionaires, and they're all, you know, they have one thing in mind and one thing only. Not you, not America, just this.
Follow the rich white man.
Well beyond technology, is sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, and an amazing
Sounds very
business
quiet.
person. But
So
to announce
quiet.
the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at
Very
the
low
highest level.
energy.
We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison.
I'm sorry, what?
SoftBank CEO,
Oh, yeah.
my friend Masayoshi Son, and CEO of Open AI, and I would say the by
Did you see the look that this guy gave? He's like, did you forget my name?
of
It's hard. There's multiple syllables.
Open AI, and I would say the by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So
This fucking
that's
group
great
of
that you're
ghouls.
coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking
Immediately,
is
if
a
not
resounding
sooner.
declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. Let me be a new president. I didn't say it; they did. So I appreciate that,
What?
fellas, but it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor, and others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff built. So they have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible.
What the
But
fuck
it's
are you talking about?
technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA.
Donald Trump genuinely doesn't seem to understand this stuff. None of these guys are going to be building the energy infrastructure. I don't think. That's not what they're into.
Beginning immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI, and this will include the construction of colossal data centers, very, very massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These buildings, these are big, beautiful buildings. They're going to employ a lot of people.
So big, so beautiful.
Campuses and locations currently being scouted nationwide. They're making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing. And if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of.
So yeah, all right. Before we get too ahead of you, I don't think Donald Trump is actually giving them government jobs. So I don't entirely understand why they're here. I do have ideas on why they're here, but I'm sorry. What was I saying? I just totally lost my track of my mind. But let's not forget just how bad AI is for the environment right now. How much of the energy infrastructure that currently exists is being taxed by AI data centers, right? You know, is your heating bill going up? You know, are you paying more for electricity than you were previously? Well, guess what? That's not going to improve if these guys start building out massive data centers with nothing to power them. It's not like they're all on their own separate grid or something. They're not. They're on our grid. And they're drawing energy from the same place that you're drawing energy from. So, therefore, ergo, your energy costs will only increase as they continue to suck more and more and more power from the system. And that's what we're talking about. $500 billion investment into AI, at least.
Subjects also, but this is to me a very big thing. $500 billion Stargate project.
And let's also not forget, while we're talking about this, that all of these guys, in fact, I think the only one who isn't as deeply into AI as the rest of them, although I could be wrong, I don't know the ins and outs of SoftBank, but I'm pretty sure, first off, Sam Altman, he would have continued to push forward on AI regardless of the government. Same thing for Larry Ellison. His entire company is built on it right now. And your data. Let's not forget, we'll talk more about that later. But let's hear what these idiots, these rich idiots have to fucking say.
Lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly couldn't do this without you.
No.
It would simply be impossible.
What does that even fucking mean, Larry? Would it be possible? What's the worth of Oracle right now? Let me just check. $482 billion. No, there's no way Oracle could have gotten anything done without Donald Trump. They're only worth $500 billion.
AI holds incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while and with Masa for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building's 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20 and other locations beyond the Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building, to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all.
Did you just call an application charismatic?
Electronic health.
That's one of the creepiest technocrat things I've ever heard, maybe. Charismatic apps. Can anybody unpack that one for me? Because I don't think I'm capable of it. Doesn't make sense to my brain.
Give me a joke.
Records, not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of doctors, better understanding the condition of their patients, and being able to
when he starts talking about people's medical records, it gets me scared as shit. And it should scare you too, okay? Because your data, your medical records are sitting on this man's servers right now.
healthcare plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease, made possible by AI. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I'm going to pass it to.
So he's going to feed our
exciting program.
He's very excited to feed all of our medical data to AI, to a black box intended to make profits, right? Oh, that should send chills down everyone's spine.
Oracle to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you. That really helped. That's good. That's great. I feel tall now. Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your winning and promised that we will invest $100 billion. And you told me, oh, Masa, go for 200. Yeah. Now I came back with 500. Because
I'm sure this doesn't at all, and if you're not familiar, I'm sure this isn't at all foreshadowing.
This is the, as you say yesterday.
There's been times where Masa has been very, very certain about his investments.
Of America. This is
and
one great example.
Well,
right? We wouldn't have decided to do this. This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you won. And yesterday we agreed, we signed to make.
Okay, Masa is not going to. He's going to speak directly to Trump this whole time. Okay, but basically, he's going to invest $500 billion of SoftBank's money into this AI infrastructure here in the United States. Apparently,
we could not have solved with the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon, and then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind.
This is psycho speak right here. Okay, we need artificial superintelligence. The amount of data it's taking just to get us to AGI, which we have not hit, I would point out. He mentioned that just now in passing, but we're not even at AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is essentially the same level as human intelligence, which is either how it's defined. We're not there yet, and that is consuming more energy than it's starting to consume more energy than any other industry on the planet, almost. And he's saying, "Oh, we actually are going to need to go even further than that. We need super intelligence." What does that mean? Where are we going to get the energy for all this shit? And are we gonna? I mean, we talk about climate change here practically every stream. How is? I mean, I think we all know. If even half of this comes to fruition, we're probably fucked. I mean, aside from your jobs or whatever else, you know, like the guard jobs.
Never ever have.
Aside from that,
we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden age. Thank you very much.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say I'm thrilled we get to do this in the United States of America.
So thrilled.
The most important project of this era, and as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here.
You're going to create 100,000, hundreds of thousands?
And I'm thrilled.
They're going to create hundreds of thousands and then get rid of millions of jobs. That's basically the purported goal of all of this, right? Is to replace humanity, right? In as many places as capitalists can find, right? Whatever dark corner they can find, wherever you're working right now, they're trying to figure a way to stop paying you money on like a, hourly or a salary basis and just be able to outright buy a robot, buy artificial intelligence access, and then just, go on from there. He's excited. He's so excited.
To create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President, and I'm thrilled that we get to. I think it'll be an exciting project. I think we'll be able to do all of the wonderful things that these guys talked about. But the fact that we get to do this in the
I didn't
United
hear a
States,
single wonderful thing.
Is I think wonderful. So thank you very much.
Could you just say one word? I hear so many positive things.
That was the shortest.
Going to do for medical research and
What is?
solving things, cancer.
What is the idiot in chief saying?
Problems. How will AI help us with the fight against the various
I literally can't hear what he's saying.
diseases, etc.?
These guys can maybe share more about some of the work they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate.
I wonder if that means, or does that mean we're not going to have to pay for health insurance anymore? Is that what you're saying, Sam? We can end the health insurance industry entirely because robots are going to solve all of our ailments? Is that what you're saying? I'm sure the investors would love to hear about what happens if we do. I mean, I'm just talking hypotheticals right now because, come on. Okay, yeah, we're going to solve all the diseases and then we're going to charge $1 million for the treatment. Okay, we're gonna move on from this insane press conference about investing $500 billion into AI technology, which is going to ruin our planet and perhaps our economy, at least for regular people who aren't working directly for our Sam Altman or Larry Ellison. But I figured this would be a great time to talk about these three oligarchs. Now they're not all U.S. oligarchs, of course. Masayoshi Son is a Japanese citizen, so he's an oligarch from a different country. But we're going to talk about all three of these idiots real quick. See what kind of people they are. Let's go here to Forbes, to Hawaii from 11 years ago.
Oracle CEO and billionaire Larry Ellison has just made a rather large investment or purchase. He just bought the island of Lanai, which is the 6th largest island in Hawaii.
Wait, just the island, the whole thing?
Reportedly $500 million to $600 million. There were days and days of conjecture in the local Hawaii press. First of all, saying that there was going to be some kind of bidding war between Bill Gates and Larry Ellison for this island. The price has actually never been confirmed, but the local Maui News did some digging, and they're thinking it's around $500 million. And now 98% of the island belongs to the Oracle CEO.
Yay!
It does. And actually, looking at that $500 million number, if that is indeed the sales price or close to the sales price he got, this is arguably, according to my private island real estate sources, this is arguably the largest island purchase we've ever seen in the history of islands across the world. That being said, given the fact that it's about 141 miles that he's purchasing, that breaks down to, in square feet, that breaks down to about 15 cents per square foot. So in the world of billionaire real estate, having just seen an $88 million penthouse in New York City sell earlier this year for about $13,000 per square foot. In the world of billionaire real estate, this is actually a pretty good price for an island of Hawaii.
It's an insanely good deal. I was crunching some numbers too. And when you look at a figure like $500 million for a piece of essentially real estate, you think that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
But then you remember that Larry Ellison is the 3rd richest person in the country, behind Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, the 6th in the world, and his net worth is $36 billion. So when you compare his net worth to, say, a family worth $1 million, spending $500 million on an island is the equivalent of buying, wait for it, a used Chevy Impala for $14,000.
Wow.
Yes, Chevy.
Disgusting.
I went online. I
Fucking
found
disgusting.
Chevy Impalas for $14,800. And that.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, Lanai is not uninhabited, okay? Thousands of people live on the island. And he just came in and bought the whole thing. $500 million, like buying a used Hyundai.
Basically, what he's done. That's the equivalent for someone that wealthy. I mean, he's no stranger to buying shiny toys. This is his biggest investment. It's not just, I mean, I don't want to be flippant. He's buying this island as an investment. He plans to put money into it. He plans to boost tourism, which it badly needs. But I mean,
Oh yeah, seriously, they need it. Oh my God. Maybe this billionaire buying the whole island will fix it. What the fuck? These people are so disgusting. But wait, it gets worse.
Extravagant, shall we say, purchases. He had a huge yacht which he sold to billionaire David Geffen a couple years ago, called the Rising Sun, which had a basketball court, jacuzzis, a movie theater, all the bells and whistles. He's a private jet collector. I mean, this is a guy who, he's got the money and he knows how to spend it.
And not only that, but he's a huge real estate collector. He's arguably got several $100 million, even before this, several $100 million tied up in different properties around the country, especially along the western coast of the United States. So this is not particularly
And people wonder why we have a
surprising
housing
that we're
crisis.
seeing Mr. Ellison be the one to come out and make a huge land grab, essentially, in Hawaii. I also think it's really interesting because this is an unprecedented deal in the sense that we've never arguably seen a deal this large for an island, and we've never actually seen an island in Hawaii come up for sale like this, which is kind of interesting. I also think it's interesting because there's actually several resorts on the island, but there's a population of about 3,200 people. So he's essentially going to be the lord of the island. He's like
I love how Morgan Brennan here is smiling when she says that. You know, because of how much money he has, he's actually going to be like a lord. It's kind of fun. It's like going back to the medieval ages, and he's going to lord over the people here. I wonder if he'll be a generous lord or a bad one. Thanks so much, Morgan. What great reporting from you two. The giggling is too much. I agree. Whoever said that, I didn't quite catch the name on it. It's hard for me to both comment, watch, and also keep track of chat. That's why we have the Galactic mods. But I do like to read as much as I can of what you're all saying. But Lanai, completely, that was 11 years ago, where our Lord, Larry Ellison, well, not our Lord, but Lanai's Lord now, bought out their entire island for $500 million. Just like a regular millionaire would go and buy a Hyundai. A used Hyundai, not a new one. Disgusting. Disgusting. By the way, he owns 40% of Oracle stock, at least that $500 billion company we were talking about. So yeah, that really doesn't mean anything to him. I mean, back then he didn't even have as much money 11 years ago. Now he's wildly richer. Ever since AI really started taking off, this guy's net worth has ballooned to a disgusting amount. He's almost as rich as people like Elon Musk. Now we're gonna talk about something here that we've been talking about over the last couple weeks. That being Malibu in California. You might be asking yourself, StreamLord, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you taking this random? What is this random U-turn you're taking? Why the tangent? Oh, just you wait. Because we're not going to talk about the fires. We're just going to talk about Malibu real quick. And this channel is hilarious. This is not a joke. Please hold. Wait. This is the actual name of this YouTube channel, okay? Thank you for getting me to hydrate. But this is the Monarch Estates and Homes YouTube channel, and I believe it's also the name of their real estate company here in Malibu. It's the perfect name for a perfect company, for a bunch of perfect twits. Contact us today, 310-317-6794.
For those of us who call Malibu home, we know how special it is. Larry Ellison has shown his love of Malibu by his investment in land and real estate. What? Ellison, Oracle CEO, has staked his territorial claim on Carbon Beach, also known as Billionaires Beach. While Pacific Coast Highway may be at your front door, the beauty of the Pacific Ocean and the crescent-shaped Carbon Beach is at your back door. So isn't that saying your backdoor guests are best? Well, it's definitely true in this case. So let's go take a tour.
Drink my beer, StreamLord? I don't drink beer. I from time to time I drink beer. I'm practically a teetotaler. I mean, I do not, while I'm doing these streams, I'm not drinking. I'm drinking tea. I'm drinking dollar teas from the corner store, the space corner store, of course. But yeah, there you go. Larry Ellison owns a large portion of the beach that just burned down.
That's hot. Now, wouldn't you want this to be your back door? So, Ellison owns almost 10 properties or more, give or take with some unknown LLCs, on this amazing stretch of Carbon Beach. It's about 1.5 miles with 70...
I love that she has to preface that, or, well... give equivocation on this situation, give you know, she's like, well, 10 or so, we're not sure. Billionaires are always hiding real estate and shell companies, so how are we to know exactly how many properties Larry Ellison actually owns here in Malibu? Could be all of them. It's fascinating.
On this amazing stretch of Carbon Beach. It's about 1.5 miles with 70 homes, and you'll see over my shoulder, he owns this one, that one, and that one, and that one, and it goes on.
Jesus Christ.
All the way down to where you see the Casa Malibu Inn.
You know what? I feel 10% less bad about the Malibu fire. Poor Larry Ellison losing part of his massive real estate holdings. Oh, God, how will he ever recover? I guess he could just move to Lanai, where he is a lord. It'll probably be fine. And by the way, before we actually move on from that, because we've been talking about those fires so much, and I've made a couple of statements, and I now am tripling down on those statements I've made in the past. One per rebuild. Okay? There's been talks of, you know, people, you know, needing to be able to rebuild multiple homes in this area, and I say, go fuck yourself, okay? If Larry Ellison gets tax dollars to rebuild his fucking all of his properties and shit, oh my God. While there's literally homeless people running around, this guy he's never gonna be homeless. He's a half a trillionaire. He's a half a trillionaire who owns Lanai, the island of Lanai, you know, and practically owned the whole beach. If we as a society help this man rebuild all that shit, it really will tell you just how sick we are, because he doesn't deserve any of that. Capitalism, pal. Rebuild. Get the insurance companies to pay for it. I don't know. Actually, I'm going to skip this one. I'm going to go to this one. We don't need this one. This one's good, but I mean, it's like 30 minutes long, and I am moving slow as fuck.
America's richest have been buying in Hawaii for years, but no one knew exactly how.
Prepare the space lasers. Indeed, Bob. Indeed.
Expensive their holdings were. To figure it out, Forbes spent months digging through thousands of property records in the state. The results were astonishing. Just 37 billionaires own at least 218,000 acres. That's more than 5% of the state's total land and 11% of total non-government-owned land, though it's likely even higher given the lengths to which these billionaires go to obscure their ownership. Expressed a different way, those 37 people equal to just 0.003% of Hawaii's total population of 1.4 million.
So it's 3,000 times, right? Like, well, that's not the right way to say this, but like if you were to say that each person, which doesn't, but like each person would get like a regular portion of the land, right? However, you would split up 100% among the entire population of Hawaii. They basically own 3,000 times as much as they should. And maybe more than that, actually. Maybe 30,000 times. I'm trying to think of exactly, because, well, yeah, it would probably be much lower, much higher, actually, now that I think about it. Because there's a lot more people than 100 in Hawaii. Jesus fucking Christ. 10% of the land from 0.003%. That's disgusting. Now, it's not just Larry, of course. It's Mark Zuckerberg. It's Jeffy Bezos.
Own more than 10% of the land. And the pandemic-era luxury real estate boom, which pushed housing prices even higher, has heightened tensions between Hawaiians and wealthy out-of-state landowners. One of the highest-profile billionaires in the state is Oprah Winfrey. A year ago, she scooped up 850 more acres on Maui for $6.4 million, adding to the nearly 1,300 acres she already owned on the island. Winfrey first bought a ranch on Maui 2 decades ago. Her land was left unscathed when wildfires ripped through Maui last August, incinerating six.
God save the billionaires. How great. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's quickly talk about Larry Ellison's company, Oracle. Like I mentioned, a $500 billion company. Let's go here. I've never seen this channel before, but I was trying to find people talking about Larry Ellison.
When Larry Ellison became
Oracle.
the world's third most richest person, people were understandably confused. What does Oracle even do these days? I know Oracle builds databases because I worked on them for the first half of my career, and that's about it. Today we're going to figure out how Oracle made Larry Ellison recently the third richest person on Earth. So let's start with some preconceived notions. Oracle builds databases and frankly gives off IBM vibes. In other words, they used to be relevant and they're becoming less so with companies like Snowflake and OneStream displacing their legacy solutions. Revenue growth is probably stagnant. Maybe they have a couple $100 billion market.
Wait, hold on. This is like this disgusting sort of like finance channel where he talks about a bunch of, because this guy seems like the sort of dude who's invested in Oracle, probably. Just saying. It gives me those vibes.
Is that Larry Ellison owns about 42% of Oracle since he co-founded it in 1977, so it's quite an old company. Now, founder ownership of 25% or more is rare among the world's largest public companies, and I asked Perplexity, I said, tell me which companies out there, the largest companies, have founders who have a large percentage of shares, and it listed out here some names: Zuckerberg, Bezos, and Dell. And what's interesting about that is that when you go look at the equity positions that these individuals have, at least according to that previously stated information, you see that you can read this for yourself, right? So for Ellison, Bezos, and Zuckerberg, over 95% of their wealth is tied to shares of their company. That's a really huge gamble. And then you look at Michael Dell here at a $42 billion value. He owns more than 50% of the company, but since his company isn't that large, it only represents $42 billion.
Sorry, I gotta find the place where I wanted to actually talk about. Where is it? Oh, actually, I'm just gonna let this play.
He appears to have spread his bets out elsewhere. You see that only accounts for 41% of his total wealth. Now, what I think is interesting about the Oracle situation is that, as you see here, Mr. Ellison can potentially overtake Mr. Musk in the coming years as the world's richest person. And how does he plan to do that? Well, if you look at the latest, and I'm talking just less than a week ago, the analyst day that Oracle held, they threw up these targets, greater than $66 billion in revenues by 2026, and by 2029, so that's 5 years from now, over $100 billion in revenues with annual earnings per share growth of greater than 20%.
That should be interesting in terms of whether or not Larry Ellison could overtake Elon Musk in net worth. I think what's actually more interesting is what's going to happen within this sort of loose coalition around Donald Trump right now. Two of the richest men on the planet. I wonder if they have any sort of competing, what do you call them? Interests.
People say, well, they can't lose. Yes, they can. The proof of a company doing something great is always, at least in the disruptive growth space, is always in revenue growth. That's a proxy for market share being captured. And Mr. Ellison, you see here, probably the most remarkable thing about the presentation is this man's 80 years old. People are wondering how he does it. And he gives off a good hour of banter, and I listen to that so you don't have to. And the first question, he sort of goes off. So he talks about their clustering technology that's been around for a while, what they call real application clusters. And I can recall this back in my day. They just keep running, so you can tie together 30 Oracle servers, database servers, and you can patch them on the fly. You can, as Mr.
The way that he talks about people, billionaires specifically, manipulating our data for their own ends is disgusting. Like, this guy just seems thrilled about how great and how much money Oracle is making off of yours and my data. Because the fact is Oracle happens to be essentially one of the only companies in the business of truly like data base management storage systems, right? Like, most of the internet's data is housed on Oracle's servers. Literally, I am not exaggerating. Look it up. Most of the data from the internet is on those servers. Because they are the ones that got in there first, and they just started building these things up. And so they're like, yeah, everybody just sort of said, yeah, well, monopolies are fine. Here, have it all.
Says take a gun and shoot holes in a couple of them, and the whole thing has redundancies, and it just keeps on running. Most of the world's most important data is in an Oracle database, according to Mr. Ellison, and we'll see later why that probably holds true. You said...
Okay, there we go. Confirmed. Okay, I'm going to move on from that. Go here. This was a month ago. Financial analyst on CNBC television. Oracle has the best infrastructure for hosting GPUs anywhere. And by the way, the AI boom, if you will, the AI ecosystem desperately relies on GPUs. Okay? Desperately. Like, it is hugely important to their whole shebang. GPUs are the literal reason why NVIDIA is $1 trillion company now. In fact, I'll bet you there are thousands, maybe more than thousands of NVIDIA GPUs all inside of those servers. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right.
Joining us here at Post 9 is Citizens JMP analyst Patrick Walravens maintains his outperform. Price target 205. Bears would say, and you have this in your own report, they just missed the top and bottom lines, and their GPU business has benefited more from a lack of supply at the hyperscalers than any real demand for Oracle's specific cloud infrastructure. Why don't you believe that bear case?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. So look, Oracle fundamentally is benefiting from AI, and there's two sides to that. The first side is the infrastructure side, and there they just have the best infrastructure for hosting GPUs anywhere, period. And you're seeing that from all the customers they're signing up. They're, Meta most recently. And then secondly, I think you can't overreact to them missing the numbers, and I know this sounds like it's odd, but they missed 6 of the last 8 quarters on the top line. So it happens a lot. Larry Ellison's still the second richest man in the world, right? It's working, and I think you stick with it.
He's still the second richest man in the world, and therefore, business decisions. That makes sense, right? As fundamentals, right? How rich a man is, I guess. Holy shit, we have 50 likes already. God dang, that's a lot. It's actually a perfect spot for us to do this, and then I think you all know what's coming. Because we've gone way over. 8, 15. Okay. I'm going to put these down now. Here, I'll just play this for you while I do this.
Okay, what are going to be the milestones then that they should be judged by if, in fact, we continue to get quarters perhaps where they actually lag in terms of what analysts expect from top-line growth?
Yeah, so one of the most important metrics for Oracle has been RPO. And part of the reason the stock...
Okay, there we go. Got your characters, got an Astrid and a Pink Panther. What is this? Are you talking about the Galactic Cantina? This is the Galactic Emotional Support Character Cantina. You can see, you got all of your sweet, sweet emotional support characters right here. Just, enjoying one another's company, having a drink, maybe a snack, and waiting, watching all of the news. As you can see, the news portal in the background behind the sort of back tables back there. It's a magical place. It's a magical place. It's part of the Galactic, the GCU, if you will. Like the MCU, but much, much better, of course. All right. There we go. All right, chat. I hate to do this to you, but we have to take a space break. As we are already more than 2 hours into the stream. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing those things, do remember that the Galactic News Network is completely funded by people like you. And, yeah, I think we would just sort of cease to exist if we didn't have all of you people. Now, you might be wondering yourself, how can I help contribute to the Galactic News Network? Well, here's some ideas. You can become a member on YouTube. Or you can subscribe on Twitch. But, of course, there's other stuff. Cash App, PayPal. There's, Patreon, of course, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth money. Only, whoa, no sound. Only $3 US. And you can get access to the most galactic benefits possible. But of course, to each their own, so choose your own adventure, chat. Anyways, enjoy this short space break. I'll be right back. Whoa, where's my sound? There it is. All right, chat, I am back. You know what that means? It is time for you to get back to your seats, otherwise you're going to miss that sweet, sweet space content. All right. We're going to go back to talking about those three assholes, billionaire douchebags, who are apparently going to be investing $500 billion into AI doom infrastructure in the United States. We're done talking Larry Ellison. Done with him. Let's move on to the next guy on the list, Sam Altman. Now, if you've never heard of Sam Altman, I'm actually maybe just a little shocked that you're also watching this channel, because this guy is in the news constantly, and we've certainly talked about him here in the past. But if you don't know who he is the CEO of OpenAI, the guy who gave the shortest speech of the three. And he genuinely has been pursuing AI technology from nearly the beginning of the sort of current era of AI development. Let's get into this guy real quick. Now, Sam is all over the board, not gonna lie. He's a weird dude.
What do you think kids should be studying these days?
Resilience, adaptability, a high rate of learning, creativity, certainly familiarity with the tools.
So
resilience and how do you teach resilience and adaptability? I've never heard of these courses before. Is there a book I could buy, perhaps?
Ability, a high rate of learning, creativity, certainly familiarity with the tools.
You can't teach any of those things, can you? I mean, there's environments that could perhaps benefit those sorts of things, but there's no like rule book for creativity. Like, there's no textbook for how to be creative. There's no, like, what is this guy on about? Teach people how to learn fast. Okay.
A high rate of learning, creativity, certainly familiarity with the tools.
So should kids still be learning how to code? Because I've heard people say, don't need to learn how to code anymore. Just math, just biology.
Well, I'm biased because I like coding, but I think you should learn to code. I don't write code very much anymore, although I randomly did yesterday. But learning to code was great as a way to learn how to think. And I think coding will still be important in the future. It's just going to change a little bit.
It does make a lot of sense that Sam Altman's brain functions like a computer. It doesn't usually give off human vibes. Definitely gives off more robot vibes. And this statement really sort of drove it home for me. All right. What a weird dude. It's going to get weirder as we go through all this. But let's go here. This was Sam Altman in Congress earlier in 2024.
Yeah. Look, we have tried to be very clear about the magnitude of the risks here. I think jobs and employment and what we're all going to do with our time really matters. I agree that when we get to very powerful systems, the landscape will change. I think I'm just more optimistic that we are incredibly creative and we find new things to do with better tools, and that will keep happening. My worst fears are that we, the field, the technology, the industry, cause significant harm to the world. I think that could happen a lot.
So there you go. Sam Altman in Congress talking about how the industry, which he is actively on the forefront of, which his company is doing everything it can to push forward into our future. He thinks, like, his entire existence, right, is completely sort of, when juxtaposed against these statements, it basically means that Sam knows that what he's doing is bad, but he's continuing to do it. And he's here to tell Congress but he's being bad, right? I mean, basically, that's what he's saying. Is he said the words "our industry."
my worst fears are that we cause significant, the field, the technology,
Yeah, you.
cause significant harm
Right.
to
You
the
and
world.
Elon and Peter Thiel.
I think that could happen in a lot of different ways. It's why we started the company. It's a big part of why I'm here today.
Right,
and why
right.
we've been here in the past, and we've been able to spend some time with you.
Yeah.
I think if this technology goes wrong, it can go quite wrong. And we want to be vocal about that. We want to work with the...
Okay, we have a moderator getting ahead of me in chat right now. I appreciate that you actually do know this, because that announcement came out, I think, during this massively busy news cycle. So I'm actually impressed you know this. Why can't... God, just such brilliant viewers and mods around here.
In that conversation at Davos, when
Before
Brad
we talk
asked
about
the
what
question about
Moa
Sam's
Noab
firing to
is
the co-panelist
referencing in chat right now, let's go to this, because this was real awkward, okay? An interviewer at this sort of, whatever it is, oh, this was at Davos. Okay, we're actually going to be talking Davos. This is actually from the last Davos, which is the World Economic Forum, where all the billionaires go to discuss how they're going to pretend to save the world, while doing absolutely nothing, in fact, doing the opposite. One of the most horrifying conferences on the planet, not gonna lie. Where he had a conversation with some tech reporter, and the conversation got real weird. Especially the way that he handles it. I want you to pay attention to how he handles this question, which is not directed at him at all.
In that conversation at Davos, when Brad asked a question about Sam's firing to the co-panelist Anna Makanju, Sam jumped in and blocked it.
Anna, you wrote a remarkable letter to employees during the saga, and one of the many reasons I was excited to have you on stage today was to just ask you, what were those 5 days like for you, and why did you step up and write that?
Anna can clearly answer this if she wants to, but like, is really what you want to spend our time on, like the soap opera, rather than like what AGI is going to do?
I mean, I'm rapping.
What a pompous piece of shit. A journalist asks a question of someone else, and he comes in and says, why are you asking her that question right now? When you should be asking me questions. Me, the narcissist who has important stuff to tell you right now. Stupid. Why are you asking this woman a question?
Step up and write that.
Anna can clearly answer this if she wants to, but like, is really what you want to spend our time on, like the soap opera, rather than like what AGI is going to do?
I mean, I'm wrapping it up, but
I mean, go ahead.
I think people are interested. Okay,
all right,
well, we can leave it here.
If you want.
Wow, look at him commanding the room like a techno-feudalist. Truly impressive stuff from Sam. Shitting on everyone all at once. You could ask my employee questions, or you could listen to me tell you to shut up. Pick one. Now, I'm a billionaire. Okay, I'm sorry, we can wrap it up, sorry. That's what just happened. What a gross guy. But we're not done talking about the grossness of Sam Altman. There are accusations coming out about Sam over the last couple of weeks from his own flesh and blood.
The sister of billionaire OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has filed a lawsuit accusing him of sexually abusing her regularly as a child. He and other family members deny her claims. In a complaint filed Monday in St. Louis federal court,
yeah, you wouldn't want to listen to the to the woman making the accusation. Of course not. Just listen to Sam. He says it's fine. Sam, why would we take the word of Sam's sister when we could ask Sam himself? Of course, that makes sense. Yeah.
Ann Altman said the abuse occurred at the family home in Clayton, Missouri, beginning when she was 3 and her brother was 12.
Disgusting. That is disgusting. We're not going to finish that. If you want to know more about that, please go look into it. It just gets really, really disgusting. Just remember that one tiny thing. Because nothing's been proved yet, technically, like they were saying. It's just allegations right now. But you know what? When it's your own sister making the allegations that you abused her, that's hard to keep. What do you call it? Oh God, I can't think of the word. Whatever. Let's move on. It's clearly a horrifying situation, and maybe we'll be talking about that at some other point. But oh God, I'm just trying to broad strokes these people, and that is included as one of these strokes. Oh, that's the wrong phrasing.
Phrasing?
Yeah, no, you're right. That was just bad word choices. Oh God. All right, one last billionaire who was at the technocrat gathering in the White House earlier, that being Masayoshi Son.
Masayoshi Son, the man, the myth, the legend. You might have heard about this Japanese businessman because of Alibaba and Jack Ma, and how Masa was basically the guy putting the company on the world stage.
He had no business plan and zero revenue. Employees, maybe 35, 40 employees. But his eyes was very strong eyes, strong, shining eyes.
Or maybe you heard about him because of his super tight relationship with Donald Trump.
Would you make it $200 billion instead of he can.
Well, this was from what, 4 months ago or something like that? A month ago. Sorry. And so this was it's already got up to $500 billion just earlier today, like we were just looking at. $500 billion.
Believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that. Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but he's now asking to do more. I think with your leadership, my partnership with you, with your support, I will try to make it happen.
Or maybe you've heard about him because he's the guy who brought the iPhone to Japan.
Okay. So yeah, he brought the iPhone to Japan in an attempt to put out of business all of the rest of telecommunications companies, because at the time he owned Vodafone. I think he still does. And so he used this as a ploy to basically force many of these telecommunication companies who he was competing against utterly fell apart. After he did this, but let's keep this going. This was Masayoshi Son 7 years ago, talking about raising capital for a particular investment. I wonder what that was for. $45 billion in 45 minutes, you say? That's a lot of money.
You are clearly one of the world's most successful technology investors and one of the world's most successful businessmen. Let me start by asking you about a fund that you are now raising, the Vision Fund. It's supposed to be a fund of $100 billion?
Yes.
Now that would be the biggest fund ever raised. So when you told people you were going to raise a $100 billion fund, did they tell you you were a little crazy?
Well, some people said.
You had a meeting with a man who was the Deputy Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who's now the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And as I understand the story, you went in and in 1 hour you convinced him to invest $45 billion.
No, it's not true.
Okay.
45 minutes, $45 billion.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I apologize. In other words, if you had
$1 billion per minute.
What could you have said that was that persuasive to get $45 billion in one meeting?
Well, actually, I said, you came to Tokyo as the first time. I wanna give you a gift. I wanna give you a Masa gift, the Tokyo gift, $1 trillion gift. And he opened up his eyes and said, okay, now it's interesting.
All right.
So I woke up him and said, here is how I can give you $1 trillion gift. You invest $100 billion to my fund, I give you $1 trillion.
But what is it that you told people? What was the vision that you...
I love that. Usually people don't call that gift. So maybe it could be a loss in translation, but I'm pretty sure Masa has pretty good control of the English language, it would seem. I think he's just obfuscating what gift means, honestly. I'm fairly certain he knows what a gift is, and that's not a gift.
Gave them. So, one vision, which is singularity. Singularity is the concept that the computing power, computers, artificial intelligence, surpass
Yeah, okay. Now, he did take some of that money and invest not in the singularity, but in a different thing, which somebody already mentioned in chat. Seems like everybody in this chat is just too smart. They're getting ahead of me. You all know too much. It's like I'm not telling you anything. But let's just quickly look at one of Masayoshi Son's investments. The $47 billion disaster.
Does WeWork's implosion pose a systemic risk? The company went from a $47 billion valuation to near bankruptcy in just 6 weeks. It's been kind of a phenomenal story to watch.
WeWork is facing a cash crunch at its current burn rate of $700 million a quarter. It's probably going to run out of money by the first half of next year.
How and what is this company going to do if it doesn't hit the public market and raise that money?
Hi, welcome to another Cold Fusion video. The idea of a modern-day tech company is shrouded in glamour, casual dress, cutting-edge tech, and a collaborative atmosphere which frees workers from mundane, pigeon-holed work. This dream is exactly what WeWork sells to people. WeWork rents out co-working offices to freelancers, small business owners, and even some tech giants. The company was an exciting, fast-growing startup, on course to issue an IPO in September 2019. Valued at $47 billion, things were going great for WeWork, until people started looking into the company, and more importantly, their founder and CEO, Adam Neumann. From a failed IPO to a disgraced CEO, let's take a look at the story of WeWork. A premature pseudo-tech giant which could be falling apart right in front of our eyes.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
That's right. Masayoshi Son invested billions of dollars into WeWork, a company which we all know at this point has basically, I think, completely failed, right? Didn't they close up? I think they did. But yeah, and this is one of these sort of, like I was saying, sort of foreshadowing moments where, you know, Masayoshi's doubling down on this AI thing with Donald Trump. Not 200 billion, 500 billion. You know, he said it with the same sort of vigor that he said similar exciting things about massive amounts of money in other places like WeWork that did not work out. And let's always remember that, you know, it might not seem like it has like an effect on us personally, but when billionaires spend money, it creates emissions, okay? And it creates systems, right? And so if it doesn't actually benefit society, if the stuff that they're doing just creates emissions and doesn't improve your way of life, the humanity's life, then it's once again, you know, just an endeavor in attempting to enrich themselves, as always. But we're talking now about $500 billion into something that we already have proof is in fact destroying the the Earth and will very much ruin the way in which we do things. And since we don't have space communism, since we haven't ushered in an era of luxury space communism, when all those jobs get replaced by AI, there will probably be very few options. Unless you are already a robot, I guess. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. All right, this was 2 months ago, or a few months ago. This was one of, this was at some sort of, what do you call it? Investor conference for SoftBank, I think.
AGI definition is same level as the human brain. That's AGI, artificial general intelligence. But people have a different point of view definition of artificial super intelligence. How super? 10 times super or 100 times super? My definition of ASI is 10,000 times super, smarter than
human brain. That's my definition of ASI, and that's coming in 2035.
Yeah,
10
right.
Years, 10 years from today.
Wow. Wow. If that's not hubris, I don't know what is. They haven't even achieved AGI yet. And he's talking about how in 10 years it's going to be 10,000 times as good as it already is not. How would that possibly happen without literally lighting the entire earth on fire to power these fucking things? This is insanity. This is pure insanity. This guy's Donald Trump's about to give this guy full, go ahead to do whatever the fuck he wants. And if you didn't hear, we didn't even watch it. I forgot to make a clip of it. Fuck. If you didn't hear, Donald Trump removed or passed signed an executive order that got rid of the very tiny amount of legislation that's been put in to attempt to regulate AI. That's now apparently gone, according to Donald Trump. And so this guy's about to have $500 billion in money going to flow into our country to attempt to do something. It's not clear to me that it's even achievable, since they haven't even achieved AGI. Talks of ASI 10,000 times as strong as AGI that doesn't exist is a complete, it's a pipe dream. I don't know if this guy smokes crack or not, but it just feels like he has been smoking crack. How are we doing on time? Oh, we're doing okay. We can do this. Let's talk a couple of things. Ooh, we're almost on Elon right now. We're getting close. Getting very close to talking Elon. There is so much fucked up news today, dude. You can't believe this. This is actually a sort of small number of videos that I have compared to some of our streams, but this is taking me so long to unpack all of this shit that's happened in literally like a couple of days. This is wild. All right, let's talk about what happened earlier today. The beginning of the release of the Jan 6th rioters.
Well, one of the president's first executive orders that were piled up on his desk there has led to the release of the leaders of two far-right groups convicted over their role in the storming of the Capitol building on January the 6th. 4 years ago. Now, in all, he's issued nearly 1,600 pardons in connection with the attack, and those facing charges but haven't been tried as yet will face no prosecution. Remember, 5 people died, including a police officer, as a result of the violence, and more than 170 other officers were injured. Well, Emma Vardy has more on the January the 6th rioters who've now been pardoned.
Celebrations outside these walls. Inside, January the 6th defendants know Donald Trump has granted their freedom. Among those getting a reprieve are the leaders of far-right organisations. Stuart Rhodes from the group The Oath Keepers, this morning released from an 18-year sentence.
Look to your left and look to your right.
Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, had been serving 22 years. Today, he's a free man along with other members. These came to be some of the defining images of the riots. The man known as the Shaman now has his criminal record wiped.
I got the news from my lawyer when I was at the gym, and I walked outside and I screamed freedom at the top of my lungs and then gave a good Native American war cry.
You did a what? A Native American war cry? Are you, Mr. Chansley, a Native American? Is Chansley a Native American last name? It must be Chippewa or something. I'm not familiar with that. I could have sworn that was more British last name. Certainly doesn't appear physically, but that's not always a guarantee. But wow, a little cultural appropriation, I'm just going to assume here from Jacob. Not shocking.
The disorder that unfolded at the Capitol that day was unprecedented. More than 200 police officers were injured, while politicians and civil servants barricaded themselves inside. Police officer Michael Fanone was on duty.
I made my way to the front of that police line and was eventually pulled from the line, dragged out into the crowd, beaten severely. I was struck with a taser device, with metal objects, fists. And so what Donald Trump is saying is that, listen, if you commit acts of violence on my behalf, I'll give you a pass.
Rachel Powell was convicted after smashing a window at the Capitol with an ice axe. Today, she was released after a year behind bars.
Most of us went there thinking it would be a regular day, a regular protest.
And then you were just smashing windows all of a sudden. Where'd that ice axe come from, bitch?
Most of us went there thinking it would be a regular day, a regular protest where you chant and you go home. And unfortunately, it wasn't that.
The pardons issued by Donald Trump, releasing people from jail, go further than many were expecting, including controversial and divisive figures. But out here, they're welcomed as heroes. Ben Pollock marched to the Capitol that day with his family. He's still waiting for his son and daughter to be released.
You know, our lives have been stolen from us for the last 4 years, and it's played a toll.
Our lives have been stolen. Nothing that we did could possibly have contributed to what's going on. It was just literally, just suddenly, all of a sudden, for no good reason, our lives stolen. It was random. We were just hanging out, doing absolutely nothing, had done nothing illegal, and suddenly lives stolen. Okay, pal.
Welcome back. Just ahead of midnight Eastern here, President Trump now 12 hours into his presidency, his second term. A couple of hours ago, he issued pardons for about 1,500 January 6th defendants. News Nation's Brian Enton live outside what is called the Central Detention Facility here in D.C., where January 6th inmates are slated to be released. And Brian, I'm thinking just based on where you are, where I am.
Oh my God.
We're hearing the Park Police helicopter.
Look at this guy. Look at budget Mitt Romney over here trying to do the news. Is that real hair? Does your hair naturally look like it just got cut off of Mitt Romney's head and transplanted onto yours? I think this might be a wig. I can't quite tell. Might be a piece.
Circle at about 200 feet overhead. Is that an indication, perhaps, that some of these folks are going to be let out at some point?
Well, what we're being told is that 2 have been let out tonight. We didn't see it happen with our own eyes, but that's what authorities out here are telling us, and that no more will be released tonight. There's about 15 here at the Central Detention Center. You mentioned 1,500 and spread across prisons all over the country. So the presumption is there won't be any more releases tonight. That's got some people in the crowd here upset. They don't understand what's taking so long, obviously.
Oh, I'm so upset. Why is it taking so long? Oh, God. They're never gonna get out. Oh.
Paperwork involved. There's sort of a behind-the-scenes process that has to happen. So we assume the releases will pick up again tomorrow. Leland?
All right, in terms of the crowd out there, I get the cops. Who else is out there?
I can't not laugh at budget Mitt Romney. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of
I have no idea what this guy's name is, but it is forever
surrounding the jail.
from now on.
In terms of the crowd, it's dispersed a little bit.
Every time I see his face now, it's all I can see. I just cut out his face and replay Mitt Romney's. We don't watch a lot of news Nation around here, so I'm not too familiar with the anchors, but goddamn. You know, I should probably get myself checked out for being so amused by myself. All right. Keeping it moving.
Speak loud. Speak.
Can you say that again?
Have been
First
released.
2 January 6th defendants have been
released. Okay.
A few hours after President Trump signs his historic pardon, Andrew Valentine, Matthew Valentine, they've been released from the D.C. jail behind.
I know these guys are trying to look classy, but they literally look like they're wearing costumes right now. This guy is in a Trump costume, and this guy is like he's in full morning dress right now. Tux shirt, fucking bow tie, and then a random red scarf for some reason. What the fuck is going on?
And we'll be taking them home. So it's a really monumental moment in our history.
Are they leaving tonight?
And they will be leaving tonight.
And I'm not kidding about the morning dress. Look at the tux jacket. It goes all the way down to his fucking knees. What is happening? What is he at a coronation of the king? Why are you wearing a fucking morning dress, like a full tuxedo? This is so weird.
Very soon.
This is the weirdest vibe.
What's your name? My name is Paul Ingrassi. I'm the White House liaison to the Justice Department.
Oh, so we're gonna see more of this weirdo.
We're here with.
I'm so glad. We're gonna be making fun of him for this choice of clothes for a while, I think.
And Justin, also at the White House. Many people within the administration, know about this. Elon Musk knew a lot about this and was the mastermind behind it. So the first two are released. This injustice is ending in America.
And the driving gloves. I mean, what is going on? Why is this dude cosplaying as a British elite? This is one of the weirdest vibes of a press conference. And we have been getting absolutely hit over the head with weird vibes at these press conferences, and yet somehow this one's just giving off immaculately weird vibes.
Don't be creepy.
All right. What is this? I don't remember watching. Oh, this was a live stream. This was a live stream outside of the DC prison from earlier. It was like an hour ago. All right, a few hours ago.
And released. We've already had to deal with
oh good, Bobert's there. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
But now we're waiting on 22 hostages here in this jail, and according to the United States Marshal, he's dealing with them one by one and getting all the paperwork. So, I would love for President Trump, for Attorney General Pam Bondi, to step in and help us out here with the U.S. Marshals and make sure that it doesn't become a paperwork issue. These men have already paid too much time, more time than they ever should. They should have never been locked up. I was on a news interview and someone was asking Trennis, one of our January 6 hostages that's on federal probation until President Trump signed the pardon, and she asked him if he regretted January 6th, and I stepped in and said, you know what I regret? I regret what the media did to lie about the events of that day. I regret that the American people weren't allowed to know how many federal agents were present in the crowd. I regret that the tens of thousands of hours of footage that was recorded at the Capitol was not released immediately to the American public. I regret the livelihoods that were lost, the time that has been spent.
Like the police officers that the people that you're defending right now killed? Is that what you're saying?
Locked up unjustly, the amount of time
in
court and on probation and defending.
I'm sure that's who she means.
And defending oneself against something that they shouldn't have been have to defend. I also regret that the American people weren't allowed to see the police officers that were opening gates, opening doors, escorting people into the Capitol. That's right. This day was not what the...
Yeah, all those people blocking the entrances were actually escorting them inside. Okay, no, yeah, that's a weird vibe. But I think we've heard this one before. Or you're not gonna watch the rest of that. I mean, it's like 3 hours long, and it's literally just cameras, some New York Post camera just sitting here, watching the doors, as you can see.
The attorney Steve Metcalf just sent us this. He's been working on it, but these were filed by the government in these cases, and they're signed off on. So I'll pull them up here.
So yeah, they just stand here for 3 hours watching a fucking door. Really boring footage, so we're just gonna move past that. Now let's get on to Elon Musk. who, you know, didn't just do something weird at the old inauguration ceremony. No. He didn't just get autistic on it. Plenty of autistic people have never done a Nazi salute. Let's go here to Elon Musk talking about that Nazi salute, the 2 Nazi salutes that he did at the inauguration ceremony, or it was like the second one, however many there have been. Donald Trump, since they didn't get to do it outside, they've just been doing a bunch of random events around all of this. But of course, Elon Musk hasn't just done a Nazi salute recently. He's outwardly supported Nazi ideologies and Nazi adjacent people. All sorts of stuff, which we're going to get into over some amount of time here.
It's also illegal to give the Nazi salute in Germany and in Austria. So anybody minded to tell me that that's not what Elon Musk was doing must encourage him to go and do it in Germany and see what happens. And in fact, if you don't think it was a Nazi salute, why don't you do it at parents' night next time you're at your kid's school? Or just do it now if you're at work and see what happens. I think that's probably the best way to test it. Make sure you do it twice as well, and make sure you hit your chest first before you throw it on.
Oh my God!
Just in case there's any
anxiety watching
what's actually going on beyond
do that.
The kind of far right sewers and the comment pages of various newspapers. Just do it next time you're on telly, if you're the kind of person that appears on Question Time, and see how you get on. I mean, it could be an extraordinary coincidence that he did 2 salutes identical to the Nazi salute shortly after expressing his belief that the
just
party
coincidental
born from the ashes of the Nazi Party, where they're currently adapting Nazi slogans to avoid criminality, could all be a complete coincidence. I mention all of that because it's context, isn't it? Support for the far-right party, born from the ashes of the Nazi movement. Support for a party that seems keen to revivify some Nazi slogans. Support for this party, a belief that this party should be governing Germany. Coincidentally, these opinions expressed by somebody who has subsequently given 2 Nazi salutes at the Donald Trump inauguration. As James points out, Elon Musk is a Nazi or he's stupid. And given that we keep being told he's
and the look on his face when he grabs his heart and realizes what he just did this, like
subsequently given 2 Nazi salutes at the Donald Trump inauguration.
Yeah, you see it like, I feel like at that moment where he grabs his chest, he realizes, oh shit, I may have just gone too far with the Nazi stuff just now. And grabs her, like, actually, I love you all. It's my heart going out to you.
James points out, Elon Musk is a Nazi or he's stupid. And given that we keep being told he's a genius, he must be a Nazi.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, James is 100% right. I don't think we need to hear all 11 minutes of that. I just thought that was a perfect sort of clip right there. Minute 30, he really wrapped that up well. Since we're constantly being told just how much of a genius Elon Musk is, he must know that that was a Nazi salute that he just did. There was no other reasonable interpretation of that. And if you're saying to yourself, oh, but no, he did something different. He went from his heart out. You know, he did this weird sort of left to right thing. What's that about? That's not a real Nazi salute. Well, okay. What about these guys?
Oh, yeah.
That looked very similar.
Drag queen Juicy
Garland
captured the moment a group of neo-Nazis tried to disrupt.
Now, these Nazis were a little lazier. They started with their arms crossed, but they did the exact same movement that Elon just did. And this one guy, you can see this one guy. You see this one guy right here? This guy starting from the heart. Look at that. Look where his hand is. Let's watch this again.
Oh, yeah.
All 3 of these guys, actually. These 2 guys were from the here, but these 1, 2, and 3 over here were all one more time. I know it's horrifying, but this happened in, what was this, Nashville? I can't remember. I think this was Nashville. I can't remember. Oh, my fucking God. This is stressful, I know.
Oh, yeah. Drag queen Juicy Garland captured the moment a group of neo-Nazis tried to disrupt a drag story hour she was hosting at a cafe in New Hampshire.
All we were doing was promoting literacy and providing kids with cute, good stories.
The event was happening at the Teetotaler Cafe in Concord, New Hampshire. The owner says this is not the first time a drag story hour has been targeted.
Yeah, certainly isn't. God, and with Donald Trump and being president again, I think it might not be the last we see. But just for more examples, I'm sorry to do this to you. Just in case, I just want to be extra. I just want to be super extra right now. Make sure that we get it looks like
the Nazi salute and swastika
a lot of people
flags
going
are
from the
not
heart
simply
there.
relics of a hateful past. Their repugnant use continues around the world.
Oh, look, they're all starting from the chest, going from the heart, and then going out with the Nazi salute. Let's watch that again. I'm sorry, chat. But we have to delve into this. I mean, people are saying this is not what a Nazi salute looks like. You people you're reading into it because you hate Elon, you hate Donald Trump, and you just want to ruin the inauguration with Nazi talk. Everybody's a fascist. No. We mean fascists are fascists.
This continues around the world.
So, I mean,
it's actually a symbolically very powerful act to raise your hand in a Nazi salute.
Australia has decided this kind of rhetoric is no longer welcome in their country. Laws that went into effect on January 8, 2024, ban the display or sale of symbols associated with terror groups. By performing the Nazi salute in public, a citizen is committing an offense that is punishable by up to 12 months in prison. Australia's new law, political sociologist Dr. Josh Roos says, is not about freedom of speech, but protection from hate.
Well, there's some more evidence showing that salute which Elon gave seems to all point to the exact same methodology of salute for neo-Nazis. So that's awkward. Now let's talk really quickly about the about this in a different place.
Donald Trump did everything he could not to get overshadowed this inauguration. Last inauguration he had to spend all of his energy sort of like backfilling why or sort of retconning the idea that there was nobody at his inauguration because he was embarrassed by it.
I don't want reality.
He likes to have a good audience. And so this time they did it indoors. But then some of the speakers went to like, what is it, the Capital One thing? Is that where, where... And how many is that? How many is that seat? Is it 200,000 people?
No, I think it's less. It's way less.
A little under 21,000.
Yeah. It's like 10%.
21,000. Excuse me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So like a
Wizards game,
like a big
fake news,
like a draw from like a mid-level comedian.
The Wizards never get this full.
Okay, so there was 20,000 people there. Interesting. Was there a huge? There must have been throngs of crowds outside of it because there's
the worst basketball team in the NBA.
Elon Musk went over there to give a speech, and he's neurodivergent, and he gets really excited, and he's never had any friends, and he spends his time having to pretend that he's smarter than he is, paying people to play video games for him so he can seem like he's cooler than he is. I know people who were at parties of his, like back in the day, before he, really was as big as he is now. Back when he was in the PayPal mafia, and they would basically hire girls to come to the parties, and it was very weird. Apparently,
don't be creepy.
Wow. So he's awkward, and so here he is, just getting a little awkward at the beginning of this speech. This is number 8.
This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
I mean, hold on, wait, whoa.
Damn it, dude. Every time I see it.
This is number 8, right? Clip number 8. What was the thank you? What? That's a thank you? Is that the international symbol for thank you? Could you just go
Everybody
back a
knows
little bit?
that, Sam. Come on.
Interesting thing, because he really, from my heart, outward thank you? Is that what he's saying? Go ahead.
Let's see. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Turn it around.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you.
Look at all them clapping for the salute.
It is thanks to you.
My heart, is that what he says next? My heart goes out to you?
There's a little shiver in his voice when he's saying that.
My heart goes out to you. I see. He really, that's the classic, my heart goes out to you.
Yes, correct.
And then you just thrust your arm out.
Throw it up, throw your heart at a 45 degrees.
It's very normal, with one hand.
Towards the roaring crowd.
Okay, and then, well, all right. I mean, everybody makes a mistake once. It was obviously not a premeditated thing. He's just getting excited. Apparently, NBC
Maybe a little too
edited
excited.
out the second one. Is that right? Okay, play these.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out.
Oh, he did it both. He did it to them on both sides. Isn't that awkward? Isn't that awkward? Now, a lot of people are trying to pretend that somehow this is some type of Nazi fascist salute. When Elon is just, he's neurodivergent.
Oh, I see.
Okay? And let's compare it. This is from last year. In January, this is the CBC, has a footage of dozens of Italian fascists giving a salute during a far-right rally in Rome. Here it is. Okay, now look. Do you see? None of them are touching their heart and thrusting their arms out. They're just thrusting their arms out. Musk was clearly saying, this is my heart, I send it out to you. Like thrusting it out. And, you know, if that was the case, like, and some people have suggested it could be a Roman thing too.
Right.
Now, the Roman thing was actually just made up.
In the 1800s by theater people.
And then I guess apparently the Nazis adopted that.
Yes.
In the same way that they also came over here and took like the Massachusetts State Police uniforms. They found them to be the most sort of like Nazi-ish, I guess, what they were going for.
They're open to influence.
But let's look at this guy, famed Roman, theatrical. Guy played a lot of Roman performances. Here he is.
I don't speak Italian. What was he saying?
Well, didn't they speak Latin in Rome?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's speaking Latin, and he's doing some type of theater production.
Is that Cicero?
And that's why he's doing the thing from his heart and going out, right?
Yeah, give us one more time.
Let's see that one more time.
In the Nazi salute.
Well, he's going out.
Sam's fake confusion in this moment is hilarious. Oh my god. Well, there you go. Multiple instances of very clear from heart to salute. We did it. Majority Report did it with different footage. I mean, if it's not clear to anybody here, well, just rewatch the vid, I guess. You got time. You can always scroll back on YouTube. Okay. We're not done with Elon, though. We are not done. Because, people are like, yeah, Elon's just a regular guy. He doesn't think about Nazi stuff. He doesn't like Nazis or getting involved with people who espouse Nazi ideologies. Let's go to Germany.
Police still don't know why the alleged suspect attacked.
By the way,
Germany's
if you don't...
Interior Minister says officers are...
I'm just going to pause this because some people don't actually know this. But this is discussing the attack that happened at the market in Germany, Magdeburg, around Christmas, the day before, actually. At one point, right-wingers were pushing that this was a Islamic terrorist, immigrant, but it was actually a German person and actually a supporter of the AfD, the right-wing Nazi-adjacent Germany party.
Police still don't know why the alleged suspect attacked. Germany's Interior Minister says officers are investigating. On December 20th, a man drove into a Christmas market, killing 5 and injuring many more. It is a fraught time for Germany, mourning the dead, and the government collapsing, forcing an election. Politicians vying for power are uniting against the world's richest person. Even the figurehead president warns external influence, even on social media, is a danger to democracy. Elon Musk posted several times on X that only the AfD can save Germany. Over the weekend, he wrote the alternative for Deutschland is the last spark of hope for this country. Polls show it's the second most popular party. Just days after the attack, it held a rally at the same site. Here, the group's candidate for chancellor says Germans focus too much on relativizing the actions of those who despise their society. The AfD are, the University of Toronto's Rendell Hansen says, successors to Nazis.
Okay. Need more proof that the AfD is related to Nazis? Well, we don't have just global news. Let's go here. This was from a few months ago, I think. 9 months ago, a little longer. Feels like a few months, good God.
Björn Höcke used the slogan Everything for Germany at a campaign rally ahead of the 2021 general election. The same phrase was used by the SA, the so-called stormtroopers of the Nazi party, who carved it into their knives during the Third Reich. Höcke, who is the AfD party leader in Thuringia, has officially been classified as a right-wing extremist by German intelligence and is under surveillance. In response to his trial, Höcke wrote on the social media platform X that Germany is prosecuting political opponents and suppressing free speech.
Yeah, why can't you just say Nazi and Hitler slogans, famous Hitler slogans? Oh, you're saying that Germany for the last 80 years has been trying to undo all that shit? And, repeating that kind of stuff is illegal there for specifically that reason? Okay, interesting. Let's talk about some of that. This is from 6 years ago, DW News. AfD again questions the need for German memorials to Nazi era. Now, if you're unaware, if you haven't, if you're not familiar with this, Germany, since the Holocaust, I can't remember exactly when they started, but started putting up memorials around Germany to remember the bad stuff that they did, not in a good way, but in a way of, of solemnness, of deep regret, to remind them of the past so as not to repeat it. They've been doing this for years now. Let's go here to the AfD complaining about the existence of these horrifying memorials. They're just repressing them from
in the middle of
hating
Berlin,
Jews, I guess.
stumbled upon a tragic story. In January 1943, the Schneebaum family was picked up here and taken to Auschwitz. Father, mother, 11-year-old daughter Thea, and 1-year-old son Viktor. All 4 were murdered.
This house was home to the Schneebaums. Their fate and others should not be forgotten. That's why an artist from Cologne has started to lay these cobblestones, or Stolpersteine, 25 years ago. But now, a politician from the far-right AfD has demanded to end this memorial. he referred to a remembrance dictatorship.
A remembrance dictatorship.
But
oh
other
my
politicians
God,
have
dude.
been alarmed by this criticism of the
No
brass
kidding.
memorials.
Wow. A dictatorship of remembrance. Wow.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The existence of memorials are repressing, you know, pure Aryan enjoyment in Germany. That's, oh, God, so hard for these people.
Bundestag, all other parties strongly reject the AfD stance.
AfD delegate Gedeon demands an end to the cobblestones. With such statements, they mock the memory of the dead. Shame on you. They talk about the cult of guilt, a dictatorship of remembrance, a monument of shame. This is intolerable historical revisionism
how
in
dare
its
you.
purest form.
Revisionismus in Reinform, meine Damen und Herren.
An die AfD.
There you go. These poor victims of the existence of Holocaust memorials in Germany. The AfD, the party which Musk thinks and said on his own platform are the only hope for Germany and for Germans. We just got done looking at that tweet. Now let's go back to very, very current times. This was from 11 days ago, if you recall. I know it's been a very busy news cycle over the last month, but if you recall, Elon Musk hosted the AfD's new leader, Alice Weidel, on his X Spaces. Let's go here.
And do you know what Adolf Hitler did? The first thing, he switched off free speech.
Yes.
So he controlled the
Yes,
media, and without that, he would have never been successful.
Yes, exactly.
Never been successful.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
this is what you do.
Yeah, no, exactly.
All right, DW's political correspondent Julia Saudelli listened to the whole exchange between Weidel and Musk, and she joins me now to discuss what she heard. So, Julia, what exactly did the two talk about, and how would you characterize their conversation?
The conversation went on for about 75 minutes, and in that time, we saw what I would qualify as quite an unstructured conversation. A lot of topics were touched upon. It kicked off talking about energy and energy sources in Germany. And Elon Musk and the AfD generally disagree on this topic. Elon Musk says he's a fan of renewable energies, while the AfD is not. They actually like fossil fuels quite a bit. But the two seem to sort of brush off the disagreements on this topic and found agreement on their support on both sides for nuclear energy. We then saw the conversation move on with Alice Weidel touching on some issues concerning Germany. For example, what she claims is the declining quality of education in Germany and her desire to make bureaucracy in Germany more easy and more efficient. But
So yeah, and now the one thing that's happening around this is apparently this is being considered as potentially illegal election interference by Musk, as it is illegal in Germany for foreign funds to be involved in elections, and since he hosted it on a platform hosted in the United States, it is illegal potentially, and he's being investigated for crimes which would potentially be real bad for old Elon. I think he has some Tesla factory over there. The Reichstag fire was first before they cut off the. Oh God! Don't ask Alice Weidel to be accurate about German history. That's not fair.
That's too much, man! How rude.
Okay. Now let's go to this, because I think of all of the things I've heard today, and I mean the number of things I've heard today. Oh, it's hard to quantify, really, but my God, this was one of the most insane and unexpected, honestly, but should have been. God, maybe I'm just naive, but I really expected this particular individual who was testifying before the Senate committee earlier today to have a different take on all of this, but no. Let's go here. Back to the U.S. Senate. With Elise Stefanik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Representative, for your commitment to the country and your willingness to serve. I deeply appreciate the work that you have done to combat anti-Semitism. I appreciate your commitment to bring that work to the United Nations. I think it is a cancer, both domestically and internationally. You and I worked together over the last year and a half to dramatically increase funding for the not-for-profit security grant program that sends money to synagogues and Jewish community centers to invest in security upgrades. I'm heartbroken that we need to do that, but it is an important moment to support those communities. I agree that it's a problem you will confront at the UN. It is also a problem, as you have raised, domestically, both on the right and the left. I think anti-Semitism work is best when we call out what's happening on both sides of the aisle.
Wow.
What do you think
Thanks for that. Because, of course, wow, is there a lot of anti-Semitism on the left? I don't see a lot of it, honestly. I feel like I spend a lot of time in left circles. There's not a lot of anti-Semitism, and I think what Mr. Murphy here is trying to say, but is confusing and conflating, is being pro-Palestinian and or anti-war in the case of Israel, as being anti-Semitism, and then actual Nazi shit, right? But whatever, we're going to move past that.
Elon Musk, perhaps the president's most visible advisor, doing 2 Heil Hitler salutes last night at the president's televised rally.
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally.
Wait, we got to hear that denial real quick again.
President's televised rally.
No, Elon Musk did not do those salutes. I was not at the rally, but I can tell you I've been at many rallies with Elon Musk, who loves to cheer when President Trump
he's
says
just cheering.
We need to send
They're pals.
our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a
He can't be
visionary.
anti-Semitic because he wants to go to space. Don't you get it, people? Don't be so stupid. Anybody who wants to go to Mars can't be an anti-Semite, of course. That makes... Wait, what?
Give me a joke.
Our U.S. space program to Mars. Elon Musk is a visionary. I'm looking forward to his work in DOGE.
He's an anti-Semitic
Department
visionary.
Of Government Efficiency, and look forward to looking how we can be more efficient and effective. But that is simply not the case. And to say so is the American people are smart. They see through it. They support Elon Musk. We are proud
all of us
to be
do,
the
huh?
country of such successful entrepreneurs. That is one of our greatest strengths as Americans.
Let me share with you what a few Americans have said about it. Evan Kilgore, a right-wing political commentator, wrote on X, "Holy crap, did Elon Musk just Heil Hitler at the Trump inauguration rally? This is incredible. We are so back."
We are so back.
Orba, who's the founder of
the Nazis are back.
Nationalist social platform Gab, said incredible things are happening as he amplified the visual. The Proud Boys chapter in Ohio posted the clip on a Telegram channel with the text "Heil Trump." A chapter of the white nationalist group White Lives Matter posted it on Telegram. Thanks for hearing us, Elon. The white flame will rise again. I could keep going. Over and over last night, white supremacist groups and neo-Nazi groups in this country rallied around that visual. Does it concern you that those elements
does it concern you at all that makes up at least some sizable portion of Donald Trump's base? I don't know exactly the numbers, but multiple percentage figures, I'm sure. Wow, yeah. I wonder if that at all gives old Elise here any pause that this is the case.
Neo-Nazi and white supremacist element in the United States believe that what they saw last night was a neo-Nazi salute.
What concerns me is these are the questions you believe are most important to ask the UN ambassador. I have a very strong record when it comes to combat. anti-Semitism. We just
How
had
dare
a
you be
historic
concerned about
election where
anti-Semitism?
President Trump earned historic support from American voters because of his strong leadership combating anti-Semitism, which has been a scourge across the country.
I get it now. I was confused for a second, but I get it now. Don't you see how hard Elise has been working on anti-Semitism? How dare you ask her about it now when there's an example of anti-Semitism? She's been very busy on this, and she's got to move on to other stuff. So I don't know why you're bringing it up. It's very rude.
How rude.
I mean, come on. Jeez. It's like you expect her to deal with every single aspect of anti-Semitism ever, including the ones in the administration that she's joining. That's not fair. Come on.
That's too much, man.
Since October 7th. So I intend to bring moral clarity to this position and continue to speak out as a voice, as a beacon of light, condemning anti-Semitism at the United Nations, which is representative of President Trump's record and President.
Yes, you have to go to the UN and deal with all the anti-Semitism happening there at the United Nations? Really? Really, Elise? You're concerned about all the anti-Semitism happening at the United Nations? Like what? Like everybody voting to end the fucking the genocide in Palestine aside from the United States? Is that the anti-Semitism? How dare you? How dare you want Palestinians to have food? You anti-Semites.
Trump's promise.
Real Nazi salutes, though, not a big deal. I'm not wearing an armband right now. Everything's gonna be fine.
He made on the campaign trail.
You are right. These are the questions I choose to ask because I think that your work and the administration's work on anti-Semitism only comes with real impact and credibility if it holds both right and left accountable. I simply don't believe that if a member of the squad made that same gesture last night, that
like,
there wouldn't be comment.
Ilhan Omar, her most hated anti-Semite in government. What if Ilhan Omar did that? Oh my God. Elise would be holding an X Spaces and like press conference simultaneously, writing a letter to, I don't know, I literally, like, it's fucking insane. Like, we all know exactly what she would do if Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib were to do that. If they were to do the same exact motions, not one motion, but double, right? The double salute that Elon just gave. I think her head might have exploded if that had happened. You know? That's just my estimation of things. I could be wrong. I'm just a spacecaster after all, but you know, I feel like I get my finger on the pulse oftentimes. And God, I wish we had examples of that. We'll get to that in a second. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this one down. How are we doing on time, by the way? Oh God, I am moving so slow. This is gonna be a long. Oh God, I'm gonna have to. Oh boy. That's not great. I am moving slow. How are we gonna get through the stream tonight? I can't believe this is 48 hours of news. I took one day off. Okay. We can't take a break yet. 4 hours in, we'll take a break. We already took one. Can't just rush into number 2. That's too much. It's too much. All right. So yeah, you know, I wish we could get an example of how maybe Elise Stefanik would have taken it if somebody like an Ilhan Omar had done something like this. Whoopsies. Did not mean to do that. Son of a bitch. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, God.
And Gaza's waterfront
All right, settle down. Settle your little butt down there, pal. You are way out of order. I mean, you're out of order in multiple ways. All right. Fuck, I lost my spot now. Where are you? Oh, there we are. I found it. Yeah, this maybe could be an example of like a fraction of the reaction we would have gotten from Elise Stefanik here.
I'd like to yield the balance
this is
of my
from
time to
last
the
year,
from New York.
2 years ago, actually, technically in October, or
was it
December?
At MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews...
I'm trying to remember, was this in 2024 or 2023? I cannot remember. But this was Elise Stefanik. House hearing on anti-Semitism.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from New York.
Dr. Kornbluth, at MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
If targeted at individuals, not making public statements.
Yes or no? Calling for the genocide of Jews
Oh wow,
does not
she wants a
constitute bullying and harassment?
she wants a very concrete answer.
Calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for intifada.
I've heard chants which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
Ms. McGill, at Penn, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's...
Now, of course, I've never heard anybody say genocide all Jews or even a fraction of that at any of the campuses. We watched so much protest footage here during that time. Didn't hear any of that. Of course, intifada does not mean genocide all Jews. It's just not how it's defined. But Elise has her own definitions for words, and she's willing to take that all the way to the finish line.
Rules or code of conduct, yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
I am asking specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today, calling for the...
Wait, didn't we just get done listening to her saying we needed context for a Nazi salute? Weird, Elise. This is very weird.
Decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment. This is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill.
Is it? I present to you the previous clip we just watched. That was actually much easier, much less nuanced, and yet Elise danced expertly around that question. Nazi salutes that wasn't even a Nazi salute. It was just a vigorous wave. We need context. He was just showing his love for people. Why are you people just, I don't understand. I mean, what in the actual fuck? Like, so this is just an example of how she usually takes, or at least from my estimation, from our previous knowledge of her, this is how seriously she takes anti-Semitism until it's somebody that she knows personally, and then it's actually fine. It's actually fine. Wave that Nazi flag. No big deal. Okay, Elise. It's weird that she only... One group of people and it seems to be people who are sympathetic to Arabs that she has a problem with. That's anti-Semitism, not actual Nazi shit. Come on, it's not 1940 anymore, right? And it's not like Trump's ideology resonates with Nazis, right? Oh, what's this article? Euronews from 7 years ago? What's this?
Supporters of the far-right Golden Dawn have taken to the streets of the Greek capital, Athens, in an anti-immigration protest. Marchers expressed fury at the number of migrants remaining in Greece since the closure of the Balkan route into Europe.
Our country is an open field. Everyone can come whenever they want and they can leave whenever they want. We would like to follow a policy like Donald Trump is doing in the States right now.
A counter anti-fascist march took place at the same.
Weird. So fascists all over the world have, and this is a 7-year-old video. This man saying that he wants to take after Donald Trump. He wants Greece to be using this Nazi, right? This man who is in a march carrying torches and actual Nazi flags, right? And Greek flags together. Skinheads, literally. Yeah, this guy wants to just, he wants to emulate Donald Trump. He wants Greece to be more like a make Greece better again. Like that is, there you go. Elise, you're in the wrong party. Nazis love Republicans in America. All over the world. For some reason. I don't know why. Now, there's been other times where Elise has, there's times where she's actually disliked Nazis. Where's this? Where she said that Nazis are bad. Where is this? Yeah. Let's look at this. Well, actually, we'll look at this afterwards. Here, let's go here.
This morning, torch-bearing white nationalists chanting blood and soil and one people, one nation, end immigration marched through the University of Virginia campus in Charlottesville late last night. That rally took place shortly after a federal judge granted a temporary injunction allowing alt-right activists to hold an event tonight called Unite the Right. They're holding it in Emancipation Park in Charlottesville. The mayor just put out a statement calling it a, quote, cowardly parade of hatred, bigotry, racism, and intolerance.
Illegal.
And there's
weird. And here is the Anti-Defamation League's video from 6 years ago. This will become... Actually, before we do that, I just wanted to look at this. Here's an Elise Stefanik tweet from 2017. Hatred and bigotry have no place in our society. We stand united as Americans in condemnation of the violence in Charlottesville. Ideologies such as white supremacy are morally repugnant and have no place in our society. Wow. Okay, Elise. Now here's the ADL's take on this. From 7 years ago as well. After the Unite the Right rally happened, they dropped this.
We predicted that Charlottesville would be the largest gathering of white supremacists in over a decade. And unfortunately, we were right.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
ADL and the Center on Extremism are dedicated to providing actionable information, analysis, and expertise to law enforcement around the country. Well before the events in Charlottesville, we had been in close contact with law enforcement, providing intelligence on the variety of extremists that were planning on showing up. And we also used our voice to call for those who might attend to realize
doing the right thing.
This could be something a little bit different. We felt it important for us
speak
to
out against
record
Nazis
to warn
and fascism.
Prepare people for it. On the day of the rally, the Center on Extremism team was prepared to monitor what was going on from all angles.
Thank God.
After the tragic murder of one of the young protesters, when the name of the murderer was revealed, and we saw pictures of him holding a shield with a specific symbol, we were able to trace him to the specific white supremacist group called Vanguard America. And again, the more that you know about those who are coming into your community to do damage, the better prepared you will be.
That's a great point. The more you know, the more prepared you will be. Now, ADL tweeted this earlier today, or I think this was actually yesterday, after the Nazi salute, which Elon did. This was their response to it. Here's the ADL. People here to keep an eye on neo-Nazis and anti-Semitism and to provide us with accurate information. Here's the ADL. This is a delicate moment. It's a new day, and yet so many are on edge. Our politics are inflamed, and social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that at Elon Musk, I love how they added Elon Musk because they wanted him to read this, made an awkward gesture. Oh, awkward. Whoops, a Nazi happened. In a moment of enthusiasm. Not a Nazi salute, but again, we appreciate that people are on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work towards unity in the months and years ahead with neo-Nazis. I'm sorry, I added that last one, but I think it was apt. Because literally we just got done talking about how Elon loves Nazis all around the world. AFD, whoever it might be. Fascinating. They're ready to call out anti-Semitism wherever they see it, unless it's the richest man on the planet. And then you at him on his own platform to make sure he sees it, of course. Duh. Come on. Come on! Fuck. Alright, let's go here to one of our least favorite channels. CNN from 13 hours ago. Actually, wait, before I do this, I forgot. I totally forgot. We have... Whoopsies, almost forgot about this. Let's look at some of the responses. Hey, PBE. $5 super chat. Moodang speeding. Through the chat. Thank you for supporting. Now, here was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's response to this tweet of ADL's. Just to be clear, you are defending a Heil Hitler salute that was performed and repeated for emphasis and clarity. People can officially stop listening to you as any sort of reputable source of information now. You work for them. Thank you for making that crystal clear to all. Now, here was a ill-fated tweet. I guess not fated. Just a really confusing tweet. Not gonna lie. Because I'm not aware of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez being Jewish. Perhaps she is. But this tweet did not make sense. But the New York Post decided to repost it. So let's look at this. Here's a response to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez responding to the ADL from somebody named Neo Berg. We now have AOC Jew-splaining to the ADL. Incredible things happen on X. Now this one really confused me because my understanding of the sort of contraction of splaining, like starting with a particular group and then adding splaining, usually is referring to the person doing the explaining, right? You mansplain, like when a man tries to explain a woman's issue to a woman, right? And this seems to be an improper use of this word just entirely. Or I don't even never heard this word before, but here it is. And it doesn't make sense in this context whatsoever. Oh, God. Let's see some other tweets that happened. Oh, what's this? An Elon Musk reply from 2023 in November? A year and change ago. Well, I wonder what Elon was tweeting on his own platform. I'm wondering. I wonder what it could be. Is it a retweet? Oh, it was a response. It's a response to one of his users. A blue checkmark user, of course. Eric at Breaking Bot. November 15th, 2023. Okay. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit show about Western Jewish populations coming to the... And Elon Musk responds to this unhinged, clearly anti-Semitic rant with 6 words. You have said the actual truth. There we go. Elon Musk, totally non-anti-Semite, agreeing with some incredibly anti-Semitic musings from his blue check markers. And here's a British journalist by the name of Stephen Pollard. He's responding on X. Everybody's on X. My God. All the normal people hanging out on X. Stephen Pollard. Now, if you don't know who Stephen Pollard is, let me give you some context. He used to espouse slightly leftist stuff 40 years ago or so. 30 plus years, whatever it is. And since then, has sort of shifted his views quite a lot. And in September 2010, he and the journalism outfit which he worked for at the time had to publicly apologize and pay damages and costs to the organizers of the Islam Expo conference in a defamation case involving a blog post written by this man, Pollard, and published in 2008. And that apology regretted the suggestion that Islam Expo Limited is a fascist party dedicated to genocide, which organized a conference with a racist and genocidal program, and accepted that Islam Expo's purpose is to provide a neutral and broad-based platform for debate on issues relating to Muslims and Islam. Some of his other great views are that the entirety of our existence needs to be privatized. On BBC, he said, this was a number of years ago, he said that he believes that the state has no business running schools or hospitals, and objects to the fact that he had to pay for any such things like the National Health Service. And it believes that billionaires should be taxed the same as you or I. He's a real normal guy. And here's him defending Elon Musk. You don't really think Musk was making a Nazi salute. You just think you've been handed a gotcha. You can start the faux outrage over. And it says so much more about you than it does about Musk. There are so many legitimate reasons to criticize Musk. This isn't one of them. It's pathetic. Wow. I think he might have to issue another apology at some point because, wow. Not a Nazi salute, but Islam Expo was in fact a terrorist organization? What great journalism from that guy. Okay. All right, we're going to have to take a quick space break. Sorry, people. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Very important. Still trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. Getting kind of close. While you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you're enjoying it, because we need you to stay alive and floating through space. Otherwise, we would cease to exist. So many great ways to do that, of course. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, membership, subscriptions, bits, super chats, super stickers. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US bucks, you can get yourself an avatar here on stream, shout out at the end, and so much more. By the way, while I'm talking about Patreon, if you are a new Patreon member, remember that you have to respond to the Galactic Questionnaire, which I send out to you personally for your shout-out name and for your avatar decision before I can make any of that happen, if you want it. Now, I know some people don't even want to take advantage of their benefits, but only want to support the stream, and for that, I appreciate you. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. Whoopsies. Didn't mean to cut the music on you like that. That was unintentional. But we are back. It feels weird to end the break like that. That's my bad. Get back to those seats, Space Fams. We have got more content to do. And I'm pretty sure this is going to go over the expected time, so I'm going to add a goal in here. See if we can't keep this going all the way through all this content that I have planned. Actually, let me look at this. Can I get through this in 2 hours? I don't see how. Here, I'll do a small goal. You can't go lower? Oh, you can't. Okay. All right. I don't think we're gonna go too far over 2 hours on this last half, but I figure I'll start this just partially because I've been doing the math, and I know that I'm not going to be able to pay my bills here in February. So I do kind of need to make a certain amount per stream, but I like to make it a symbiotic situation where you get something out of it as well. There's a part... Oh, fucking hell. Whatever it's called. All right. Alright, tiny goal. Well, not tiny, but small-ish compared to some of the other goals we've done. 5 super chats and or stickers of teal level or higher. So that's, I think it adds up to like $10. Alright, chat, let's get back to it. And we're not done with the US. Not even close. Well, are we close? Well, no, it's going to be sort of prevalent throughout the entire stream. Synergy, thank you for... I always forget the different versions of symbiosis. Thankfully, I have people like you, Bob, to remind me of the words that I'm trying to think of. Seems like everybody knew the word I was trying to think of. Wow, I'm the one dummy who didn't know the word. Synergistic. Oh, God. Oh, my back. Oh, there we go. It's a good crack. What are they doing? That's right, going back to the United States. See how things are going here. By the way, not good. Not good. You know how Donald Trump signed that executive order during... Did we watch that part? I can't remember. But we watched part of the inaugural... what do you call it? Executive order signing of Donald Trump, and it included in that was the de-wokifying, the de-DEI-ing of the military immediately, if not sooner. Where's immediately?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh shit! Scared Crow coming in with the immediate super chat. Thank you, Scared Crow. Getting us half the way there already. I appreciate you. I am working on bringing luxury space communism to you as soon as possible. Now, we may need some more funds to be able to get now. Not gonna lie, we need a larger group of people to really usher it in. I think there's a lot of in and outs to luxury space communism and bringing it to us. But I will continue to work tirelessly on bringing it for all of you. It's one of my main goals in life. Okay. Back to the United States. Talking about the de-wokifying of the military, and the second that happened, the Donald Trump administration removed one female leader, the first ever female leader of a U.S. military branch, that being the Coast Guard. Within, I think, literally hours of announcing that.
I want to go now to some breaking news. A Department of Homeland Security official confirming that the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard has been removed from her position over leadership deficiencies. That was a quote. and operational failures. I have extensively reported on the Coast Guard's cover-up of sexual assault cases. We don't know if that played a role at all in this. CNN's Natasha Bertrand joins us now for more. I mean, this is a pretty significant move, Natasha.
It is, Pamela, if not just because it really shows that this could be a sign of things to come in terms of how President Trump and his administration deal with military leaders that they feel are perhaps focusing too much on diversity and inclusion initiatives, which is one of the stated reasons, according to this DHS official, why Admiral Fagan was relieved of her duties as Commandant of the Coast Guard. Now, we did ask the Department of Homeland Security for reasons why she was relieved, and they did send us a list that included things like failure to address border security threats, prioritization of those DEI initiatives, which Secretary of Defense, future Secretary of Defense, if he is confirmed, Pete.
Now, what's great about this is that this woman is actually much more meritorious than Donald Trump. She's actually received, as you can see, just a placard of commendations, awards there on her left chest there. And she has been in the military service for how long? She graduated from the United States Coast Guard Academy in 1985. This woman has been in the Coast Guard for over, what is that? 40? It's almost 40 years. She's been in the Coast Guard for 40, almost to the day, for 40 fucking years. Her career spans 4 decades in the military. Don't forget that Donald Trump ran from military service by pretending to have bone spurs, or maybe he did. Either way, he's a coward who ran away from, the draft, which still existed when he was younger, by coming up with bunk medical problems for his little legs. Oh, I can't serve in the military. But this woman did for 40 fucking years. And she did such a good job. I mean, it's not like they didn't just, she wasn't just like a cadet in the fucking, in the Coast Guard, right? Like, she was in it for a long time. All sorts of, during a time when we all know it was not woke in the military, right? When there was still don't ask, don't tell was a discussion when she was joining the Coast Guard, right? All that kind of stuff. And she made it 40 years, rising the ranks of military. And somehow she's not meritorious enough? Get the fuck. Oh my God, Tracy Eva with the £5 super chat. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. You like it here? I like that you like it here. I too like it here. It's one of the reasons why I spend all of my time with all of you people. Because I enjoy doing this. I don't think I would do this, I wouldn't be spending all this time that I have been spending on this to do all this if I didn't. So I'm glad that other people like it too. And Trevor Borens with the Canadian $5 super chat. My God. So much love. I love you. Love you people. You really are so good. So good and so great. And just a simple Gary from Trevor. I really appreciate that. I love the simplicity, and of course I love Gary. We pray to Gary. He is our galactic space god after all. I'm just a lowly space lord. But of course Gary is our, our Lord and Savior. That's why we have so many Gary emotes. And I have a bunch of Gary emotes waiting in the background. I've been actually considering doing a vote as to whether or not we replace some of the current emotes with more Garys, because I just have a bunch of Garys ready to go. Gary, bring us space communism, please. I think this might actually be enough of this story. I mean, it's just insane that they're claiming this woman is not deserving of merit. She's more deserving of the job that she has than the one that Pete Hegseth is being floated of having, the job that Donald Trump is about to get. I mean, or not about to get, he now has. I mean, it's like, this is how I feel.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. We're going to move on from that because, honestly, CNN's conversations about this kind of bugged me. I feel like they didn't do a great job. You know, now let's yell at CNN. Fuck it. We're already almost there anyways on the... Actually, wait, no, I just realized we technically are there. I set this to 5 $2 super chats. You all just did 3 5. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well done. All right, we'll watch a little bit more of this. I'm not rushing through things.
Has said is going to be one of his priorities in removing from the department once he does get installed here, as well as Operation Fouled Anchor, which is that investigation into sexual assault and sexual abuses committed at the Coast Guard Academy that was covered up by the Coast Guard beginning in around 2018. Now, Admiral Fagan, she was not directly involved in that. However, she did...
Even if she was directly involved with this, and please stay with me and know that this is purely a comparative analysis and not a representation of how I actually feel, but just based upon logic or like events sort of making any sense in all of this, right? With the incoming administration, there is no way that even if she was, if she was actually directly involved with that cover-up, would that be at all disqualifying of her? Not once again, not based upon ideology, but based upon the other assholes who are all about to be into this going into this administration. The list is so long we don't even have time for it. Like, it is insane to suggest that somehow that would be disqualifying of a trumpet admin official covering up sex assaults. That sounds more like par for the course, if you will, if you'll withstand the golf analogy there. Feels in the right time for a golf analogy, considering who we got as president.
Signal to members of Congress last year when she was grilled on the sexual assault investigation that was not disclosed to Congress, that she was aware of certain aspects of it. And according to the Department of Homeland Security, that is one reason why they felt like she needed to be terminated as part of her in her position there. But still, you know, I think the broader picture here is that this is the first kind of termination of a senior military leader that we have seen that has been explicitly kind of linked to the promotion of those diversity, equity, and inclusion programs with...
There we go. That's why. It has nothing to do with her military service whatsoever, or her record, or the border. It has everything to do with her being a woman in charge of a military branch. I wonder if Pete Hegseth had anything to do with this.
In the military, and in fact, this is not the first time that the Coast Guard has been targeted by Trump's allies.
I would love to hear Joni Ernst right now. We need to hear, actually, write that. I need to write this down, or I'm going to forget it. Where's my... There it is. I need to write this down. It just is. It just needs to be written down. Because, just follow me here. Remember Joni? You remember Joni Ernst during Pete Hegseth's confirmation? Anybody? Because she was very offended by some of the things he had said about women in the military. And I wonder what she will have to say about this. I wonder if she will complain about parent covering up of sexual assaults. It should be fascinating to see if she has a response to any of this. Because, of course, if she's going to bring up those sexual assaults, might want to talk about some of the other ones. Like the rapist in chief. Admiral. What's her name again? Fagan. Admiral Fagan, Joni Ernst. I'm sure she's already posted a video about it. I'm sure she's already come out onto the Capitol to make an announcement about how she condemns this in its fullest. I'm sure. We're going to hear from her any minute now, I'm sure. Somebody Google that. All right. Let's go on to see what another woman had to say. Earlier at the, what do you call this? The inaugural prayer service. One Bishop made a statement here. Should be interesting to hear what she has to say.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people
Please, sir.
in our country
Please, Sir Trump.
who are scared now.
Have mercy.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here.
Wow, they really hated that. Look how well this played with these two. And you can't see, I don't know why AP decided to put this here. This is the worst place for an end card. What's wrong with you people? What is wrong? Put it here. Why would you not? You, by the way, you can put end cards and these clicky things to subscribe anywhere on these videos. And they blocked out Usha's face and Trump's face. Look at how awkward this moment is, too. JD and Melania are looking at him like, mercy. Are you gonna be doing any of that? Is that a thing you're gonna be doing? Now, I thought this was a good speech, but it also, I felt like it also sort of, what do you call it? I feel like it illustrated much of the moment, especially her words, like, have mercy. She's speaking to Donald Trump like he is a king, right? And that is how he sees himself. That's what the Supreme Court has basically deemed him to be. Unprosecutable individual. And I get the sense, especially with the crowd here, you got Jared back there, you got Ivanka. I don't think any of this resonated with any of these people. I think they're actually horrified at the fact that this preacher would even mention things like LGBTQ people in a church. But don't take my word for it. Donald Trump had some comments after the prayer services.
What? What do you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it?
Not exciting.
I didn't think it was a good service.
Not enough fire and brimstone.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. They can do much better.
Much, much better.
Thank you, press. Inside. Thank you.
Well, there you go. They could have done much, much better. Not fun. Too much mention of LGBTQ people.
Withdrawing from the World
Please hold.
Health Organization.
She did sound quite nervous, so you're right. I mean, she's saying some pretty unpopular things right there. You know? But I think it was right. It was the godly thing to do if you believe in that. You know, it was certainly Gary would have said it. I know that. There you go. Donald Trump saying they could have done much better at that inaugural prayer service that mentioned gay people and immigrants as the same as regular Americans. For fuck's sake. Oh my god, I can't believe this is just 2 days worth of stuff that we're going through. This is just wild. Well, the Nazis are back. We're literally kicking women out of the military. This is that's the least shocking thing, that Donald Trump didn't find church to be fun. I mean, I think that might be one of the first times he's ever been in a church. But then there's this.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Who is Gary? Good question. Good question. Now, Gary, Tracy, if you look here, this is Gary. This little emote right here. If you just type $GAR:, you will get that hidden YouTube emote called Gary. Or Gare. They don't even call him Gary. So we gave him the name Gary, technically. Because YouTube calls it Gare. But that is Gary. Gary is all over the place in the stream. If you look at here, Gary is dancing by the pool and somehow simultaneously also dancing by the bar. Whoopsies, I just lagged the stream out. Good job, StreamLord. Good job. That's how you do this. Why can't I be better? There we go. There you see Gary all the way in the right-hand corner. Dancing. Gary is, all-seeing, all-knowing, and omniscient. Able to be in all places at one time. He's even on the boat, dancing. Tiny little rainbow speck, jumping up and down. Gary's also here. Gary is everywhere, okay? Gary's here at the bar, having a snack and a drink. And then we have you have to do another colon at the end. That's close. Very close. But we also have a bunch of Gary emotes. The members on YouTube have access to customized Gary emotes. These are some of them here. Gary, Gary, Gary. All right, back to this insane discussion. The destruction of the U.S.'s involvement in the WHO. That's right. Immediately,
if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner, after taking office, Donald Trump pulled out of the World Health Organization. Something we probably won't need with the bird flu sort of mutating beneath our feet. And inside of us, technically. I mean, there's been plenty of U.S. cases of bird flu coming into this.
Withdrawing from
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, that's a big one.
The World Health Organization regrets the announcement that the United States of America intends to withdraw from the organization. WHO plays a crucial role in protecting the health and security of the world's people, including Americans, by addressing the root causes of disease, building stronger health systems, and detecting, preventing, and responding to health emergencies. We hope the United States will reconsider, and we look forward to engaging in constructive dialogue to maintain the partnership between the United States of America and WHO for the benefit of the health and well-being of millions of people around the globe.
We see with concerns the announcement to withdraw from the WHO organization by the United States, and we trust that the US administration will consider all this ahead of the formal withdrawal.
That didn't happen. The consideration took probably, I don't remember exactly how long. We'd have to go back and watch. We'd have to go back and watch the footage again. But it might have been one of the executive orders that Donald Trump just started signing before even knowing what it was. I don't think a lot of consideration went into this. It was a plan. It was, and it got done. immediately.
为全球公共卫生领域的权威专业国际机构，世界卫生组织在全球卫生治理当中
World Health Organization plays a central and coordinating role in global health governance. China will, as always, support the World Health Organization in fulfilling its duties, deepening international public health cooperation, strengthening global health governance.
Seemed a little unfair to me. Pretty sad though. Think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
There you go. Signed it away without a second thought. Well, maybe a second thought. A very quick second thought about how the same he plans to do the same thing. No, no reconsidering. That's for sure. Just a quick utterance about how he still thinks it's terrible. All right. We're gonna sneak our way into the environmental half. Which is gonna include basically just one big environmental story, that being the massive, unexpected, and unusual snowstorm in the south, coming essentially from the Gulf Coast. Sure, it has nothing to do with that super cold blob in the middle of the meridional overturning current.
Across the Gulf Coast, tens of millions are waking up to a rare sight: snow. Throughout.
Before we go into the snow, we must roll for another emotional support character. The GCU here. Back at the Galactic Cantina. Who dat? Ripley, I think. 10. Whoops, wrong clicky. There we go. Yep, Ripley. Ellen Ripley from Alien. We got all the sweet, sweet space people in here to help us.
Region, schools and businesses are closed. In Houston, all major airports shut down. Some airlines also stopping service in New Orleans, where snow is expected for the first time in more than 15 years.
We're not a snow city, so we don't have plows or salt spreaders.
The state borrowing those resources from Arkansas, as officials urge residents to heed warnings.
Get prepared to be in your house and in your residence, in your warming place for the next 48 hours. This is a serious Arctic blast. It's dangerous. It's Now,
I don't know if you heard that man speaking at the beginning there, but yeah, where was he? This guy right here. This guy right here was saying, what was it? You're not prepared?
We don't have plows or salt spreaders.
The state.
What? Where the fuck is John Kennedy? We were just listening to Senator John Kennedy complaining about George Soros at the. Why wasn't he back in Louisiana? This is a Republican failure. No snowplows? An entire state? How's that possible? Why are Republicans failing the people of Louisiana?
Borrowing those resources from Arkansas, as officials urge residents to heed warnings.
Get prepared to be in your house and in your residence, in your warming place.
Now, of course, I'm joking. I'm joking. Like, I assume people know the sarcasm, but the point is, I'm trying to make a comparative sort of joke here, because for the last 2 weeks, all I have heard in terms of, when it comes to environmental stories, is Republicans coming out and saying Democrats failed LA and Hollywood and poor, Larry Ellison and his 15 beach homes on Carbon Beach. You know, like, oh God, why can't Democrats do better at stopping wildfires from destroying property and causing people problems? Of course, Louisiana doesn't usually get snow, right? But I just wanted to sort of laugh about, you know, the fact that Republicans just weren't prepared for all of this. It's just very confusing to me. I can't possibly think of why.
For the next 48 hours. This is a serious Arctic blast. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening.
Another concern, potential power outages. Electric company CenterPoint Energy says they've staged trucks and thousands of workers on the ground in Houston to respond.
We're scaled and ready to go for this storm.
Parts of the Rockies, Northern Plains, and Upper Midwest are also stuck in a deep freeze, with feels-like temps ranging from -30 to -55 degrees. Michigan State Police responding to multiple crashes, including this one involving more than a dozen vehicles. As this morning, the South gears up for a once-in-a-generation snow day.
I feel a little kid. I can't wait. I can't wait for the snow.
And as you all can see, there are already some folks out enjoying the snow. They're having a little snowball fight up there. And that is what folks can do. They can enjoy the snow on foot, but officials warning, do not get out on the roads. Some of these southern cities do not have snow plows. And with temperatures expected to be below freezing for more than 24 hours, they're going to have to wait out that snow to melt before folks can get back on the roads.
It's weird to see this. 27 degrees underneath this. Underneath Houston. That is not a normal temperature. Now, I'm not saying that this is the cause, but it could be. Fact is, there's a massive cold spot, very unusual in the Atlantic meridional overturning current, or more colloquially, oh my God, that's a hard word to fucking say, or more colloquially known as the AMOC, which we've been talking about recently, which has been caused by desalination of the ocean due to the melting ice caps, which keep getting, you know, dislodged from either the Arctic, in this case, or the Antarctic. We talked about A23A a while back, finally going out into the broader ocean. And that kind of stuff is going to really change some stuff really fast, potentially, if it doesn't correct itself soon. All right, let's keep going through these stories because this cold weather hit a bunch of states. Snow falling in places unexpectedly.
Now we're going to turn to the rare snowstorm on the move through the deep south. Winter storm warnings are in effect from Texas to Florida. Victor Oquendo is in Houston, which could see its most snow in 60 years. Good morning, Victor.
Good morning, Robin. The snow is coming down and the feels-like temperature here in Houston.
Most in 60 years. Another once-in-a-century storm, huh? Wow, we've heard that a few too many times in the last year. I'd say a couple dozen too many times.
Good morning, Robin. The snow is coming down and the feels-like temperature here in Houston, it's in the teens. Not something that you can say every day. The biggest concerns, keeping people off the roads and keeping the power on. So you see there are hundreds of these bucket trucks lined up here. They've been pre-positioned by the largest utility in the state, ready to respond.
This morning, an historic winter storm slamming parts of the country. Gulf Coast states like Texas in the path, facing bitter cold and freeze alerts.
We don't do cold and we don't do ice well.
For the first time in the history of the Texas Panhandle, a snow squall warning issued, leading to near whiteout.
Looks like Chad is accusing Ted Cruz of potentially being in Cancun right now. He did it the last time. Could be again. And it's right.
History of the Texas.
Is it vacation for them still? I can't remember if. Has the full session come back?
Handle, a snow squall warning issued, leading to near whiteout conditions. Snow and sleet making for slippery roadways.
This is a serious Arctic blast. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening.
Residents warned about freezing pipes. Energy trucks preparing ahead of the storm.
So if it comes the need to clear some snow, we'll be ready.
New Orleans bracing for 3 to 5 inches of snow, something residents have never seen.
I'm told that this hasn't happened in our city, documented definitely since 1963, but it also has the potential to exceed anywhere from the 1900s.
Schools, businesses, both of the airports here in Houston closed today as we expect more of this snow and sleet. Houston's mayor calling it a potentially life-threatening Arctic blast. George urging everyone to stay off the roads.
Boy, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, Victor, thanks very much.
So this was completely soundless video from an actual news station. I guess this guy didn't turn the mic on. This is a little too excited, I guess. But this reporter talks completely silently for, I don't know, minutes at a time. As you can see, well, it's kind of hard to see, but there is snow on the ground. That's not sand. It's mostly snow. There's probably some sand in there. Yeah, beach completely covered. Very strange in a place like Florida, of course. You're not a place you'd normally get snow. I love that this has no sound, though. It really shows you just how good these local news stations are in Florida. Probably Sinclair broadcast, I would guess. All right, we're going to keep this moving so we don't have to be just forced to watch a soundless video. Here are beaches covered with snow in Galveston, Texas during a historic Gulf Coast winter storm. I mean, in a place like this, if you don't have a truck, you're probably screwed. Like, there's no driving around in this without assistance from either snowplows to, get the snow out of the way, or salt. Must have gotten caught. No, I don't think that's what it was. I really don't. I think this guy was just not doing his job right.
Let's begin this hour with that bitter cold that's blanketing the majority of the country and the historic snow that's falling in the south. Right now, tens of millions of people from the Rockies to the Northeast are dealing with below freezing temperatures. Just take a look at that. In Chicago, it feels like 23 degrees below zero. Along the Gulf Coast, people are experiencing something they rarely see: snow. Parts of Texas, Louisiana, and Florida are facing their first blizzard warnings ever. Here to help us understand it all, meteorologist Bill Cairns, tracking the worst of it. But let's start with NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson in a snowy Texas. Priscilla, not often that we say that about Houston. How are people coping out there, and what are officials doing to make sure everyone stays safe?
Yeah, as in Clay, Houston definitely does not normally look like this, and I will tell you, people have been enjoying it, getting out with the sleds, building snowmen, all of the fun things. But there are also some really serious concerns here. You've got major travel disruptions with all of the airports in Houston shut down. Also, Pensacola airport's now shutting down. Tallahassee airport's also shutting down. So a lot of travel disruptions. And there are also concerns for what's happening on the roadways, with the potential that now that the snow has stopped, it could turn into ice, as we're still dealing with those below freezing temperatures.
Wow.
So officials continuing to urge people to go by.
Just cars abandoned everywhere along this, because they just can't they can't drive in the snow. I mean, look at it. There's like there's seven cars here all parked in really weird spots. And the entire traffic is just backed all the way. Wow.
As we're still dealing with those below freezing temperatures. So officials continuing to urge people to go by foot to that park if you want to have a good time, but don't try to get on the roads and drive. And of course, for people here in Texas who lived through the 2021 winter freeze, where they lost power for days, pipes were bursting, there were some real concerns about those types of preparations. And I want to play a conversation that I had with one man here about how he feels about how things are going this time around. Take a listen.
Knock on wood, I'm not that concerned. I think we were a little more prepared, and I haven't lost power or heard whispers of power being lost, so I feel a little better. And I think it's supposed to warm up by the end of the week, so hopefully they've done their preparation.
Now, there are more than 30,000 people without power here in Texas right now, but nothing major like what we saw in 2021. But I will say this is deadly weather that we're talking about. Already there has been one confirmed death in Georgia from hypothermia. We've also seen reports of major accidents as portions of interstates and highways are shutting down because of that ice that I mentioned. Isn't Clay?
Yeah, important people stay safe. Priscilla, thanks. Bill, let's bring you in now. Where else are you tracking winter alerts, and how rare is this kind of weather?
This is generational. I mean, there's two sides of this. One is the part that's like, it's, unbelievable to these kids and to people seeing this much snow in these areas. And it's fine for today, but when we...
I love how we keep hearing these sort of terms over and over again. Once in a lifetime, generational, once in a century, once in 1,000 years. And yet, like I mentioned earlier, we've probably seen like 24 of these things. And we're running out of words to describe them. Right? Or ways to pretend like this is not becoming a regular thing. Just psychotic weather. Just completely bipolar, right? So not, and I don't mean that I'm not suggesting that people who are bipolar are psychotic. It's a completely different sort of diagnosis. What I'm saying is in terms of literally like bipolar and one extreme to the next. It's just insane the number of these sorts of events that we have seen in such a short period of time, and just how many people are still just thrusting their head in the sand, completely ignoring it, and or just outright denying it. And I am, especially with the things Donald Trump's talking about doing right now, right? Having the U.S. invest in crypto, which is inherently much more energy intensive than regular currency, right? You make the money and then it just exists, right? But crypto, you have to have servers running at all times for the whole system to function, right? He's trying to do that. He's got Masayoshi Son investing $500 billion in AI infrastructure. He's talking about drill baby drill from Alaska to Texas. I mean, it is insane. And there's an entire group of tens of millions of people that are all cheerleading that right now somehow without any real, critical analysis or skepticism. Because, of course, great leader Trump said it. So it must be good. Oh, Supreme Leader.
About 229 million Americans face dangerously cold temperatures, including parts of Texas and Louisiana, which are facing a rare winter storm. The snowy conditions have forced 3 airports in the Houston area to shut down completely. Let's head to New Orleans with CBS News national reporter Katie Weiss. So, Katie, I've been watching your reports all afternoon. You interviewed a guy in shorts. What are the conditions like right now?
Well, I think he is certainly the oddball out here in the Bayou State. Most people that I've spoken with here today are pretty surprised, are pretty not used to this kind of weather. This is something that neighbor in shorts, he's from Chicago. This is something he sees much more often than anyone else here. In fact, we have just confirmed at this hour that this truly is an historic event.
As a New Yorker, it's hilarious to me to see people in Louisiana try and figure out what to do with snow. And this is the wrong snow to do stuff with. It's too wet. Or too, I can't quite tell. It's either too wet or too dry. It's too dry to stick together properly, right? And so they're trying to throw snowballs, but they just explode in the air.
Snow that New Orleans has ever seen in recorded weather history.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
In recorded
weather
history.
In the middle of
so
it.
in
We're
all
in
time
the
almost,
business district now.
You might say.
Right here behind me, just 2 blocks that way, is the road to the Superdome, where the Super Bowl will be held just in a couple of weeks. And you see that road there to the Superdome is closed right now at this hour. There's not a whole lot of traffic out. The roads are pretty treacherous, pretty icy, pretty pretty filled with snowfall and kind of snow banks from heavy winds that have been blowing in all sorts of directions. So it's been an unusual day here in Louisiana and across the Gulf Coast, truly, because we know there's more snow expected tonight into Mississippi and Alabama, where I'm a
Oh, there we go. Is there more on the storm? Yes, one more place to stop. Let's go to Colorado, where they didn't just get snow. They got a flash freeze a few days ago, which lasted for a while, at least a couple of days.
The 1-2 punch of snow and brutally cold temperatures this weekend could mean big problems on the roads if you are not prepared.
So, Denver 7's Ryan Fish asked our own experts to weigh in on what you need to know.
Other than the bitterly cold air, what should people be looking out for this weekend?
What's tricky is the timing of this. So tomorrow afternoon, we're going to briefly hit highs in the 40s. And then what happens with, say, like a flash freeze is we'll get a little snow. Temperatures at that point still potentially above freezing. So that means the ground is relatively pretty warm. It's wet at that point, but then when those temps drastically drop over, just an hour or two, whatever looks wet could potentially freeze, and that's where it becomes really dangerous.
So you're saying the roads, sidewalks, anything, once we get into this weekend, once the bitter cold air hits, it could be like an ice rink out there?
It could. I mean, some of those spots, like, say, bridges and overpasses, obviously the ground is relatively warm versus, say, a bridge or an overpass where you've got cold air passing underneath it. It freezes a lot faster. So those are going to be really the tough spots.
It's going to be a more dry snow. And that means it's going to be blowing around a lot. It's not going to be the wet snow that we get here in the spring times. So it's going to be a different snow, and it could turn to ice pretty quickly, unfortunately. So that's going to be a challenge for the road crews to try to plow it off.
Typically, we see one really good cold snap like this, especially in the last few years. Usually January, usually early February. We can get through it just fine. I mean, it is not...
Right, okay. I mean, that's fair. Colorado is high elevation. They get a lot of cold weather up there. In comparison to a Louisiana or an Alabama or certainly a Florida or Texas. But let's look at some of the temperatures that hit Denver. This is from about 12 hours ago, Denver 7. Fraser's overnight low was negative 44 degrees. Possibly making it the coldest temperature in the entire United States. Negative 44 degrees. That's kill ya weather right there. You stay
very cold spot.
If you stay out in the cold with no protection in negative 44 degrees, that's instant frostbite almost. I don't know the exact scientific rate at which your body would freeze literally in negative 44, but it's fast. It's scary fast.
A very cold spot was located in what we call Middle Park in Grand County. So areas like Grand Lake, Granby saw very cold temperatures between negative 35 to negative 40. And the coldest locations that we saw were between Tabernash and Fraser. There were at least 3 weather stations in that area that reported low temperatures last night between negative 40 and negative 44 degrees. These are just raw temperatures, so not taking wind chill into account. So we saw definitely lower wind chill values overnight. Winds weren't super strong.
And remember, we're not talking about Celsius, we're talking about Fahrenheit. If you're a Celsius user, look up what negative 44 degrees is in Celsius real quick.
In the high mountain valleys, but for example, a lot of the higher mountain elevations at pass level or above timberline, we saw wind chills even dropping below negative 60 at some points.
What?
What's causing this?
Negative.
We have an Arctic air mass, which right now it's finally starting to edge its way out to our south.
By the way, this right here is approximately where the cold spot in the AMOC is right now. Right here off of Newfoundland, if I'm not mistaken.
So the cold temperatures have peaked, thankfully, for our area, but obviously it did produce temperature departures on the order of 20 to 40 degrees below average, locally even larger deviations than that.
How common is this for Colorado, during the winter? And I know we have like a La Nina, event, I guess, happening this year. How common is that to see this during this time of year?
It's not unheard of, certainly. Usually every couple of years, maybe on average, we'll see a cold snap of this intensity. We saw one in 2022, I believe. And we did see a period there in kind of the late 2015 through
I just
early
realized
2020s.
That is weird. Why did I think that there was... Oh, right, because it got... That's so strange. You're right. Negative 40C is negative 40F. That is weird. They meet up at that spot. That just threw me off real hard. I thought I was giving you important information just now. I'm sorry.
Where we went 5
Apparently
to 6
they're the
years
same.
without kind of a substantial cold snap. So it can vary a little bit, but to have one like this per year or every couple of years is fairly typical for our area.
Okay. Fairly typical. Not a guarantee, but it happens. Okay. Now, they climbed out of that freeze, or are climbing out of it right now, I think, as we speak. But just because of how cold that is, I just wanted to watch this just for a giggle, even though it's really not funny. Saying this happens at negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but that's how cold it feels to me. So cold that I imagine literally everything would freeze immediately. Now I know, once again, that's not actually true, but in my brain it is. And I certainly wouldn't want to be running around in negative 40 degrees weather. No siree. Alright, let's quickly look at this. This is a non-climate related event, but it is an Earth happening, if you will, in Taiwan. So this was a it's a magnitude 6 earthquake that happened, and at least 15 people were injured in this. Okay. While we were talking about cold stuff, or we're just recently talking about cold stuff, let's go to a very cold place filled with cold people. The World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, where all of the worst people have gathered.
Top figures in business and politics are gathering once again in the Swiss mountains. The annual meeting of the World Economic Forum takes place this week in the resort town of Davos. Organisers claim over 60 heads of state and government will be present, with some 3,000 other business and political leaders. But one man won't be physically present, even though he's the centre of attention. Donald Trump is set to address the event by video link. He's been a regular at past meetings, including in 2020.
Today I'm proud to declare that the United States is in
proud to declare
an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen before.
This year, all eyes will be on what moves he makes after being sworn in. Trump's promise of sweeping tariffs runs directly contrary to the Davos agenda of free trade. Delegates will also keep a close eye on any changes to US energy policy. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be present, aiming to rally support from other world leaders. WEF Managing Director Mirek Dusek says Davos has always been a place for dialogue in times of conflict.
So we are very glad that we are able to welcome him together with a governmental delegation to be able to have dialogue among his counterparts from around the world, including also European leaders.
Other key topics on the agenda will include climate change and how to harness artificial intelligence. But not all the rich folk gathered in Davos see things the same way. Protesters will make their voice heard too, on the margins at least. Among them is German-Austrian millionaire heiress Marlene Engelhorn.
You heard he can't go to Canada as a felon? Does that include Switzerland too? It might. I honestly don't know. I might have to look that up right now. That is a good question. That is a really good question.
Way. Protesters will make their voice heard too, on the margins at least. Among them is German-Austrian millionaire heiress Marlene Engelhorn.
We're here at Davos today because we need to tax the rich. Inequality is soaring. The climate is in a disastrous state. We see what democracies are facing.
She is giving me serious Luigi Mangione vibes. Millionaire heir is here to tax the rich. Let's go. We're not going to leave the WEF, as they call it, or the World Economic Forum. We got more idiots to listen to. Here's BlackRock's, what's his job at BlackRock? I know he's not the CEO. What is it? Vice Chairman, I think? Chairman Hildebrand? Ah, yes, thank you. There it is. With the chevron. Vice Chairman of BlackRock, Philip Hildebrand. Let's see what this Nazi last name having guy has to say in Switzerland.
There is so much uncertainty at the moment in the world economy that it will depend on what the new administration actually implements in terms of first executive orders, the policy framework. But I think overall what we can say today is that the economy generally is being shaped by transformational forces rather than cyclical dynamics. We have aging societies, we have technology, a big piece, we have geopolitics, of course, the fragmented geopolitical landscape. So all these things unbalanced will create stickier inflation, more uncertainty, probably more volatility and bigger policy trade-offs given the high debt levels that we have all over the world. So this will be a delicate environment in which to conduct policy, and policy will matter a great deal.
But Philip, what's the biggest danger over the next 12 months? That the Fed gets something wrong, that the ECB does, that Europe falls behind, or that world leaders are so distracted by what Trump does that they lose their focus on their own economies?
I'd say at the global level, to me, the biggest concern is while inflation has clearly come down, much of it driven by the post-pandemic adjustments, I don't think that...
I love how all these rich, these rich capitalists are talking about how inflation's coming down. Hey, anybody here, does it feel like inflation's come down at all for you? One's in chat if it has. Two's if not. I think I know what the answer is going to be. Could be wrong. I just love it when capitalist talking heads such as this come out. You know, big private equity chairmen and things like that come to tell us that actually inflation's way down. That's not the problem.
Come down, much of it driven by the post-pandemic adjustments. I don't think this inflation story is completely over. So I think, and depending on the policies that will be implemented, I think the biggest risk would be that we wake up and realize inflation is not just sticky, but continues to be stubbornly sticky, in which case, we won't get any of the rate cuts that have been priced in earlier.
Wait, so inflation's great, but it's also sticky and may continue. I'm confused, sir. Could you stop using weird lingo and perhaps just talk straight to us? Prices are insanely high. They haven't come down at all. And stop using doublespeak with us, please.
Now have been sort of largely priced out. I think that's the sort of story at the global level. Trade, of course, has a lot to do with this. Protectionism has a lot to do with this. At the European level, I think the biggest risk is just really falling behind on the key issues. I think Europe is losing the digital war. We're losing the energy war. And there is a significant, severe...
What does that mean, the energy war? Europe is doing better than, certainly than America. What does he mean? I think he must mean something else. Probably oil, right? Oil extraction, not actually getting onto renewables. Because, of course, Europe, the European Union, even London, even, the UK is managing to do more than the United States on all of this. So I don't know what that means.
It's a competitiveness issue that needs to be addressed in Europe.
But Philip, why is actually inflation sticky? Is it, and we've seen it in services. How much of it is it that it's just that last mile to get inflation down is very difficult, and how much of it is it the specter of tariffs, and how many Fed cuts do you expect?
Not many, if any, frankly. And the reason for that is because we have these structural mega forces, transformational forces that tend to weigh on the supply side of the economy.
The supply side.
And that makes it much harder to get inflation down.
Oh, the poor supply side. Don't you hear it? You understand if you don't understand what he's saying, oh God, our costs are just so high, and that's why prices are so high. Now, we've talked about this in the past. Commodities prices have actually plummeted since the pandemic, which he was talking about just now. He referenced the post-pandemic, whatever fucking shit he just said. But what this man, when he says supply side, he's talking about producers of goods, okay? This capitalist is talking about how, all the manufacturers, they're having such a hard time paying for things, and that's why it's so expensive. It's so hard.
So, yeah, I believe we've moved from a world that basically had a kind of permanent easing bias during much of the previous decades to a world much more likely that will have almost a permanent tightening bias in policy, given the sticky inflation that will be a feature of these forces that I talked about. Some of it we can address.
What's up with the audio? What's wrong with the audio? It looks fine on my end. Oh, I wasn't talking about inflation, Jerry. Sorry I didn't make that clear. I was talking about the getting on to renewables. I was specifically just talking about the energy basket in those countries or places, the EU, UK versus the United States. I mean, shit, China's doing better than the United States. Everybody's doing. And so I don't know why he brought up Europe having struggling with. I guess it's with the cost of energy right now. And I know the cost of energy is not good technically, although there are reasons for that, like the UK canceling parts of the energy credit and things like that. So that's not helping people in terms of affordability.
We could fix
the audio is cutting in and out.
Geopolitics.
That's weird. I would recommend everybody refresh, because on my end it doesn't look like it's cutting out at all. So it's either the service, either YouTube or something else that's going on.
That's something that policymakers can fix, the new president in particular. It's hard to fix demographics. And so these forces will be in place for quite a while. And I think that leads to, on average, stickier inflation and higher rates for longer.
You worry about Europe. Why do you worry about Europe?
We are falling behind. When I say we, I mean Europe is falling behind dramatically on competitiveness. Mario Draghi laid it all out in a sense, in a brutal.
Yes, Europe must compete. We can't all work together, according to this guy. Now, of course, there was. I'm not suggesting that this guy is related to, executed Nazi Heydrich or Frederick Hildebrand. But he could be. I don't know. What do I know? They got the same last name. He lives in Switzerland. Just thinking out loud. Probably not. He just sounds like a Nazi and kind of talks like a Nazi. That's all.
What you're seeing at the moment is a billionaire president taking oath today, backed by the richest man. So this is pretty much the jewel in the crown of the global oligarchies. And then I must say that it's not about one specific individual.
Do I love most about Davos? Because I've seen a few of these conferences in my day. What I love is that the Davos billionaires invite people like Oxfam and or like UNICEF to talk about all the things that they're not going to do for the rest of the world. Like they bring in the NGOs to talk about how they can avoid taxes while doing as little as they possibly can for the developing economies around the world or the poor in their own countries. It's a great vibe for me. I love it.
Then I must say that it's not about one specific individual. It's the economic system that we have created, where the billionaires are now pretty much being able to shape economic policies, social policies, which eventually gives them more and more profit. So that's what we are looking at. And this is an era of billionaire supremacy. On the one hand, you see the billionaire wealth explode and explode enormously.
Yeah, and I'll bet all these Davos billionaires want to do something about all that inequality, right? Like, I don't know, make it worse.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Follow the rich white man.
You know, I feel like in a way, Oxfam being here launders their goals, you know? Having people saying anti-capitalist messaging around a bunch of billionaires make it seem like maybe the billionaires are about that kind of thing. Maybe billionaires are just trying to figure out how to fix inequality. Bullshit.
The World Economic Forum is underway in Davos, Switzerland, and top of mind is Trump's return to the White House as business leaders and policymakers plan for the next 4 years. Jennifer Schomburger is on the ground with a look at some of the international reaction that we're seeing to Trump's inauguration. Jennifer, what are you hearing?
Hi, Shauna. Here on the ground at the World Economic Forum in Davos, global policymakers and executives are reacting to President Trump's policies. JP Morgan executive Mary Erdos spoke this morning on a panel. I asked her how JP Morgan is viewing Trump's policies, from tariffs to tax cuts and the potential economic impact. She told me that JP Morgan has set up a war room and that folks have been up all night analyzing the potential impact on the economy. She thinks
JP Morgan War Room, where they can wage war against the rest of us. I'll bet they could hire a literal army if they wanted to. Oh, God. How much does JPM have under their books? I know it's trillions of dollars. I don't know the exact number.
says that JP Morgan thinks his policies will create a, quote, very pro-business environment. She told a panel that animal spirits are alive and the bank is confident that the new Trump administration will take a lighter regulatory touch to banks, something they say will unleash lending and economic growth. Meanwhile, both China and Europe struck a conciliatory tone when it came to trade. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said when it comes to global trade, quote, a lot is at stake for both sides. She said Europe's first priority will be to engage early, discuss common interests, and be ready to negotiate.
I'm so glad all the billionaires and world leaders can get together and get along so great. At this ski resort in Switzerland. All right. Oh, wait. Wait. Did they talk about... I think they... Wait, I need this for my transition.
She says we will be pragmatic, but we will protect our own interests. Given that Trump has said that he will scale back U.S. support of Ukraine, she said that Europe will stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. Meanwhile, China's vice premier said that imminent trade wars and an ongoing tug of war for and against globalization is something that is taking hold, and that he hopes that, quote, the sun will break through the clouds. He is calling for cooperation to create a stable environment, saying that protectionism leads nowhere, trade wars have no winners. Meanwhile, a Chinese economist from the London School of Economics spoke this morning at the forum, and she said she believes that China's response to U.S. tariffs may actually be more muted given the state of China's economy. Guys?
Jennifer, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, fuck. I think we missed his discussion.
Today we're talking about Donald Trumpcoin.
Please hold.
AKA
Sir.
World Liberty.
You're ruining it. Where did I miss something? Where did I miss it? Oh, shit. I fucked this up. These are in the wrong spot. This is in the wrong spot. Oh, God, I can't do this. Is the wrong way to do this. Should do it this way. I'm sorry, chat. We're not done. We're not done. We're not done with the World Economic Forum, I'm afraid. multi-hundred millionaire soccer legend came to talk as well.
That was prepared in your honor to help set the stage. Let's take a look.
Wait, I gotta read these. God damn you.
To help set the stage. Let's take a look.
2025 marks 20 years of David Beckham as ambassador for UNICEF. 2025 also marks 10-year anniversary of 7. The what? How am I supposed to read that fast out loud? 2025 also marks the 10-year anniversary of 7, the David Beckham UNICEF Fund.
This is the sort of work I want to do. This is what I want to be involved in.
I look young. When I joined UNICEF as a Goodwill Ambassador in 2005, I could never have imagined the journey I would take with this incredible organisation. When visiting countries all over the world, I've seen firsthand how UNICEF is making a real difference in children's lives and in their communities. I've listened to young people talk about the challenges they face and their dreams for the future. Children have the power of hope, to be free from violence, to receive a good education, for girls to be treated as equals alongside boys. Every child has the right to dream, and with the right support and opportunities, children can be empowered to shape their own lives. A lot has changed in the past 20 years, but one thing stays true. Every child should have the power to dream. So now, and 20 years from now, we must all do what we can to help children fulfill their dreams.
Solved it. World poverty over.
I first met David with his business
Oh, thank God, Sarah Eisen's here to interview Beckham. Oh, good. Now, if you haven't ever heard Sarah Eisen speak, I am honestly not shocked. She is a CNBC anchor, the worst NBC, and I mean that's saying a lot because they all suck. But CNBC is definitely the worst of the NBCs. Sarah is a talking head for them. And around the time of October 7th, she was out saying the most utterly wrong-headed Zionist shit. Oh, God. She is terrible.
And we'll talk about David Beckham, the businessman, David Beckham, the family man. But we're here really to talk about David Beckham, the philanthropist. And you've really showed us that through the power of sport, you can do good. This UNICEF relationship goes back a long time. How did you get involved with them?
Well, it does. Firstly, good morning, everyone. I know it's an early morning, and I'm sure a few of you had a late night last night, so thank you for at least being here. I'll do...
You've never seen her before? That's probably because you're not watching a bunch of CNBC live streams, which I, from time to time, subject myself to. People like her and Jim Cramer and... whatever.
Best to keep you all awake. But, you know, my relationship with UNICEF is the most important work that I do. It's the work that I enjoy most, even though I enjoy all of my work that I do. I never consider it work because it's something that inspires me every single trip that I go on, every child that I meet. But it started a long time ago. When I was actually 17 years old with Manchester United, I was on tour in Thailand, and I was asked to go to a women's centre to see the work that UNICEF do. And it was incredible. And I knew then, even at 17 years old, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be part of. So when I got the call from Kofi Annan to be Goodwill Ambassador, you know, it was quite an emotional moment, because for myself as a footballer from the East End of London, to be able to be part of an organisation like UNICEF that was helping and is helping and always helps young children around the world, you know, I was very privileged with that. So it's been long-standing. I've seen and met some incredible children over that time. But you know, the issues and situations continue every single day.
Yeah, they do.
And I will continue to fight for children's rights until...
Will you rail against capitalism or perhaps billionaires in general? I know you're approaching billion, so maybe not. I don't know. You're here at Davos to tell us something, I'm sure, David.
Well, I think we saw in the video, you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk, you travel, you get out there. What are some of the most memorable experiences for you?
Oh, God.
Every trip that I go on is...
I do not care about the most memorable experiences. I am sorry, David. But that shouldn't be why you're here, to reminisce. If anything, if you're a representative of UNICEF, you should be here to tell all the billionaires to stop being billionaires and to start helping society.
Thailand, Nepal, China.
How did that come to be?
And it was inspiring.
What about the Seven Fund? How did that come to be? What is that?
Well,
Don't
we came
care.
up with the Seven Fund.
Once again, don't care. Because, of course, you know, billionaires just see things like UNICEF as ways to launder their money. Not launder, but to, you know, reduce their tax burdens.
Thing, obviously, having a daughter myself.
They don't care if it does anything good.
Seeing how girls get left behind, and they don't have, you know, equal access to education and to healthcare. And
okay, we haven't got time for this, right? Yeah. That's plenty from you there, David. Moving along. Doesn't seem to be here to do much but reminisce and tell billionaires they're doing a pretty good job. I can't tell. I mean, it's too long. We don't have time to go through all of that. It's ridiculous. Well, it's not actually laundering of money. If anything, it's laundering their images while reducing their tax burden, right? I'm just trying to be very specific about my word usage here. But yeah, launder is appropriate, just not necessarily in the context that I used, because, of course, doesn't actually make illegal money legal, technically. Although, I'm sure there's some cases where that's happened. All right, we are almost done with Davos. Let's go here. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong spoke at Davos, of course. Of course, the billionaires need a Coinbase CEO or a crypto CEO here to help them with their crypto assets. See what this guy had to say.
Take a look at Bitcoin because it is soaring to a record high yesterday. Pulled back after by the way, I should say about 5% after President Trump's first round of executive orders did not include crypto. We are joined right now by the CEO of the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the U.S., one of the biggest players globally. It's his first time here at Davos. Coinbase co-founder and CEO Brian Armstrong in from Washington, where you were just with the whole gang over the weekend. Nice to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Andrew.
You know what I love about this guy, this billionaire right here? His billions were made by leeching off of a scam economy, right? Now, technically, it's unclear, although I do often assert that cryptocurrency is just a fraud. But legally speaking, many people suggest that it's just a scam because people know what they're getting into. I debate whether or not that's true. But beyond that, this man has profited off of just facilitating a scam economy, right? An entire multi-trillion-dollar, techno economy that he's just leached off of by facilitating those transactions on his app. He's done nothing to help the world even slightly. He's just ruined it just a little bit more. Maybe a lot more, actually, now I think about it.
There's so much to talk about. I want to actually just talk about the weekend first. Take us inside the room. What was the feeling? Just because we've obviously watched the crypto ball and everything else, but there seems to be a full-on sea change, or at least it seems that way in Washington about your world.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the dawn of a new day for crypto, and the energy was just palpable throughout the room. You have to remember, I mean, the last 4 years, we really felt like we were being attacked by this administration. Tried to weaponize the lack of clarity in the rules to, really push back even the good actors.
Oh, God, Brian, who's a good actor, who's just leeching off of a scam economy. Oh, he's just... How dare they try to regulate cryptocurrency, even though that's what the crypto people have been begging for. This dude is a victim of the thing of the thing that he wants. This is the most gaslighting. All right, it's not the most. We've seen a ton of gaslighting, but this is one of the most just wild fucking versions of gaslighting I've ever seen. Because of course, the Coinbase people, all the crypto people, want regulation. Why? Because it legitimizes them. Because it makes it so that they won't be made illegal. It makes them a part of the legal infrastructure. If there's rules around what they can and can't do and all this other stuff, it actually makes them more legitimate, right? It allows them to tout themselves as being a legal enterprise, a legal scam enterprise. Many of them, really, every coin is its own scam enterprise, and Coinbase is itself enterprise of all of those scams put together. And it's just hilarious to hear him complain about the thing that he technically wanted to make them legitimate, and pretend he's a victim of something that is in fact enriching him every single fucking day. It's allowed Bitcoin ETFs to pop up on the actual stock market. It is some of the most intentional gaslighting. There's no way this guy actually feels like he's a victim of it, but he's pretending. He's here to pretend, at least. Oh. Help.
I'm being repressed.
Right? There were some bad actors too, to be fair, but they even really tried to go after the good actors, I think, like us. So the industry is just ready for this new change. They're ready for clear rules, and that's our big push next, is to try to go get some legislation passed in the U.S. to make it even more clear.
Did you expect, by the way, an executive order of some sort yesterday? I mean, that seems to be a little bit of the indication of what happened to the extent we're looking at Bitcoin's price as a signal of something.
Yeah. It's been one day. I'm not too worried.
What is the executive order that you're looking for?
Well, I think the first one would be just directing the agencies of the U.S. government to collaborate and work toward getting some clear rules passed. That's what would really...
So he wants the thing that he just said he was a victim of? See what I mean about this masterful gaslighting? This dude has said like 5 contradictory statements in about 2 sentences. Not sure how that's possible.
To flow into the United States and for startups to be built there.
Truly masterful.
I think just re-articulating some of these Bill of Rights, if you will, that people have the right to self-custodial wallets and the right to own Bitcoin without being persecuted or...
Without being persecuted? Who is being persecuted for owning Bitcoin? Name one example. By the way, now let's see here. When was this passed? 18 US 486. So in 1948, nearly 100 years ago, well, 80 years ago, when computers basically didn't exist outside of warehouses, a code was passed June 25th of that year, 18 U.S. Code 486, which prohibits the making, passing, or attempting to pass coins of either gold, silver, or other metal that are intended to be used as currency. And I've always suggested that this law did not foresee the existence of computers in everyone's pockets. And if the passers of this legislation at the time were around today, they would have included cryptocurrency, right? But since they didn't exist, and computers barely, I mean, the most rudimentary computers existed at this time, that was not considered at all that somebody would be able to make a currency with computers. How would you even do it? Right? Look up what computers looked like in 1948 and imagine trying to make crypto work at that point. Not going to happen. So they excluded the idea of a computerized currency, but everything else about that law makes what they're doing illegal, right? And I contend that Congress needs to do just that: amend U.S. 488, and make it include cryptocurrency, because that's all it is. It's just an illegal currency that's been made that circumvents a loophole, uses a loophole in a law that circumvents it, and it's disgusting. But we're not going to just stop talking about crypto right now. Let's go to this and talk about Trumpcoin. Another scam. This one is run by a president.
Today we're talking about Donald Trumpcoin, aka World Liberty Financial. It's a disaster. They've sold 4% of the tokens after days and days of trying to sell them. Look, I didn't want to do this story. I said, look, we don't do politics on CoffeeZilla, which is true.
No.
And we never will. But the scam is good on this one, guys. And it's so interesting that I had to talk about it, while saying and caveating that this has nothing to do with politics. I don't.
Of course not. It's just about a president.
It's an equal
you can't be
opportunity
political
thing, so just,
when you talk about a president.
Relax on that front. I don't want to see political.
I love how this dude is kowtowing to his Republican viewers. This dude like covers a shit ton of crypto stuff, and he's like, he's got to be non-political. Oh, so hard. Otherwise, they would all jump ship on this poor guy. You know? Oh, God. Can't be political. My audience will leave me. Oh, my Trump lover audience. I'm not going to be political. We're just talking about Trumpcoin.
An equal opportunity thing. So just, relax on that front. I don't want to see political comments. We could start at the announcement of World Liberty Financial Coin. That's where I was going to start. But then I realized, really, to understand this whole thing, you have to go back to 2021. You have to go back to when Trump first talked about Bitcoin. And it's pretty interesting because now he's 100% behind crypto. He's going to, be the crypto first guy. But here's what he said back then.
Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam.
Oh, it was tough for the crypto bros, but they quickly forgave him when Trump started entering the world of crypto with a lot of NFT drops. He's been doing this kind of nonstop. He's done multiple. Now he launched the official Trump digital trading cards, where if you get enough of them, you can have dinner with him and get sneakers. You get 2 gold sneakers if you buy 9 digital trading cards for only $1,000 or $900. Now, that's probably where a lot of people's education on the Trump crypto wagon ends, but it's worth stating that his family has also engaged in a lot of crypto stuff. I only mention that because multiple of the family members are listed on this project. So, for example, Barron Trump was allegedly involved in DJT. This coin has since...
I know some people probably like this guy. Me personally, I have some problems with him. Mostly because I and I haven't watched all of his videos, but the fact is, it's like he is solely focused on cryptos and crypto scams, as he often puts them, right? And I feel like, to some degree, because of that, he almost launders crypto as a more broadly by suggesting it's sort of just a, it's like, oh, like this one's more scammy than this one, right? Thereby kind of lending credence to the ones that he's not talking about, right? And maybe I am misreading him, and I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen that many of his videos, but I feel like he depends on people that are deeply involved in crypto to watch his videos. I don't know his metrics. I could be way off on this, but my sense is that a huge portion of his audience are crypto holders and or just people interested in it.
Rug pulled, unfortunately, for about $4 to $5 million, depending on your source. There are some insiders in the coin who are very upset that told me that. I myself traced about $3 million, so that number seems about right to me. So that's bad. That's bad to be associated with that coin. But then you've also got Donald Trump Jr., who was involved in Restore the Republic. That coin immediately dumped because basically there was a tweet like, oh, you don't know what the real Trump coin is. That's not the real Trump coin. I don't know exactly what happened here, but basically it sounds like they got involved and then backed up at the last second. Pump and dump allegations were made of a few $1 million in that coin too. So basically it's been disaster after disaster after NFT drop leading up to World Liberty Financial. But
does he say that he's not political in the comments every time? Or he says he is political? Oh, wait. All right, well, forget what my assessment of this guy's character is. Let's move past that.
This has been the promise of the new great thing that was going to be like the Donald Trump coin. Here we go. Here's the pitch.
Big news. The World Liberty Financial token sale is now live. Crypto is the future. Let's embrace this incredible technology and lead the world in digital economy.
Okay, let's embrace it. Let's see what they got. So you go to their website and they ask you, are you a U.S. citizen or not? You click yes or no, and then they have you buying tokens at a set price. This is very strange, very unusual, and to set your own price like this. And it's, I think, because they're grifting, bro. They set their initial price for what they're trying to sell. They're trying to sell $300 million of these tokens off rip. We know that because they have 20 billion coins all selling for $0.015 each, okay? Now, very few projects ever even reach a valuation of $300 million. So you might be surprised. You might think, well, maybe if their tech's amazing, but for a brand new company to be raising at that price just kind of doesn't make sense. But then you realize it gets even worse when you go to their white paper, which they call the gold paper.
Of course. That
where
makes
they
perfect
say
sense.
that they're only
No further
selling
questions.
35% of the total token supply. So what that means is that it's not actually that they're raising at $300 million. They're actually raising it closer to $1 billion valuation from the start on an unknown project with nobody. What does this project do? Nobody knows. And so immediately, that's one reason that they didn't sell almost any coins. Well, relative to their actual raise. They've so far sold about $13 million of these coins, which,
that's
is something.
That's
something.
But
compared to what they're trying to raise is nothing. And for a Donald Trump, this is the coin thing, it's definitely disappointing, I would think, for them. But then you have by far the biggest problem with this whole coin. All the tokens that you're going to buy are non-transferable and locked indefinitely in a wallet or smart contract, which is insane. There's almost
That is hilarious.
no token like this that you can buy. All tokens are transferable. And it's not even, what is it if it's not transferable? It just means you can't even sell it.
It's a collectible.
What does that even mean? It's non-transferable. So I guess they probably did that for SEC reasons. They don't want any SEC problems. But at that point, you're not really selling tokens. Like, you're not selling a crypto as most people understand crypto. It's almost like you're selling, I don't even know. Even you can sell NFTs. This is so weird. When I saw this, I was like, what? And then you go to the actual thing. You go to their team, and you find out that Donald Trump is not even the main guy. Like, this is not, for all the talk about it being his project, it's not his project. They are the ambassadors.
It's the Witkoffs.
Which,
look, the Witkoffs are the co-founders of it. Hilarious. Isn't Witkoffs, isn't Steve Witkoff about to be in Trump's administration? Isn't he about to be ambassador to something? Special envoy to the Middle East. Stephen Witkoff, co-founder.
His project. They are the ambassadors, which, obviously is just a way to pull away your liability, right? I'm not actually the project itself. They say they're just ambassadors. And if you read the fine print, they have an endorsement deal with World Liberty Financial. And part of that endorsement deal is like a 5-year deal where they have to promote it. And if they promote it, they get 75% of all the profits that this whole thing makes. So they make all the profits, basically, like most of the profits. But then they actually don't, they don't have a lot of the liability, which, I get why they did that. But if I'm someone looking at this, I'm thinking, oh no, like, your token's not transferable, raised at like over $1 billion or around $1 billion valuation, which is insane. Then you've got a project where the guy can just back out after 5 years and is not really even like the guy behind this whole thing. So then you go, well, who is behind this? And so you got to look at their founders. So their founders are a lot of, people I don't recognize on here personally for being crypto people, except for this guy, Chase Hero. Now, if that name is familiar to you, it's because he has been featured on CoffeeZilla before.
Yo, Ben, we need some more of these Acomis. Please, bro, please.
Oh, God.
If possible.
He's the Logan Paul crypto scam guy?
Talk very highly of Omi, and I wouldn't be surprised if that caused some traction.
Not exactly a great look. Now, besides doing that, Chase Hero, I have come to learn from a fantastic Bloomberg feature article that Chase was also involved with Doe Finance, which got hacked for about $2 million. But probably the best thing you can learn about Chase Hero is kind of what he says himself about marketing, because it'll give you a good idea of what this project is kind of all about.
And you can literally sell shit in a can, wrapped in piss, covered in human skin for $1 billion if the story's right.
Wait, what? Did he just describe World Liberty Financial?
Damn.
Because that's what this is. It's just using a narrative to try to sell something for $1 billion.
Multiple billions of dollars, as it turns out, because in a short period of time over the weekend, as the inauguration was coming up, Trumpcoin ballooned to a value of, what was it again? Market value. Almost $80 billion? Was it 80? Something like that. It's unclear. A lot. And then it did something else. I wonder what. Trump and Melania meme coins down 50% since the weekend peak. Wait, Melania coin? That's right. After launching his coin, shortly after it, not days after launching his coin, Melania coin was launched, which also went to a multi-billion-dollar valuation, and they both dropped over 50%. Rug pull. Just gotta let the, you know, the couple, the presidential couple here, enjoy your money. Come on. What's wrong with that? That in at least one of these projects, I can't remember which one, I think Melania might have actually owned 80% of that Melania coin. And Donald Trump owned a large portion of the coins in that. I wonder if they're the ones who sold. I mean, first off, everybody who was buying after them, who actually bought and weren't just given tokens for free, as Voidzilla just got done telling us, were locked in indefinitely to never sell. So they couldn't. So nobody went in, bought, and then sold. Just didn't happen. So it was one of the people we saw on that list back there. Could have been Steve Witkoff, could have been his brothers or whoever else was in there. It could have been Donald Trump himself, Melania, who knows. Sounds like these two just extracted a bunch of billions of dollars from their supporters and other crypto idiots. The slump in the two tokens which are trading on the Solana blockchain platform. Which is also down around 4% from Monday's all-time high. Yeah, because all these assholes are enriching themselves. Oh my god. What an insane world we live in. Actually, we're gonna watch the rest of this. I can finish this. This is like a minute and a half left. Trump announced my god, these two in a weekend just robbed people of billions of dollars. Friday, he announced it, and then Sunday, she announced. And by the way, if you didn't hear, because I didn't read it, but they said that the LLC, which was incorporated to deal with this, was created 2 weeks ago. This is insane. The president of the United States is committing fraud on all of his people. And I doubt any of them are going to complain about it. Maybe it'll wake up some of them, but holy fuck. They created an entire infrastructure to scam people out of billions of dollars. In a couple of weeks, they're like, fuck it. About to be in office? Can't commit crimes? Might as well. Token to the moon. Might as well, right? Everybody's doing it. Everybody's scamming each other, I guess. Who cares about ethics? Business ethics. Who cares about stealing money from people on lies? Scamming is just... that's just grind set economics, people. You gotta be, you know... Embrace the chud energy. I mean, what is going on? Oh boy, what a weird vibe. Should we take another break? Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break here, and then we'll go on to the regular Earth, the rest of the Earth news after that. I need a drink. I need a couple things here. All right. Where? Yeah. All right, chat. Third and final break. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Still need some galactic funding to get us through February, or at least to keep me from being kicked out of my Earth apartment. So, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network if you can. Of course, I understand times is tough. We have a fascist coming into office, so, you know, do what you can. I always appreciate it. Alright, chat. You know all the ways you can subscribe and do things like that, so I will be right back. I am back. Oh God. Is it really cold by the Disco Wolf? I'm sorry, pal. You know, in my Earth apartment, it is very cold. My landlords refuse to keep the heat on all the time, and down in New York, we've been getting very, very, very cold temperatures, making it almost impossible for me to do anything from there. Thankfully, I can teleport to the space station. But since I'm back, I guess it's that time. Time for you, Space Fams, to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss all that sweet, sweet galactic content. Okay. All right. What's the temp down in New York? 3 degrees. Oh God, is it that cold outside? Wow. With the wind chill, it's negative 16. How nice. Utterly balmy. Okay. Back to the Earth news, chat. And I'm afraid we have to talk about the ceasefire and whether or not it's even happening in reality on the ground. Let's see what CBS has to say about it. Here's their title: Israel-Hamas ceasefire holding as Palestinians find Gaza in ruins. Ceasefire holding, you say? Fascinating. Give me some details, CBS. Go Web Go.
CBS News senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer has the latest on the status of the ceasefire in Gaza.
In good news, the ceasefire in Gaza is holding, and Gazans have been traveling around the Strip openly, unafraid, for the first time in 15 months. Many of them have been going to see what's left of their houses, but most of them will find rubble. The UN says that, by its count, more than 90% of the housing in Gaza has either been damaged or destroyed. And here's another statistic for you. It estimates that the war has left Gaza covered in 50 million tons of concrete rubble. It will take years to clear, but that job won't start anytime soon. The ceasefire does provide for a massive reconstruction eventually, but only after all the hostages have been released and the Israeli military has left Gaza, something that at the moment looks vanishingly remote. Meanwhile, just as peace of sorts takes hold in Gaza, violence is escalating in the West Bank. Just a day after releasing those Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails as part of the ceasefire deal, Israel's military arrested dozens more in a whole series
of criminal arrests in a place where Israel has no jurisdiction. Of course, West Bank is Palestine, not Israel, and so arresting somebody in a different country, what's that called? Extrajudicial arrest, completely illegal. Illegal. But that isn't even my contention. Like, I mean, this is part of it. I mean, like, you know, they give some of the hostages back to Gaza, to Hamas, and then they go and arrest a bunch of people in the West Bank to fill the jails back up with people who have probably done zero crimes and are probably not planning on, I don't know, trying to substantiate any kind of allegations on. They're just doing this to add back to their numbers of hostages. Oh my God, Christopher Tablante with a sweet, sweet super chat. What does this say? Hey boss, just finished scrubbing the thruster propellant and engine calibration. I found this jammed in the cargo bay vent from your restroom. I appreciate that. Christopher, you're always finding money that I have left lying around or irresponsibly allowed to float around here in the space station, and what would I do without you? Really appreciate you. Why won't you let me heart? There we go. Heart engaged. Okay, okay. Back to CBS, see what they have to say.
Raids. And today it launched an operation in the city of Jenin, which has killed at least 8 people. The Israeli government says the objective in Jenin was to defeat terrorism. That's really code for pursuing and catching armed militants who base themselves in the West Bank. There were also ugly attacks by Jewish settlers on Palestinian villages on Monday night, and that just as President Trump was lifting Biden-era sanctions on extremist settlers, sanctions the U.S. imposed because Benjamin Netanyahu's government has repeatedly failed to arrest.
Wow, CBS is doing a real half journalism here. It's actually almost impressive, right? Because we have all been watching CBS way too much over the last year. Some of their horrifying coverage on this, and I feel like in this story, they're getting halfway there, and they're turning around, and they're like, wait, no, let's try journalism again. Okay. You know, and it's just this weird vibe, right? Like, because some of that stuff they just said was actually definitely accurate, good journalism from them, technically. And then you notice, like, certain places where they decided to turn the dial down on the journalism and be like, well, actually, they're armed militants. And, like, all this other shit. And it's like, are you sure they're all armed militants? But, I mean, it's true. And Donald Trump just got done making it legal again for... well, it was never legal internationally, but in terms of the U.S.'s view of it, just removing those Biden-era sanctions against, what was it, like two tiny groups of settlers that they included in that order. It was, I mean, it was so piecemeal. It didn't feel like it was even worth the paper it was written on. But now, with Donald Trump completely rescinding that, it's almost making me, not opine, but make me pine for the days when we had those completely inadequate orders in place. Oh my God. Everything is wrong about what I just said, and yet somehow true, I think. Oh God. It's breaking me inside. I don't know if you can tell. The helmet sort of masks my emotions oftentimes, but wow. Wow. That one doesn't feel right. But the thing that I was objecting to in their title, that being Israel-Hamas ceasefire holding, I found that the title was lacking evidence. Well, let's go to these 2 videos I have queued up for you from the last day. Here's Al Jazeera first. This is, by the way, before we watch this, trigger warning, content warning. This one is rough. Okay, here we go. Palestinian child killed by Israeli snipers. Fuck you. What the fuck? Kill the child, leave the donkey. Yeah, okay. Sure. This is horrifying. That is fucking disgusting. Apparently, in the eyes of the IDF, donkeys have more humanity than Palestinian children. Sorry, everyone. That was tough. I know. But we need to watch these things in order to give context to these other news stories from the mainstream media. Because, you know, in my opinion, in this day and age, titles are super important. People's attention spans are so low. Media literacy is so bad. You put a title in there saying ceasefire holding, a bunch of people, on CBS of all places, people are going to believe it. But then you have this happening at the exact same time. And, oh, that was a day ago. Here's 10 hours ago, Middle East Eye dropped this video. What's happening is that we don't know where the safe zones are. Go to the safe zone from here to there, but we don't know. This is my house now. I went to check on my house. And they started shooting at us. We have no idea where the borders are, the safe zone. Tell us where the safe zone is so we can go there. They say someone got shot as Arb around about 300 meters away. Where are the safe zones? Even Western Rafah isn't safe. We are in Western Rafah at Badr Turn. There's constant shooting at us. And we can't retrieve even our belongings from the rubble. We can't. A sniper fired us. There's no safety. We had to flee. Where's the ceasefire? Where's the ceasefire, I ask you? God is sufficient to us, and He is the one that will protect us. The drone is operating and targeting civilians. Yes, the drone is in the air, and the situation is extremely dire. They're shooting, death, injuries. A girl and a young man were wounded. There are martyrs at Zarb. Their bodies are being found. We need ambulances. They claim there's a safe zone, but there's no safety. God is enough for us. What can we do? What happened there? There are martyrs and injuries. The bodies are lying there, and no one dares to retrieve them. And who tries to approach them gets shot by a sniper. The sniper shoots at anyone who goes close. There's destruction on one side, and we're being slaughtered on the other. And the Arab leaders aren't paying attention to us. Those who go to get the money, saying it's for Gaza, pocket it and never deliver it to Gaza. What are you doing there? Why did you go? I went to check on my house to see if I could go. I found nothing but rubble, a pile of mud, nothing more. What can we do? All we can say is God is sufficient for us. We ask God for recompense. No one cares. Not Fatah, not Hamas, not Jihad, not the Popular Front, nor any other faction. We don't belong to any factions. All we want is for them to leave us alone. We just want to live. We're trying to earn a living. How could you possibly do that in this? I mean, I'm not trying to come at this guy, but I can't imagine trying to earn a living in the rubble. That's it. We've been scattered. How many years will it take them to rebuild? How many years will it take to rebuild? If it takes 10 years, as the saying goes. Cry donkey until the fodder comes. No one is paying attention to us. Most people have suffered strokes or burst under the pressure. Those who didn't get to enjoy their homes, for example. My neighbor built his house a month before the war. He didn't even get to place a single proper brick inside of it. He left it and fled. Just like the rest of the displaced people. Don't advance. There's gunfire and tanks. People were being sniped. Are there injuries and martyrs? Yes, there's a martyr in a white Tucson SUV. And there's another martyr in the area called Bassam Flood. Further ahead, there are injuries in the eastern area. There's gunfire at over 50 meters. Don't advance. Is the situation bad? The situation is extremely grim. Our homes are burned. You can film. This is Western Rafah, Al-Qadi neighborhood. Imam Ali Street, Al-Qadat neighborhood. All of it is destroyed to the ground. As you can see, and ahead, it's even worse. Issam Dali is from Rafah. Baraktan. What's the situation in the area? The situation is dire, as you can see. Total destruction on both sides. Nothing is suitable for living. We barely managed to retrieve this from under the rubble. Regarding the ceasefire, is there a ceasefire? There's no ceasefire. Gunfire is still going over our heads. People are getting injured. And others have been martyred. Many of our cousins and relatives have been martyred. God rest their souls. There are numerous injuries. No one knows what's going on. They say there's a ceasefire, but there isn't. There's no safety left in Rafah. We're a kilometer away from the danger zone. Well, there's the ceasefire. What did the CBS say? What did they say? Ceasefire is holding. I don't know what the word holding means, but usually in reference to a ceasefire that requires people to not be firing. And it would seem that they're definitely firing. Children being killed. Now, let's talk about this. You might have missed this quick clip from earlier, so I figured we put it in here as well as a short. While we're talking about the Middle East and Gaza, the Israeli-Hamas supposed ceasefire, let's see what Donald Trump thinks about that ceasefire and whether or not it will last. Remember when people were giving this dude a bunch of credit for this?
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident.
Not confident.
It's their war, but
it's their war. It's not ours. We're just funding it.
very weakened on the other side.
It's not our war. It's theirs. Even though we've given billions of dollars to Israel, it's not ours. They can do what they want.
ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the three phases of this deal.
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the two-state
Gaza,
solution?
boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza.
Two-state solution?
Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really...
When he says demolition site, I feel like the real estate developer sort of peeks up here, and you can tell that he's like, demolition site. Fresh real estate.
Massive demolition site. That place it's really... it's got to be rebuilt in a different way.
There we go.
And to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might.
Maybe.
You know, Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. You know, everything's good. It's like some beautiful things could be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
Interesting.
What is the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead.
There you go. Can't have Palestinians there anymore. Plus, they're almost all dead anyway. Gotta get some new people in there.
The future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them are dead. But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
I wonder where he got any of these thoughts about building Gaza from.
Waterfront property. It could be very valuable.
Jared Kushner has come under fire for calling Gaza's coastline valuable property during an event at Harvard University. This was from a year ago, or well, like nearly a year ago.
Bulldoze something in the Negev. I would try to move people in there. Is Israel seriously talking about that possibility?
Oh my God.
In what is considered quote unquote Israel proper? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but that would be something you would try to work on. I'm sitting in Miami Beach right now.
Now, of course, Jared Kushner was like that little chevron just said was the former national security advisor or foreign policy advisor to Donald. He's his son-in-law. They hang out. He's married to his fucking daughter. I'm sure they had Thanksgiving with each other. I find it hard to believe that they didn't talk about this, you know, and he's probably saying this kind of shit and Donald Trump, like we said, he's a puppet. He doesn't actually know shit. He thinks Spain is in bricks. I'll bet he can't even pick out Palestine on a fucking map. But he's got Jared Kushner to tell him what to do. He's got all these other people to tell him what to do. He's willing to sign any executive order that those idiots put in front of him. Okay? And this is the guy that supposedly, you know, cares about Palestinians. Whatever. That's bullshit. It's gonna get worse. It's already getting worse. We're being told there's a ceasefire while there isn't. Donald Trump, you know, like it's insane. This is insane. I cannot believe that we're even here. I was hoping that we would have a different administration, honestly, because I knew this was coming. I knew this kind of talk from Donald Trump was coming. He basically just reiterated everything Jared Kushner just said in that first half of this comment, of this video.
I would say, how do we deal with the terror threat that is there so that it cannot be a threat to Israel or to Egypt, right? I think that both sides are spending a fortune on military. I think neither side really wants to have, you know, a terrorist organization enclaved right between them. And Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, you know, livelihoods. You think about all the money that's gone into this tunnel network and into all.
So there you go. We're talking about the waterfront property, just like Donald Trump said. A beautiful, beautiful waterfront property you never seen before. A lot of great things could be done with it. Just got to get the people out. Maybe to the Negev, just like Jared Kushner said. Bulldoze an area in the desert and just plop all the Palestinians there and build it out for capital interests and Israelis, I guess. And then just sort of, you know, keep them in a concentration camp in the desert. I think Donald Trump thinks that's a good idea. He just got done telling us that just as much as that, right? Got to get all those people. I mean, they're almost all dead anyway, right? Like he literally just said that. Got to get better people in there. Thankfully, all the Palestinians are dead now, so it'll be a lot easier. Now, there's one woman who we listened to earlier in this stream who's going to be the UN ambassador for the United States, one Elise Stefanik, who had a lot of problems earlier in the stream defining, or at least staying consistent on what is and is not anti-Semitism. Let's see what she had to say about this area here. 13 hours ago from the Guardian News.
If you look at the anti-Semitic rot within the United Nations, there are more resolutions targeting Israel than any other country, any other crisis combined.
Oh my god, dude. You couldn't expect anything less from Elise. I mean, I love this though. The anti-Semitic United Nations. God damn you, United Nations. Why do you keep trying to stop genocides? That is very, very rude. And anti-Semitic. Or anti-Semitogen, whatever, however you want to say it.
And we have significant national security councils, the anti-Semitism, whether it's UN Women failing to condemn Hamas's terrorist attack and terrorist regime against innocent civilian women, using rape and targeting women, specifically taking them hostage. I am overjoyed that those 3 young women hostages were returned home. We need to stay committed to ensuring every hostage is brought home. I've met with many hostage families. This position, we need to be a voice of moral clarity on the UN Security Council and at the United Nations at large, for the world to hear the importance of standing with Israel.
But I did ask you whether you subscribe to the views of Finance Minister Smotrich.
Of who? I'm sorry, Finance.
Smotrich, this is the Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich, and the former National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who believe that...
I love that. She has no idea who he's talking about. She's about to be a UN ambassador. Doesn't even know who Smotrich is. Oh my god. I think people on our stream know more who Smotrich is than Elise Stefanik somehow. I don't know. That shouldn't be possible. That literally shouldn't be possible.
I did ask you whether you subscribe to the views of Finance Minister Smotrich.
Of who? I'm sorry, Finance.
Bezalel Smotrich.
Finance Minister Smotrich and the former National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, who believe that Israel has a biblical right to the entire West Bank.
Jesus,
and in that conversation, you told me that, yes, you shared that view. Is that your view today?
Yes.
Very succinct response from Elise there. Much more succinct than her response on Elon Musk's Nazi salute. Yes, I do believe the Bible, the old Bible, in fact, justifies taking land. I love that. I love that. So yeah, anybody who's telling you Donald Trump wants a ceasefire, cares about Palestinians, is going to bring peace to the Middle East, is either being disingenuous or is perhaps not thinking through this whole situation, perhaps not thinking about who Donald Trump has around him telling him what to do, who is going to be most intrinsic to these situations. That's just my assessment. I could be wrong. Maybe peace will come. Maybe there will be a two-state solution. Maybe real estate developers won't come in and build on the beach. Maybe that ceasefire will actually happen. Maybe they'll stop sniping Palestinian children in the streets during a ceasefire. I don't know. Maybe it'll all come to fruition. I'm the dummy. So let's hold off on any judgments, I guess. All right, let's go to Syria, where things are still pretty fucking complicated. Unfortunately, even after the fall. Well, I think we all probably expected that it was going to be a little complicated after the fall of Bashar al-Assad, but let's look at this video. I'll shut up for a second.
Thousands of Islamic State fighters are held inside this heavily fortified prison guarded by Kurdish forces in northeastern Syria. The Syrian Democratic Forces, a US-backed group that holds a quarter of the country, says such jails have been attacked twice by Islamic State in attempts to free the incarcerated militants since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. The jails have come into focus since Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, a former al-Qaeda affiliate, seized power from Assad and established a new government aiming to restore central authority.
You know, before I comment on this, I just want to add one thing to what I was saying before. Because I think there is technically a third option, which I think I have genuinely seen, you know, so I don't, and this might, I don't know, might be a little mean, but I don't think so. I think there is a third option, besides from being disingenuous, or just not thinking it through. Although I guess this could fall under that, but I think there is a fair amount of, in some cases, I've seen some naive optimism about it. But I just don't see there being a whole lot of other options for people that are still saying stuff like that. Oh, Trump brought us a ceasefire and it's going to last and all this, whatever else. I mean, it just seems insane to me.
Sham, or HTS, a former al-Qaeda affiliate, seized power from Assad and established a new government aiming to restore central authority. But the Kurdish forces guarding the prison say they're wary about handing control over to Syria's new rulers.
Our forces alone are responsible for protecting these prisons. Sharing them with the new government will not be acceptable. Protecting these prisons is the responsibility of the coalition and SDF only.
Reuters was granted rare access to the prison in the northeastern city of Hasaka at the weekend. The SDF says it is guarding some 10,000 Islamic State fighters in total. Here, many foreigners are among the inmates. Their faces have been obscured.
We're 6 years in prison now, and we don't know anything about our situation, about our wives and about our children, and about our mothers. We don't have any information about on site.
Foreign powers are at odds over who should run the jails. The outgoing US administration had indicated its support for the SDF to continue in its role. The SDF has served as the spearhead of US-led efforts to counter Islamic State in Syria for a decade.
I love that. The US left, and I don't think we've actually technically left. I think there's still US in camp. I could be wrong. Maybe that one I haven't actually looked into because I've been so focused on everything else. But last time I checked, there were US outposts, US military outposts inside of Syria to fight ISIS, supposedly. But I think many could have foreseen this one coming, and I think the US saying, saying this may or may not. I was about to say something that I actually disagree with. I honestly am not sure. This thing is so fucking complicated. There are multiple groups, multiple factions, all to some degree opposed to one another, although the HTS has said they want a multi-cultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious institutional government. And from what I can see, they seem to be trying, but it's pretty early days on this one. And of course, this not only is there multiple foreign powers inside of Syria, such as Turkey and the United States, but there's like 4 different groups at least inside Syria to some degree that are still essentially at odds with one another. And I'm not shocked to hear that, the SDF doesn't want to give up control of their own prison and have it being run by HTS, as for the long time, the Kurds have been completely opposed to the, basically everybody in the country. They want their own country. The Kurds have wanted a country for decades. They haven't got it. And, it is...
The Kurdish forces drove the jihadists from their headquarters in Raqqa in 2017 before capturing their last foothold, Baghouz, in 2019. But Turkey, which has friendly relations with Syria's new rulers, sees the country's dominant Kurdish factions as a national security threat. Ankara wants the prisons handed over. The Interior Ministry in Damascus did not immediately respond to a request for comment. However, HTS, formerly the Nusra Front, has a history of conflict with Islamic State and rejects the transnational jihad promoted by its supporters. The leader of HTS has pledged to build a Syria inclusive of different religious and ethnic minorities. But the SDF and the new administration are at odds over how the Kurdish-led force might be integrated into Syria's new security apparatus. The SDF also says jihadists are seeking to exploit lax security across Syria. The Kurdish officer at...
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to take for everybody to be in agreement in Syria. I do not. I mean, I would assume some peace talks and some, like, you know, formal discussions with everybody would be beneficial. I haven't seen any of that really happening quite yet. HTS just sort of took over, kicked Bashar al-Assad out, took over, and started setting stuff up. I'm not sure how many multilateral conversations have been had around all of this. All right, where are we at? All right, let's go here. Foreign Minister Lavrov of Russia spoke earlier on Tuesday. Let's see this very short clip from him. Obviously, there is an indicator of the methods by which... Whoop, what just happened? I just lost... What? Huh? Whoa. There's an indicator of the methods by which President Trump and his administration intends to advance the interests of the United States on the world stage. The interests of the United States have never changed, regardless of whether a Democrat or Republican is in the White House. The interest is to always be stronger than any competitor. That's kind of true. It's kind of true. And I'm sure that I'm not entirely sure what the question he was asked, because I think this was during a question and answer with Lavrov. And I think, my guess is that this was a response to Donald Trump making statements about BRICS nations and how he's going to tariff them all. In that, you know, that executive order press briefing he gave, rapid fire executive order, and when he was talking about BRICS nations, he said he was going to tariff all of them, which includes Russia, of course. And I'm assuming that's what he's referring to. I could be wrong. All right, now let's go to China. This is actually our last story. We got a few videos on this one. Oh wait, no. I'm missing the last video on the podcast. Okay, so we got like 4 videos left. Doing pretty good. 6.5 hours in. But let's go here to China. To TikTok. This was the if you didn't hear, somehow, I would be shocked to hear that you didn't hear. But TikTok was briefly banned over the weekend, and the reactions were, well, there was a lot of them, that's for sure.
I just don't understand why our government fucking hates us so much, and that app was just more than like just silly videos. Like, it really helped me.
It's not even fucking midnight yet and TikTok is fucking down. Me and my roommate had a 110 streak on TikTok messages and she didn't even get to see my last fucking video. What are we supposed to do when we get back from class? We can't have silent TikTok time anymore. We just have to have silent time.
I'm sorry. I know she's crying, but you could talk instead of talk. You know, I'm just saying.
As American TikTokers grapple with the reality of TikTok's ban, a moment many thought would never come. The ban, effective January 19th, 2025, marks the end of an era following the Supreme Court's decision to uphold its enforcement. The enforcement of the ban followed a Supreme Court ruling and came abruptly, catching some users in the middle of live streams.
Well, guys, it's official. My TikTok has gone down. I was literally on live and it shut down, and I could read people's comments, but they couldn't see me. And they were all like, she's gone, oh my gosh, no. And I literally was screaming into my phone, I'm here, I'm right here. And then after maybe 10 minutes of trying to tell people I was still here, I got the notification and I can't get back in.
For many, TikTok was more than a pastime. It was a source of income, a creative outlet, and a way of life.
They couldn't even let us go until midnight. They had to do it an hour and 7 minutes early because we really couldn't have just one peaceful last night saying goodbye to our favorite creators, watching people give out their goodbye messages. You really just had to end it early. And it was like that Inside Out scene where they're like leaving from memory to memory and their like memory starts like shutting down. Like I felt like my world was shutting down in my hands because people's photos weren't coming up, people's comment sections weren't coming out. Like the app was shutting down in its last moments. I saw TikTok's last breath.
TikTok had become a cultural phenomenon in the US, transforming the way people connected, consumed content, and even built careers.
Yes, I'm in the military. I do it full time, but I do TikTok on the side, and
This guy made $250,000 in 7 months? What?
it makes me 3 times my military income in just 7 months.
The ban has left an emotional void, with creators sharing tearful messages and fans mourning the loss of their favorite platform.
I thought you said that would never happen, bro. I thought you said TikTok would never be banned. I thought you said I was just overreacting and I'm gold. It's God. You'll be fine.
As the nation adjusts to this new...
She's right. He is going to be fine. Or they. I couldn't actually tell what gender it is. Because this happened like less than 24 hours later.
And as of today, TikTok is back. So, you know, I did a little TikTok thing. We have a guy, TikTok Jack. He's a young kid, like 21 years old. And we hired this guy, and I went on TikTok. Can you believe what I'll do to win an election? And we went on TikTok, and Republicans have never won the young vote, the youth vote. They win a lot of votes, but they never won the youth vote. We won the youth vote by 36 points. So I like TikTok. I like it. I like it. I had a slightly good experience, wouldn't you say? Romney lost it by 40 points.
Huh?
Not so long ago, we won it by 36 points. That's a very big spread.
Romney? Why is he bringing up Mitt Romney all of a sudden? That's random as fuck.
But I said we need to save TikTok because we're talking about a tremendous... Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. And frankly, we have no choice. We have to save it. A lot of jobs. We don't want to give our business to China. We don't want to give our business to other people. And I said, you know, TikTok without my approval, meaning the president's approval, because Congress gave the president the right to make a deal, do whatever he wants. And they did that a long time ago when they had a different president. They didn't know that I was going to be the president, I guess. So I said, very simply, a joint venture. So if TikTok is worth nothing, zero, without an approval, you know, if you don't approve, they're out of business, they're worth nothing. If you do approve, they're worth like $1 trillion. They're worth some crazy number. So I said, I'll approve, but let the United States of America own 50% of TikTok. I'm approving.
It's almost like National Socialism. A little bit. It's an interesting precedent. I'm sure everybody's heard about that already. I know, but it was big news this week. And Donald Trump is right. TikTok is back. And here's the reaction.
What? Oh. Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, okie dokie. All right, this is our last thing to talk about tonight. Let's go here to global news from 10 hours ago. Let's talk about what's been going on in South Korea. I mean, we've been talking about it practically every night because there's another development, it would seem, practically every single day in this drama that has been unfolding there with regards to the what's it called? The military law, which was invoked by their president Yoon Suk-yeol weeks and weeks and weeks ago. The aftermath of that has been just wild. Protests, impeachment, and finally he is in front of the constitutional court, who's going to have to make the final determination on all of this. He was arrested for his refusal to appear, among other things, and the new we have not heard this one time, by the way. We have been watching this since the very beginning. Not one time has this come up, and for that reason I'm incredibly skeptical and somewhat bewildered by the invocation of this, because if you recall, at one point I think I likened much of what was happening in South Korea to the Jan 6th riots, where you had his protesters literally attacking police officers who were coming to arrest him in a very cult-like fashion. Some of them there were grown men literally crying on the streets, holding batons, talking about how they had to defend the president. But not one time. And I haven't been like laser focused on it, but we have definitely been talking about it a lot. So I feel like I've ingested quite a lot of material on this. But not one time have I heard them claim this. Here's the global news headline from 10 hours ago. Alleged election rigging led to martial law in South Korea, according to president's lawyer. I'm sorry, what? That's right. Yoon Suk-yeol's lawyer is claiming election rigging happened, and that's why they had to call martial law on the country. I thought it was North Korea being on the border or something initially. That was what they said, right? Like they originally alleged that North Korea, 8 North Korean agents were doing like operations or something or in the border, and that was like, and now it's election rigging. The 180 is fascinating. South Korea's impeached and detained President Yoon Suk-yeol was moved to a military hospital for treatment. What happened? Before returning to the Seoul detention center on Tuesday, according to Yonhap news agency. Earlier on Tuesday, Yoon attended a constitutional court hearing of his impeachment trial. If the decision to lift the martial law made on the night of December 3rd and 4th was stopped by deploying the military, does it mean that there would no longer be any other demands to lift martial law? and that it would simply continue indefinitely? I don't believe that to be the case. In South Korea, the National Assembly and news media are far more powerful than the president. Even if I were to overstep and stop the decision to demand the lifting of martial law, it could still be done in places other than the National Assembly. Furthermore, there would always be opportunities to demand the lifting of martial law afterwards. Martial Law Decree Number 1 was intended to prohibit any unlawful actions by the National Assembly. In its decrees and clauses, it was by no means intended to order the National Assembly or to prohibit its legislative activities, parliamentary activities for... oh my god, they're moving fast. Jesus Christ. Or to prohibit its legislative activities, parliamentary activities for lifting martial law, or other normal parliamentary activities like that. There was no kind of order from Yoon to arrest ruling People Party, Power Party leader Han Dong-hoon or National Assembly Speaker Woo Won-shik. Furthermore, Yoon has certainly never issued the absurd directive to kill the ruling People Party leader Han. I have no other thing to say of how completely unjustifiable it is to use such ridiculous fake news as grounds for impeachment. Fake news. I think that was fake news because nobody even I don't think there was ever even an allegation that that's what he tried to do. It was just the declaration of martial law in a place with a very sordid past surrounding martial law. Okay, back to his lawyer. There was a controversy over election rigging, so Yoon tried to inspect on this occasion and prevent the country from being divided by different opinions. Oh, how dare the country be divided by different opinions. Wow. That does sound like it necessary for martial law. Differing opinions in a democracy? That's wow.
That's too much, man!
Isn't an election system that forms the basis of democracy? So as a president, he wanted to solve this issue and secure fairness by inspecting the National Election Commission. The United States is our top ally, so in this difficult time, I believe President Trump will certainly support us. With his support, I think President Yoon should continue to be in power. This is not an insurrection. The president declared martial law as the last resort, since he could not work. It is not right to call it an insurrection, and it is not right to impeach him. President Trump and President Yoon Suk-yeol shared the same objectives. I expect them to fight against rigged elections, which is in every corner of the world. I mean, that story kind of confirmed so much of what I had been saying about this. It was just like Jan 6 vibes all over the fucking place on this thing, and now they're talking about how Donald Trump is going to come save them, and he was just doing the same thing Donald Trump tried to do, and they were basically making my point for me. Wow. What a way to end it. Well, we got through another one. Thankfully, we had each other. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I'd forget this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cowley Braiding, D Cypher, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Geodragon, Moa Noab, Nadia, Jokey, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. That's not how you spell. Whatever. That's the worst spelling I've ever done of that. My fingers are fucking fucked up today. That was bad. Okay. Where to? Yeah. Yeah, this. I suppose it's time for that late night after hours galactic chill stream.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President,
Stretch.
Everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement.
Wow, what just happened? Yeah.
First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, and children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the president, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years, we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raise the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president notice is saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that the majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong